Chapter 48-32. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. In the next moment, Yi Xian walked out from the void high up in the sky. However, there wasn't the slightest wound on his treasure body. It shone brightly and emitted an endless overlord's aura that spread out in all directions. Following, he stretched out his hand, and 55 rays of light fell from the void above his head. They were the desolate supreme pills that had undergone the lightning punishment. Their aura was more condensed and dense. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took out 55 small bottles and stored all the desolate supreme pills in them. Only then did he store them in his undying world. In the next moment, as his figure flickered, he disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in the rising sun forbidden land. With the spread of his divine sense, Yi Xian quickly caught sight of the scene outside the cave star. The lightning punishment earlier had obviously alarmed the higher-ups of the magic hall in the Forbidden Land. They did not know that Yi Xian had returned. Recently, when they heard about the changes in the Star Alliance, they were shocked and excited. They suddenly realized that Yi Xian had returned when they saw the tribulation cloud above the cave star. However, no one dared to enter Yi Xian's cave star without permission. Hence, they had been waiting outside the star. With a flash, Yi Xian disappeared from the cave star again and reappeared in the void of the Forbidden Land outside the atmosphere. Pressing according to Yi Xian's previous instructions, the magic hall was still in its early stages of development. Hence, those who were emperors and above were considered the higher-ups of the magic hall. Currently, the higher-ups of the 5 major armies of the magic hall were not many, but they were not many either. Fierce there were Green Ox and Yuling Long from the Beast Army, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other emperors from the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. There were also the Sangji tribe from the Survivor Army and the 20 emperors from the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. There were also the 3-clawed Flood Dragon and Long Shan Tang from the Nomadic Army who had captured the council members and 60 emperors. Edison the captive army consisted of the Blood Wirm, Green Peng, and Battle Lion race captives. Of course, the 9 great beasts from the Star Alliance had also joined the captive army, along with a few undying emperors. As a result, the captive army could be considered the strongest of the 5 armies of the Magic Hall. Here in addition, the All-Evil Army also had many titled monarchs and above. Among them, the Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise were 2 powerful Desolate Era almighty beings. This is many of the upper echelons were currently in seclusion. All along, the strength structure of the Magic Hall had been a little strange. The battleships were strong, and the Desolate Supremes were also extremely strong. Although there was only one Magic Hall Master, he was able to sweep through almost everything. However, there were too few great beings at the level of Universe Knights, Universe Masters, Universe Supremes, and Primordial Beings. Even with the addition of the Primordial Porcupine, the Primordial Turtle, and the 9 wild beasts from the Star Alliance, there were only 11 of them. This situation made Green Ox, Xiao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the rest of the upper echelons feel awkward. They had been suppressing themselves for a long time. As long as there was no war or Yi Xian wasn't assigned any tasks, they would all be in seclusion. Today, Yi Xian walked out of the cave star. He looked up and scanned the magic hall. As expected, more than half of the titled Undying Emperors and above weren't present. Apparently, they were in seclusion. For example, Green Dragon, the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, and Long Shan Tang were the same. The Primordial Porcupine and the Primordial Hairy Tortoise were the same. However, Xiao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the 9 primordial beings from the Star Alliance were all present. Seeing Yi Xian appear, they immediately bowed and congratulated him. Although they didn't know what Yi Xian had just undergone, as long as there was a heaven's trial, it meant that it was a good thing. They should be respectful. Yi Xian's gaze swept over the crowd. He immediately asked about the situation in the outside world. Naturally, there was nothing to ask about the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. Those old guys wouldn't dare to disturb them in the near future. There was also nothing to ask about the alliance of the survivors. They had already become his subordinates. What Yi Xian was really concerned about was the situation between the Human Federation and the Tianji clan, which was currently at war. Only after asking did they find out that the war between the Human Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race was already in full swing. Moreover, from the start of the war, the powerful Human Federation was faintly showing signs of decline. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the Heaven's Legacy race was simply shocking. After getting a general understanding of the situation, Yi Xian immediately ordered his subordinates to pay close attention to the battle between the Human Federation and the Tianji clan. If there were any major changes, they were to report back immediately. After that, he ordered his subordinates to seize the time to enter seclusion. After exchanging pleasantries, he immediately flew back to the cave star. He wanted to use this time to deduce the perfect formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill again to make sure that there were no mistakes. Because, what he needed to collect next was the blood essence of the Desolate Sovereign to refine the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill, in the surroundings of the star field occupied by the Human Federation. Today, this vast and boundless void area had long been transformed into a huge battlefield in the starry sky. The Human Federation and the Tianji clan were currently fighting here and had been going on for some time. Towering in the center of the cosmic void hundreds of billions of miles ahead was an incomparably huge star. This huge star was the Tianji city. Today's Tianji city was no longer purely made of the latest type of cosmic alloy. DE had used the entire power of the Tianji clan to collect all kinds of top-grade flesh and blood materials from everywhere, such as the dragon tendons of the true dragon, the phoenix marrow of the fire phoenix, the dragon spine of the black dragon, and so on. These creatures of the Desolation era were extremely powerful when they were alive. Even though they had been dead for countless years, their remains were still very powerful. However, the Tianji race had plenty of ways to divide them up and use all kinds of suitable materials to transform the cold Tianji city made of pure cosmic alloy into a biochemical fortress made of cosmic alloy and the flesh and blood of the Desolation era creatures. For example, today's Tianji city, other than its original regular continental form and its wartime spherical fortress form, it now had two other simulated forms. If necessary, in a short period of time, the incomparably huge Tianji city, which contained terrifying combat power, could transform into an incomparably huge demonic dragon or a black phoenix with shocking wingspan at DE's command. For example, in addition, whether it was clan leader DE or all the official members of the Heaven's Legacy clan, in the past 100 years, their cultivation and strength had been changing and improving at a rapid pace. They used the countless powerful creatures of the Desolation era in the void to improve their cultivation. Just like how they transformed the Tianji city, they collected top-grade materials such as dragon tendons and phoenix marrow to transform their own mechanical bodies step by step. For example, some of the more powerful members of the Tianji clan had even given up on their human bodies and transformed into the skeletons or precious bodies of the Desolation era creatures. From the inside out, they were carefully sculpted step by step. Finally, their electronic consciousness took over. With a shake of their bodies, they became powerful Desolation-era creatures with the addition of technological power and elements. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4833. However, even within the Celestial Legacy clan, no one knew where DE's original body was, what form it was in, and what level of power it had reached. It could be said that the Celestial Legacy clan of today was completely different from the Celestial Legacy clan of 100 years ago. This time, the entire clan had modified more than 100 billion battleships. Among them, there were more than 10 million official members of the Celestial Legacy clan, who could transform into metal balls in the shape of stars at any time, or all kinds of mechanical beasts with different appearances. 10 million clansmen might not sound like a large number, but without exception, all of them were above the undying level. Among them, there were tens of thousands of Universe Knights, close to 10,000 Universe Masters, close to 1,000 Universe Supremes, and close to 100 great beings from the primordial era. Besides, in addition to the transformation and evolution of all the official members of the clan, the Celestial Legacy clan also used the remains of powerful primordial life forms to create a large number of intelligent robots that weren't in human form. Their combat power was astonishing, and they were called mechanical beasts. The number of these mechanical war beasts modified by the Heaven's Legacy race was almost innumerable. In truth, they were created from the corpses of various primordial beings with technological elements added into them. For example, the scales and skin on their bodies were the latest biochemical products. Right now, in the void battlefield around the star domain occupied by the Human Federation, there were all sorts of massive mechanical warships that resembled wild beasts, as well as mechanical war beasts of different shapes and attack methods. There were simply too many of them. They filled the entire battlefield. Wang, Hong. Hong, long, long. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Celestial Legacy clan seemed to have issued another order. In an instant, the entire vast void space was filled with a buzzing sound like a tide. This was the sound of countless battleships charging their cannons at the same time. With a huge roar, countless mechanical battleships in the shape of wild beasts fired their cannons at the same time. In the blink of an eye, countless energy pillars of varying diameters shot forward from different angles before finally converging together. This scene was so shocking that the void space turned into a blazing net of light that enveloped an endless area and whizzed forward. Hong. Hong, long, long. Although there were also ship cannons, these new battleships that had been modified by the Celestial Legacy clan looked like gigantic beasts from the outside, so the energy light pillars from the ship cannons were obviously more powerful. In the opposite void space, countless battleships and battleships of the Human Race Alliance traversed the void space, and there were even a few superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters. However, in the face of the overwhelming number of mechanical desolate beasts, the energy light pillars shot out from their mouths were easily destroyed. The smaller ones directly exploded into fireballs. Even some fortresses of various sizes or superstar fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters were barely able to put up an energy shield to defend themselves. In the face of such overwhelming attacks, it was impossible to counterattack. That was Celestial Legacy. During this period of time, countless mechanical beasts of the Celestial Legacy clan had been destroyed. Even the main battleships in the form of desolate beasts had been damaged. However, ever since the Heaven's Legacy race had descended upon this fragment of the great desolate world, the first thing they did was to set up a large number of assembly lines for mechanical war beasts on the countless abandoned planets in the vast star field 100 billion kilometers away from the Human Race Federation. What was put into these lines were all intelligent machines. Once the assembly lines were set up, there was immediately a large number of mechanical beasts that were continuously transported out. Even the main battleships in the form of desolate beasts that were damaged in the war could be immediately withdrawn and returned to the base to be rapidly repaired. This was the frightening part of the Celestial Legacy clan. Although there were only 10 million of them who possessed electronic life forms, they were only the leaders of the upper echelons. The true power of the lower echelons were all manufactured. As long as they had resources, they could produce a large number of them. Clearly, they did not lack resources. Every abandoned planet contained large amounts of minerals, and the wreckage of the battleships that had been destroyed in the war could be melted down. Thus, they had an almost endless supply of mechanical beasts. On the other hand, although the Human Race Federation also had intelligent robots, their production efficiency could not compare at all. Moreover, the Human Race Federation's battleships had to be manned by their clansmen. The destruction of every battleship represented the loss of a large number of clansmen. It was precisely because of this that, although the Human Race Federation and the Celestial Legacy clan had both suffered losses, to the Celestial Legacy clan, it was practically nothing. The damaged battleships were dragged to the rear and melted down, looking brand new after half a day. However, the Human Race Federation's losses were extremely heavy. The loss of battleships was a small matter, but more importantly, the casualties of their clansmen were even more severe. No matter how large the human race's population was, they could not withstand such losses. Moreover, this was a completely meaningless loss that did not even cause much damage to the enemy. Such unequal losses directly caused the Human Race Federation's front line to retreat time and time again. The void between the two factions had originally been 100 billion miles apart, but now it had shrunk to around 80 billion miles. Over this period, the Celestial Legacy clan had pushed forward 20 billion miles with such a tyrannical attitude that they could not be killed or maimed. On the other hand, the Human Race Federation was clearly on the losing side. Since the start of the war, the Celestial Legacy City had been standing in the void 100 billion miles away from the human race. There were many smaller planets on both sides behind it, and each of them was a mechanical fortress just like the Celestial Legacy City. Those who stood guard here were all the higher-ups of the Celestial Legacy clan, but they did not make any unusual moves. Instead, they imperceptibly exuded a frightening presence. At the same time, at the edge of the Human Race Federation's planetary system, although the imperishable 9 stars did not appear, the Sky Extinction Palace that resembled a giant wormhole vortex and the Temple of Glory that was as large as a giant planet were also standing in the void, waiting in formation and staring covetously. Kachak, all of a sudden, the metal sphere that was the Celestial Legacy City seemed to come to life. A low humming sound echoed from within, accompanied by a dense kachak sound, as if countless mechanical gears were turning and grinding together. Moreover, as the kachak sound filled the air, the giant metal sphere was rapidly changing form. Protrusions extended from various parts of the sphere, and in less than half a breath, it had turned into a green-black demonic dragon. Its body was extremely huge, spanning almost 100 million miles, and was even bigger than the sphere it was in before. Even Yi Xian, who was in the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape, was several times smaller than it. What was even stranger was that this green-black demonic dragon's entire body also emitted a dazzling metallic luster, which was extremely dazzling. It was clearly a demonic dragon forged from synthetic metals. Chapter 48-34. Swish. Swish, swish, swish. Right at this moment, countless air-breaking noises resounded in the void in front of them. From the ferocious and incomparably huge mouth of the metal demonic dragon, streaks of light suddenly rushed out one after another. Their momentum was majestic, and their numbers were overwhelming. There were at least tens of millions of them. In the beginning, these tiny lights were just tiny metal balls with metallic luster of different colors on their surfaces. But soon, after the tiny metal spheres came to an abrupt halt in the void, low humming and mechanical grinding noises could be heard from within as well. Along with these strange noises, the sphere's shape also rapidly changed. In the end, it transformed into various astral beasts of different shapes. Each of them was tens of millions of kilometers long, as large as a small star. Their shapes were strange and ferocious, and they had the characteristics of different ferocious beasts. Their surfaces were suffused with a faint metallic luster, and they were like mechanical ferocious beasts of different shapes. In this void, there were originally a large number of mechanical beasts, but now, there were at least tens of millions of them. Their auras were terrifying, and they were all above the undying realm. Among them, there were even many emperors and emperors. Some of the beings with even larger bodies exuded auras that were at the level of Universe Supreme, Universe Master, and Universe Supreme. The Heaven's Legacy race had finally made a new move. Previously, the battle between the two factions had only been at the level of ordinary battleships and battleships. Although the Tianji clan had a large number of mechanical beasts and desolate beast battleships, they were all below the immortal rank. It was the same for the Human Federation. But now, perhaps because this massive mechanical army had only managed to advance 20 billion li, Patriarch De of the Celestial Legacy race began to grow impatient. The Heaven's Legacy race had finally begun to mobilize an unconventional fighting force. This was definitely a huge investment. The moment he made a move, he sent out tens of millions of ordinary undying high-level mechanical battle beasts. Among them, there were even quite a number of Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes. Even Tianji City had transformed from its original star form into the gigantic alloy demon dragon form of 100 million miles long. The situation of the battle instantly rose to another level. Everything happened so fast that the leaders of the Human Federation were caught unprepared. With the arrival of these tens of millions of advanced mechanical beasts above the immortal realm, countless experts in the battleships of the Human Clan Federation and the opposite void instantly exclaimed in horror. A strong sense of fear that could not be dispersed rapidly spread in this void. All regular warships and battleships are to retreat and return to the star field to rest and reorganize. There was when a majestic voice suddenly echoed from the Sky Ju Palace, which was slowly whirling like a giant nebula. The Sky Ju Palace and the Temple of Glory have both dispatched a legion of high-end combat forces. Boom. Rumble. As soon as the order was issued, the overwhelming warships and battleships of the Human Clan Alliance in the Void immediately activated their kinetic cabins to the maximum and retreated into the star zone like stray dogs. During this period of time, the bottom-level experts of the Human Alliance were all terrified. If they were fighting survivors or ferals, they would at least have flesh and blood and no one would fear them. But it was different when fighting against the Tianji clan. Once they remembered that the Tianji clan weren't living humans or even electronic life forms, but merely cold sentient robots and mechanical beasts, they would definitely tremble in fear even if they were not afraid of death. As the battle continued, the Human Federation had destroyed hundreds of millions of warships and battleships, with no small number of human champions inside each of them. The total number of dead would probably be in the billions. In a large-scale battle of this scale, individual lives were insignificant, and no one would know when they would suddenly be gone. Now that they could return to the star field, no one would want to stay a minute longer. Soon, the vast number of battleships and battleships of the Human Federation retreated like the tide, leaving this vast battlefield empty. But soon, streaks of light shot out from Sky Absolute City and the Temple of Glory at the edge of the star field, charging toward the battlefield in the void. There were both human champions and ferals, but without exception, the aura emanating from their bodies were all above immortal realm, and there were quite a few Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and even Universe Supremes among them. There were also more than 10 million of them, which was equivalent to the number of advanced mechanical beasts gushing out from Sky Absolute City. But these were clearly only the mid-level combat forces of both camps. The true top-level combat forces were those at the level of primordial beings and supreme primordial beings, but both camps had yet to use them. On the Human Federation side, there were a total of 6 supreme primordial beings among their reinforcements. Including Devourer, who had just broken through to Desolate Master Realm, the Human Federation now had a total of 7 Desolate Masters. But no one knew if that was the actual number. After all, the immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory had all arrived. These were the core ancestral grounds of the 3 factions of the Human Federation, and there were many ancient beings hibernating there. Who knew how many of them would suddenly awaken? As for the number of Desolate Masters and Supreme Primordial Beings on the Tianji clan side, it was even more of a mystery. Logically speaking, the Tianji clan had only been created tens of thousands of years ago by Xing Bo, the pioneer of the human race's technology camp. Before that, this clan did not even exist, and there should not be any Desolate Masters. But this clan's growth rate was too shocking, and their ability to create and fuse machines was simply outrageous. Before the clan migrated from the first universe, the Tianji clan might not have had supreme primordial beings, but after they disappeared for 100 years, they obtained a large number of treasured remains of primordial beings in the void, including many Desolate Masters and supreme primordial beings. With the Tianji clan's powerful ability to create and fuse machines, this 100 years was enough for DE to create some Desolate Masters or even powerful mechanical beasts, or even electronic life forms. It was just that all of this had yet to be revealed. However, as this battle became more and more intense, the level of battle strength on the battlefield would become higher and higher. It was believed that the Heaven's Legacy race and the Human Federation's top-notch battle strength, such as the Desolate Supremacy Realm, would all appear one after another, and this was what Yi Xian wanted to see. The reason why he had not interfered in the war between the Tianji clan and the Human Federation was because he wanted to see the true strength of these two factions, and to see this, he obviously had to pay a certain price. Now that Yi Xian had stayed out of it and let them fight each other, it was the most comfortable thing for him. Chapter 48-35. Boom! Rumble, in the void, earth-shattering explosions rang out, densely packed and continuous. The escalating war had begun. As far as the eye could see, the void was much emptier than before. The previous conventional war had been a competition of numbers. Whether it was the Human Race Federation or the Tianji clan, both had deployed a sea of battleships, mechanical beasts, and so on. The entire void battlefield spanning hundreds of billions of miles was almost filled to the brim. The Celestials' legacy race had clearly taken this conventional war into consideration. They had an almost endless supply of mechanical beasts. Although the Human Race Federation also had intelligent robots, their production efficiency was completely incomparable. Moreover, the Human Race Federation's battleships had to be manned by their clansmen. The destruction of every battleship represented the loss of a large number of clansmen. Ever since the Tianji clan had arrived in this void fragment of the Eldritch world, they had immediately set up a large number of assembly lines for mechanical beasts on countless abandoned planets in the vast star field that was hundreds of billions of miles away from the Human Race Federation. Even the main battleships in the form of wild beasts that had been damaged in the war could be immediately withdrawn and returned to the base for rapid repair. The reason why DE had launched a conventional war in the starry sky from the beginning was that he intended to fight a war of attrition with the Human Race Federation. This was the terrifying aspect of the Tianji clan, as well as their advantage. Unfortunately, although the Tianji clan had set up assembly lines in this void fragment of the Eldritch world at the very beginning, there was an almost endless supply of mechanical beasts of various levels. However, they had obviously underestimated the foundation of the Human Race Federation. In the previous arrival, the Human Race Federation's core ancestral lands of the three major camps had all been moved here. The City of Glory seemed to be only the size of a giant planet, but it clearly used space-folding technology. The space inside was a world of its own, and there were countless experts who had joined the original Human Race Federation inside. Among the two major camps of the human race, the inside of the 9 immortal stars, the ancestral land of the science and technology camp was also not simple. Moreover, just these 9 giant planets could accommodate countless battleships and people. In addition, the Tianjua Palace, the ancestral land of the human clan, was simply a nebula vortex that looked like a cluster of light. No one knew what was inside, but one thing was certain: the space inside must be very large, and similarly, it was a world of its own. In this battle, the Heaven's Legacy race truly hadn't suffered any losses at the very beginning of the battle. All of the mechanical war beasts that had been destroyed had been dragged back to the base in the rear to be melted down and rebuilt. What was wasted was only some energy-level resources. However, in this vast universe, there was no lack of them. On the other hand, although the Human Clan Federation had lost a lot of warships and battleships and tens of billions of people, the Human Clan Federation still had a lot of resources. It was impossible to see that they were almost exhausted. If this continued, it was unknown how long this battle would last. In the end, the leader of the Heaven's Legacy race, DE, lost his patience and started the battle at the intermediate level. Now, not only did the Human Clan Federation withdraw all of its battleships from the battlefield, the Heaven's Legacy race also did the same. All of the mechanical war beasts below the Undying Realm retreated back to the base camp in the star field 100 billion miles away. As a result, the situation of the battle at this part of the void was instantly different from before. The number of soldiers participating in this battle was shockingly small. The soldiers from both camps were all at the Undying Realm or above, and their combat power was at the Universe Supreme level. There were more than 10 million of them, but in this part of the universe, which was billions of miles away, they were not very eye-catching. However, although they were few in number, they were all beings at the Undying Realm or above, and the most powerful ones were even Universe Supremes. Therefore, the situation of the battle was even more intense than before. Hong! Hong! Long! Long! In the void, the earth-shattering roars continued without stopping for a moment. Every minute, every second, there were experts from both sides falling. This time, the Heaven's Legacy race also suffered a great loss. The tens of millions of advanced mechanical war beasts they sent this time were not official members of the race. After all, there were only about 10 million official members of the Heaven's Legacy race who had electronic life forms, and every one of them was very precious. Basically, they were all high-ranking commanders and would not be used as soldiers in a concentrated battle. However, although the advanced mechanical war beasts were also intelligent robots, they were superior goods. If they were damaged in battle, they could be repaired or even reconstructed. However, in terms of time, they were not like ordinary mechanical war beasts at the Undying Realm or above. They could be reconstructed in an instant and go back to the battlefield. Therefore, in this kind of battle between the Undying Realm and the Universe Supreme level, the casualties on both sides were somewhat evened out. The human clan's declining trend of retreating was temporarily stopped. After a long battle, the Heaven's Legacy race had pushed forward 20 billion miles from the 100 billion miles between the two camps. However, since the beginning of the battle at the intermediate level, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Although the army of the intermediate level of the Heaven's Legacy race had also pushed forward, it was only about 5 billion miles. The speed of advancement was much slower than before. Such a scene was obviously beyond DE's expectations. Initially, he had wanted to exhaust the Human Federation's forces at the conventional level, but in the end, he had failed. Now, he was confident that the Heaven's Legacy race had a strong foundation in the intermediate level, so he had withdrawn the forces at the conventional level and replaced them with those at the Undying Realm and the Universe Supreme level. Who would have thought that the Human Federation's foundation at this level was not weak at all? From the beginning of the battle until now, it had been more than a month. The distance between the two camps was only 100 billion miles, but the Heaven's Legacy race had only pushed forward 25 billion miles, which was only a quarter of the distance. This was really unacceptable to DE. After all, even if the army of the Heaven's Legacy race had left the 100 billion miles behind, they had only reached the edge of the Human Federation's star field. If they wanted to seize the territory of the Human Federation, they had to continue to push forward. It could even be said that the real battle would only begin after the 100 billion miles had been pushed forward. Such a slow progress of the battle made DE gradually impatient. Just as he was about to give the order to start the high-level battle in advance, a sudden change occurred. Shio! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, a fine light suddenly rushed out of the giant starry sky wormhole 10 billion miles in front of the Human Federation's star field. It was Devourer, who had already entered the primordial supreme level. He had disappeared for a period of time, and now that he had suddenly reappeared, there was no doubt what it meant. The automaton race was about to descend. Chapter 48-36. DE and Devourer were both intelligent life forms created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. The first to be created was DE. However, it was said that DE betrayed Xingbo and murdered him. He also betrayed the human race and established the Tianji clan. He created a large number of intelligent robots and grew rapidly. In the end, he chased the human race, who originally lived in the first universe, to the third universe. This was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Ever since DE's betrayal and Xingbo's death, Devourer had never seen DE again. He became the state preceptor of the human clan's science and technology faction's immortal dynasty. He also created a clan, which was the so-called Mechanical Clan. In essence, the Tianji clan and the Machinery clan were actually the same. They were both electronic intelligent life forms. However, due to their different camps, no one had ever confused the Tianji clan and the Machinery clan together. Unlike the Tianji clan, who became the overlords of the first universe after occupying it and enslaving countless slave clans in the first universe, the Machinery clan created by Devourer rarely appeared in front of the world. Even after the starry sky changed drastically and the human race's technological camp's core ancestral land, the Machinery clan did not appear when the Immortal Dynasty arrived in this void fragment of the Eldritch universe not long ago. However, since then, Devourer, who had been guarding the headquarters of the Human Federation, had disappeared. It had been a few months since then. Now, he had finally reappeared. Moreover, he had charged out of this giant wormhole. Based on this point alone, one could conclude that Devourer had returned to the third universe during this period of time. The purpose of his return was obviously to bring the entire Machinery clan, which had never appeared in front of the world, to this void fragment of the Eldritch universe. Now, with Devaurer's return, the Machinery clan, which had never appeared in front of the world, was obviously going to be unveiled soon. This scene attracted everyone's attention. Not only did the higher-ups at the edge of the Human Federation star territory turn their heads to look, but even in the Tianji city, which had transformed into a gigantic metal demon dragon 100 million miles in size, and in the many metal spherical stars around it, many divine consciousnesses extended over. At this moment, even the tens of millions of experts from both sides who were fiercely fighting in the center of the battlefield, which spanned 1 billion miles, stopped and temporarily retreated. When they turned their heads, their gazes converged on this giant wormhole. Swish, swish, swish. After Devourer rushed out, he immediately returned to the edge of the Human Federation's planetary system, standing in the void in front of the Sky Juice City and the Temple of Glory. However, he also turned his head to look at the giant space bug. Almost in the next instant, from this space wormhole, there was a continuous sharp sound of something breaking through the air, followed by streaks of light. All of the strands of light that rushed out of the wormhole instantly expanded with the wind and soon stopped abruptly in the cosmic void outside the wormhole. It was indeed the mechanical race. These lights were clearly mechanical battle beasts of varying sizes. The small ones were like meteors, while the big ones were like stars. All the mecha beasts were in different shapes. Some were in the shape of various astral beasts, while others were in the shape of battleships or battleships. But without exception, these mecha battle beasts all had powerful auras, at least Sector Lord level. This was obviously a change that had only happened in the past 100 years. Back then, when Yi Xian was still wandering around the three great starry skies, the strength of the Machinery race was definitely not so terrifying. Otherwise, they would have already swept through the world. Over the last 100 years, the Tianji race had grown so rapidly because they had obtained a sea of corpses of powerful ancient beings in that mysterious void. As for Devaurer's automaton race, they had never shown themselves. They were clearly hiding in an unknown part of the universe. In the past 100 years, the automaton race had grown at an astonishing speed. Now that one of their members had become a Sector Lord, they had most likely encountered a similar opportunity as the Heaven's Legacy race. After all, with the end of the primordial era, the Great Void had descended. The moment of arrival was getting closer and closer. Even the mysterious primordial void was undergoing huge changes. The other fragments of the void, including the current void and the three main starry sky planes, were naturally undergoing huge changes as well. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, large amounts of light continued to shoot out from this giant wormhole. This scene lasted for half a day. The void was incomparably quiet. Everyone was quietly watching and waiting, the shock in their hearts growing stronger. Half a day later, everything finally ended. Finally, there were no more lights shooting out from the giant wormhole. It had completely stopped. At this time, in the void in front of the wormhole, various forms of mecha beasts had already covered the sky and earth, filling up a large part of the cosmic void. At a glance, the total number had actually exceeded 100 million. These 100 million mecha beasts of different shapes and sizes were obviously the entire mechanical race. 100 million did not sound like a lot, even a little pitiful. After all, in the previous battle, the Tianji race had mobilized billions of desolate beast-shaped modified battleships. The number of mecha beasts was even more uncountable. It could be said that there was a sea of them, but in reality, when seeing these 100 million mecha beasts of different shapes and sizes, even the divine sense extended from the giant metal demon dragon of Tianji City, which was 100 million miles away, began to tremble violently. This was clearly a sign of extreme shock. This metal demon dragon of over 100 million miles in size was one of the two major battle forms of Tianji City. Those who could guard Tianji City were obviously the true core higher-ups of the Tianji race. Perhaps one or more of these divine senses belonged to De and his doppelganger. But they were also trembling violently, revealing a sense of shock. The dignified clan leader of the Tianji race was actually shocked by the 100 million mecha beasts of the mechanical race. This sounded very illogical, but it was actually understandable. Although the desolate beast battleships and mecha beasts of the Tianji race could be said to be innumerable, they were all intelligent machines without life. The total number of Tianji race clansmen who truly possessed electronic life was only slightly more than 10 million. But now, although these 100 million mecha beasts of different shapes and sizes in front of the giant wormhole were not life forms of flesh and blood, their bodies all exuded the unique aura of life forms. Very obviously, these 100 million mecha beasts were all members of the mechanical race with electronic life forms. In other words, there were only slightly more than 10 million official members of the Tianji race with electronic life forms. But the Tianji race had more than 100 million. Which was 10 times the number. Just based on this point alone, it was not difficult to understand De's shock. Roar. Roar. Screech. At this moment, more than 100 million members of the mechanical race suddenly raised their heads and let out angry screeches. Then, an even more shocking scene occurred. Chapter 48:37. Roar. Screech. Hong. Hong long long, in front of the giant space wormhole, more than 100 million automaton clansmen suddenly raised their heads and roared. Then, an earth-shattering roar resounded like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire space. During this, there was also a dense and hair-raising sound of machines breaking in. Under everyone's gazes, these 100 million automaton clansmen of different sizes and shapes, but all of them looked similar to various space beasts in appearance, instantly began to transform. As the transformation of appearance rapidly unfolded, the automaton clansmen of different sizes also gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and rapidly merged. This scene was like a fusion of transformers. Different numbers of automaton clansmen, in just a few breaths' time, merged into one body. Some had 3 to 5 combined bodies, some had more, 7 to 10 combined bodies. In one place with the most, there were actually dozens of automaton clansmen fusing. In the blink of an eye, the original 100 million automaton clansmen were reduced to 10 million. The number had decreased by 90%. However, the 10 million automaton clansmen that appeared now were not only larger in size, but most of them had already exceeded the size of an ordinary planet. Even their forms had changed. Although they were still space beasts, they were more ferocious. Although they were formed by the fusion of different numbers of automaton clansmen, they were a single entity, and there were no signs of fusion or splicing. It was as though they were born this way. At a glance, these 10 million newly formed automaton clansmen basically all had the bloodline characteristics of different space beasts. This meant that their defense and attack abilities were also more diverse and stronger. They might even have some special space beasts like the Bug Clan and other special space beasts. Besides, after the fusion, these 10 million gigantic automaton clansmen's strength had also increased by a large margin. Previously, when there were only 100 million of them, the weakest among them was at the Sector Lord level. But now, after the fusion, the weakest among these 10 million automaton clansmen was at the ordinary immortal level. 10 million ordinary undying realm and above automaton clansmen didn't seem like much. After all, in the middle-level battle that had just come to a temporary truce, the Human Race Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race had each sent out more than 10 million undying realm warriors. However, this was clearly only the first fusion, and it wasn't over yet. Boom! Rumble. Very soon, an earth-shattering rumble resounded like a tide, enveloping the entire space as the second fusion began. Mechanical grinding noises that were so dense that it made one's hair stand on end came from the void. The more than 10 million mechanical clansmen that had just finished fusing began to change their forms once again. As this change unfolded, the more than 10 million machine race clansmen instantly gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and merged with each other. In just 3 breaths of time, everything was completed. Originally, there were more than 10 million mechanical beasts that had undergone the first fusion. Now, there were only slightly more than 1 million mechanical beasts left. However, these more than 1 million mechanical beasts that had undergone the second fusion all grew in size. Now, the smallest of them was almost the size of an undying star, like a huge star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts. Of course, after the second fusion, these more than 1 million mechanical beasts already had the characteristics of many different beasts. In reality, these space beasts probably didn't exist. As for cultivation level, the weakest of the 1 million automaton beasts were Emperor-level undyings, while the strongest were Universe Supreme level. And there were quite a number of them, over 1,000. However, this still wasn't the end. Boom! Rumble. In the void, the earth-shattering roar that resembled a tidal wave rang out once more, and there was also the sound of machines grinding together so densely that it made one's hair stand on end. The more than 1 million mechanical beasts that had just finished the second fusion began to change forms once more. As this change unfolded, the more than 1 million mechanical beasts, like the previous 2, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and fused with each other. The third fusion took a little longer, but it only lasted for a dozen breaths of time before it was complete. After a dozen breaths of time, the more than 1 million mechanical beasts that had undergone the second fusion decreased by 90%. Now, there were only a few 100,000 left. Every single one of them was gigantic, spanning close to 100 million miles. Compared to the gigantic metallic demonic dragon in Tianji City, which was 100 million miles away, they were only slightly smaller. As for their forms, they were all different kinds of space beasts, but they were extremely ferocious. At first glance, they were like prehistoric beasts, and it was a ghastly sight. After the third fusion, the weakest of the 100,000 mechanical beasts had become Emperor-level undyings, and the strongest of them had even reached the primordial great being level. And there were quite a number of them, more than 100. This was more than 100,000 emperors and more than 100 primordial great beings. Just based on the current situation, it was definitely more than the Tianji clan of the same level of power. Furthermore, this was only the third fusion. Since there had already been 3 fusions before, then the 4th and 5th fusions should be possible in theory. Putting aside the 5th fusions for now, since the 4th one had yet to appear, it was still too early to talk about it. However, even if it was only the 4th fusion, according to the pattern of the previous 3 fusions, the 100,000 mechanical beasts would be reduced by another 90%. There would only be slightly more than 10,000 of them left. Although there were only slightly more than 10,000 of them, the smallest of the mechanical battle beasts that had completed the 4th fusion would probably be comparable to the gigantic metallic demonic dragon that the Tianji city had transformed into billions of miles away. In terms of cultivation level, even the weakest of them would probably be at the Universe Knight level. As for the strongest, theoretically speaking, they would even be at the level of a Desolate Supreme, and there should be more than a dozen of them. 10,000 mechanical beasts, with the average cultivation level being above that of a Universe Knight, and there were at least a dozen of them at the level of a Primordial Supreme. Although the number was small, it was definitely a terrifying army of mechanical beasts, and it could be said to be invincible. However, it was still a mystery as to whether the fourth fusion would actually happen. At this time, the entire boundless void had fallen into a deathly stillness. The gazes of countless experts were focused on the more than 100,000 mechanical beasts that had undergone 3 fusions, revealing a strong sense of nervousness and anticipation that couldn't be dispersed. Chapter 48-38. Time passed slowly. Previously, in the short time it took for half an incense to burn, the more than 100 million automaton race members that had rushed out of the giant wormhole had rapidly completed their 3rd fusion. Originally, there were more than 100 million of them, but after 3 rounds of fusion, the number was reduced to a few 100,000. However, although the number had decreased, their combat power had increased tremendously. They had become more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts with Emperor level and above, and there were even more than 100 primordial great beings among them. Just based on the current situation, they had definitely surpassed the combat power of the Tianji clan of the same level. This formation was already extremely powerful, but it had not reached the level where it could cause the Tianji clan to be alarmed. After all, although there were many primordial great beings among them, there was not a single true primordial supreme being among them. Everyone was waiting for these more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts that had completed their 3rd fusion to complete their 4th fusion. They wanted to see if, after the 4th fusion, they would become more than 10,000 beings with power levels above the universe night level, and there would be at least a dozen powerful primordial supreme beings among them. However, after another half an incense worth of time, these more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts that had completed their 3rd fusion still did not show any signs of activity. Only the shockingly powerful auras in their bodies were glaring fiercely at the Tianji clan army that was 100 billion miles away. Even their leader, Devourer, was the same. After another half an incense worth of time, there was still no sign of activity. This basically explained the problem. At least for now, the 4th fusion would not begin. No one could determine whether this anticipated 4th fusion was temporarily unable to begin, or if Devourer was deliberately not doing so. This was a mystery. Everyone, including the upper echelons and countless great beings of the Human Race Federation camp, were guessing in their hearts. Very obviously, the upper echelons of the Tianji clan army that was 100 billion miles away were definitely thinking the same thing. The void space fell into a deathly silence. It was frightening and nerve-wracking, and even their hearts were slightly trembling. Finally, after a short while, a low voice transmitted from the Tianji clan camp that was 100 billion miles away, breaking this unbearable silence. "Devourer, you've surprised me. Who would have thought that in these tens of thousands of years, there would already be more than 100 million members of the human automaton race? And you're actually not developing your power. Instead, you're walking a different path from the Tianji clan of mine. You're walking a path of integration. This is indeed shocking, and the effect is not bad, but what about your 4th fusion? Just these 100 primordial great being level automaton battle beasts are probably unable to contend with the Tianji clan under my command, Heng Yang." This was obviously the voice of the Tianji clan leader, De. Of course, he was an electronic life form, and he could appear in different forms after entering different forms. Even his form was already like this, not to mention his voice was even more so. However, at the very least, this was the first time that the higher-ups and countless experts of the Human Federation had heard the voice of De, the patriarch of the Heavenly Legacy clan. At this moment, many people had a strange feeling in their hearts. De, the leader of the Tianji clan, was not an ordinary person. He had created the Tianji clan and had dominated the 3 main dimensions of the starry skies for tens of thousands of years. Now, to be able to hear his voice with their own ears was already a shocking matter. However, this was only the feeling of other people. To Devourer, De was no different. He was the same existence as him. At this moment, in the face of De's slightly sarcastic provocation, Devourer, who looked like an old man from the human race, only laughed faintly. Then, He raised his hand and pointed at the hundreds of thousands of automaton battle beasts that had just completed their second fusion in the void space in front of him. He said unhurriedly, "De, I know you, and you know me. Although we haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years, whether these hundreds of thousands of automaton race members can complete their fourth fusion, could it be, you don't have any idea in your heart?" It had to be said that although De'Air's words were gentle, they imperceptibly revealed a domineering aura. In the void space opposite him, De, who was hibernating in the gigantic metallic demon dragon that was more than 100 million miles in size, actually fell silent because of this. No one understood De'Air better than him. However, at the same time, the changes of tens of thousands of years made him completely uncertain about De'Air. Just like the strength that he had already displayed today, which was far from the true foundation of the Tianji clan, how could the third fusion of the automaton race that De'Air had just displayed be De'Air's true foundation? In fact, whether these hundreds of thousands of automaton battle beasts could immediately complete their fourth fusion was no longer important to him in this battle. More importantly, due to the arrival of De'Air and the arrival of the entire machine race, in today's battle, the Heaven's Legacy race wanted to expel the Human Federation from this star domain 100 billion kilometers away in one go. Their plan to occupy the vast and boundless star domain that they currently resided in, which was filled with countless life forms, could no longer be realized. Since this was the case, then there was no need to continue to stay here and scheme against De'Air. As the clan leader of the Tianji clan, he had more powerful and more trump cards. Although this battle ended abruptly and did not achieve their original goal, this was only temporary. Not long after, with the arrival of the second battle, everything would change. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, De instantly made a decision. He did not even send out the sound of his divine consciousness again and did not pay attention to De'Air anymore. It was as if he did not exist at all and was completely ignored. Imperceptibly, De gave the order to retreat to the Tianji clan army under his command. Boom. Rumble. Following his order, in this vast void of the universe that spanned hundreds of millions of miles, there was an earth-shattering roar in an instant. The tens of millions of Tianji clan's elite automaton battle beasts, whose cultivation level was generally above the immortal realm, retreated one after another. During this process, their incomparably huge bodies rapidly shrank. In just a few short breaths, tens of millions of elite automaton battle beasts had all turned into small round balls. Like lightning, they pierced through the void and shot out, one after another, into the gigantic metallic demon dragon's bloody mouth. Gotcha! Gotcha! Almost in the next instant, densely packed and extremely ear-piercing mechanical grinding sounds were heard. This metallic demon dragon, whose body was more than 100 million miles long, began to transform. In less than 10 short breaths, it had turned back into a metallic ball that was like a giant star. Finally, with a whoosh, it shot backward and retreated to the depths of the star domain that the Tianji clan occupied, hundreds of millions of miles away, and disappeared. At the same time as the Tianji clan retreated, a large number of smaller metallic stars were spread out in the void. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the opposite void was cleared. This battle, because of the arrival of De'Air and the entire machine clan, hurriedly ended. Chapter 48-39. In a short period of time, the other side of the void battlefield that spanned hundreds of billions of miles was completely empty. All the warships and mecha beasts of the Tianji clan were connected to the depths of the star sector that was hundreds of billions of miles away. As for the Human Federation army, after receiving the order from the higher-ups, they quickly retreated. In just a short time, only a few small patrolling fleets could be seen in the void. In the end, even the Sky Extinction Palace, which was like a giant nebula vortex, and the Temple of Glory, which was like a giant continent, slowly retreated into the depths of the star sector, disappearing from sight. Even De'Air brought the entire mech clan that had fused together into hundreds of thousands of powerful mecha beasts and retreated into the star sector, hundreds of billions of kilometers away, the scout fleets from the major clans and forces left one after another. However, everything that happened here was like a heavy bomb that quickly exploded in the void of the fragment of the untainted world. One day later, in the Human Federation Star Sector, in the Great Hall of the Federation headquarters. At this time, there were not many figures in the Great Hall, only about 40 people. Previously, there were only a few primordial great beings in the Great Hall of the Human Federation, as well as the Senate of the 10,000 Luo Federation that had formed the Human Federation in the void of this chaos fragment. However, this time, the reinforcements from the three factions of the Human Federation had arrived. In terms of primordial great beings alone, the three factions had sent 12 of them, making a total of 36 of them. As such, including the few great beings who had been here before, the Human Federation now had a total of 40 great beings from the primordial era. The higher-ups of the Federation present in the Great Hall were these 40 great beings, in addition to Devourer, who had just broken through to the Supreme of the primordial era and was now a rank 1 Baron Supremacy. As for the 6 ancient Baron Supremacies that had come from the three factions, they did not appear. The meeting was jointly hosted by the higher-ups of the three factions. Although Devourer was the imperial advisor of the Eternal Dynasty, he was now a Baron Supremacy. Coupled with his status as the clan leader of the Tianji clan, his presence in this meeting was somewhat extraordinary. He sat on the side of the seat of honor, as if he was a supervisor. There were 3 figures sitting on the main seat of the meeting. They were from the Temple of Glory, the leaders of the three factions. All 3 of them were primordial great beings, 2 of them were humans, and 1 was an elder with a feral aura in his body. Of the 2 humans, 1 was the neverless emperor of the human race's technology faction, while the other was Zhu Wutian, lord of the Sky and Palace. As for the other old man whose body was emanating the aura of a feral, he was the cardinal of the Temple of Glory, named Shi Shaohong. Turning to look at the higher-ups of the Temple of Glory Federation, the immortal emperor's expression was solemn. After a short pause, he continued, "The Tianji clan has become stronger. Moreover, in this battle, De did not reveal his true strength. It is worrying. According to my calculations, even with the addition of the machine race that has just arrived, our human race federation will only be able to fight to a draw with the Heaven's Legacy race. But in reality, besides the Heaven's Legacy race at the front, there is also the Demon Hall behind us. That's right. The Magic Hall is a huge hidden danger." On the side, the Palace Master of Tianju Palace, Zhu Wutian, took over the conversation and also looked around the crowd. Then, he continued, "Although I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter that Heavenly River Star Lord, Yi Xian, had, but his true battle prowess is equivalent to that of the Demon Palace's master. The master of the Magic Hall and Yi Xian, once they join forces, the threat they pose to the Tianji clan is no less than that of the Tianji clan. They are a huge threat to the Humans Federation. This point can be seen from how the master of the Magic Hall took advantage of the war between the Humans Federation and the Tianji clan to launch a surprise attack on the Beast Alliance, Star Alliance, and 10,000 Races Alliance. He killed dozens of Primordial Era experts by himself. Although we don't know why he killed so many Primordial Era experts, the Humans Federation is the only faction with the most Primordial Era experts left. We don't know how strong the Tianji clan is, so he won't choose them as his opponent. At least, he won't before we know more about them, therefore, we can't not be on guard against the Magic Hall. Based on the current situation of the Humans Federation, if we are suddenly attacked by the Master of the Magic Hall, the Tianji clan will definitely take advantage of the chaos and come. When that happens, we will be attacked from both sides. The situation will be very dangerous. 3-1 This matter must be taken seriously. It's not raining yet. A cold glint flashed in Qi Xiaohong's eyes at that, and he nodded. I have a suggestion. Send envoys to the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races at once. After all, they are from the 3 main planes of the stars just like the Human Federation. Moreover, the situation they are facing now is even worse than the Humans Federation. if we invite their leaders to come here and hold a summit to discuss the merger of the three alliances, it should be able to proceed smoothly. Although the primordial era experts of the two alliances have been killed, there are still 9 supreme primordial era experts. They definitely can't be underestimated. If the Alliance Summit can successfully agree to the merger, a powerful behemoth will appear out of nowhere. Whether it's the Magic Hall or the Tianji clan, they won't dare to act rashly. At that, Qi Xiaohong stopped talking and exchanged glances with Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian, and Devourer. Meanwhile, the 40 or so mighty beings in the Alliance's upper echelons in the hall began to discuss with each other. It was a suggestion that made their hearts beat faster. The so-called 3 major alliances referred to the alliance forces from the 3 major starry sky main planes. The alliance of 10,000 races was formed by the slave races of the first universe, the Star Alliance was formed by the races of the second universe, and the Humans Federation was formed by the Temple of Glory and the Humans Federation. Although the 3 alliances had their own camps, they were all from the 3 main planes of the stars. And now, they had a common enemy in the form of the Tianji clan and the Magic Hall. That was why an alliance between the alliances was clearly feasible. And it was imperative. Moreover, once the 3 alliances successfully joined hands after this summit, the overall strength of this new behemoth would be immeasurably powerful. After all, the strength of any one of the 3 great alliances was already extremely frightening. As for the Star Alliance, after the bloodthirsty War Lion brought the Blood Wirm, Green Rock, and War Lion races to migrate here, the Alliance's conventional military strength increased by 20 billion warships. Unfortunately, the original 25 Supreme Primordial Era experts had either fallen or surrendered in the battle against the Master of the Magic Hall. Now, all of them were dead, and not a single one was left. However, at the top level, there were still the 9-headed Blood Wirm, Blue Sky Rock, Crimson Unicorn, and 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile. With the addition of the bloodthirsty War Lion, whose strongest combat strength could reach the desolate supremacy of rank 7, there were 5 Supreme Primordial Era experts in total. Chapter 4840. As for the alliance of 10,000 races, the Dimensional Rats, Infernal Ants, Giant Ferocious, and Slime Wraith had all migrated here, increasing their military strength by 40 billion warships. However, the Master of Magic Hall's ambush had killed 24 late-stage superior beings of the Star Alliance. Now, their top fighting force was only left with 4 mid-stage primordial supremes. Finally, there was the Human Federation. Not long ago, with the arrival of the immortal 9 stars, Sky Absolute Palace, and the Temple of Glory, the Human Federation's military strength had skyrocketed. Compared to the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, the Human Federation was practically the strongest. Aside from the tens of billions of warships, they had 36 Supreme Beings, 36 Primordial Supremes, and even 6 Supreme Primordial Supremes. Including Devourer, who had recently ascended to Desolate Venerable, the Human Federation now had 7 Desolate Venerables. Although they had just fought a great battle against the Celestial Clan, losing billions of warships, and losing tens of billions of Alliance champions, they had not lost any of their core fighting force. In fact, the arrival of Devourer and the entire automaton race had boosted the Human Federation's overall strength to another level. Generally speaking, the overall strength of the current Human Federation had definitely surpassed that of the Devil Palace. However, it was still difficult to draw a conclusion when compared to the Tianji clan. This was because even in the previous battle, DE had not displayed the high-end combat strength of the Tianji clan, which was above the level of the remote antiquity. How many Primordial Supremes and Desolate Venerables the Celestial clan had was still a huge mystery. However, compared to the Star Alliance and the alliance of 10,000 races, the Human Federation was clearly the leader of the 3 alliances summit. If the summit came to an agreement and the 3 alliances combined into a new behemoth, their conventional fighting force would be over 200 billion warships. In terms of high-end fighting force, aside from the automaton race, they would have over 40 primordial supremes and 16 supreme primordial supremes. Such a force would be more than enough to fight the Magic Hall and the Celestial Clan head-on, and they would even have the upper hand. Therefore, Heir, Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian, Qi Xiaohong, and all the other almighties of the Human Federation were confident that the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races wouldn't refuse this summit. Instead, they would support it with both hands. Under these circumstances, the decision of the three alliances was unanimously passed. Under the orders of Immortal Sovereign, Zhu Wutian, and Blazing Rainbow, 2 diplomatic fleets departed from the Human Federation, heading to the Star Alliance and the Federation of all races respectively. 7 days later, in the galaxy of the Human Federation. The Human Federation 1000,000 star 1000,000 races alliance 1000,000 alliance. After all, the Human Federation was the strongest of the three alliances, and the summit had been organized by the Human Federation. The Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races had only been invited to attend. Although it was called a summit, it was just a simple meeting of the upper echelons. There wasn't much extravagance involved. After all, the three alliances weren't having a good time. The Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races had just lost over 20 of their primordial supremes. Even the Human Federation hadn't suffered any real damage in their battle with the Celestial Clan, but they had still lost billions of warships and tens of billions of Federation experts. Under such circumstances, even if the summit was held by the top echelons of the three alliances, it would still be embarrassing if it was too extravagant. Today was the agreed date for the meeting. At the same time, in the central region of the Human Federation, dozens of figures could be seen in the Great Hall of the Federation headquarters on the peak of a giant living planet. The number of people was the same as 7 days ago when the leaders of the Federation gathered. They were all the primordial supremes of the Human Federation. There were a total of 40 of them, and there was also Heir who had recently broken through to the Desolate Sovereign level. As for the other 6 Desolate Sovereigns of the Human Federation, they still hadn't shown up this time. It was said that they had more important matters to attend to. Therefore, in this three alliances summit, the Human Federation's main representatives were still Heir, Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian of the Sky Extinction Palace, and Qi Xiaohong of the Temple of Glory. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a faint sound of air breaking could be heard. 4 figures suddenly shot out from the atmosphere of the planet where the Human Federation headquarters was located. The 4 figures looked like they were all humans, but their bodies were filled with a thick aura of ferocious beasts. Obviously, their current human form was just a disguise. The 4 figures were the 4 primordial supremes of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. They were the infernal ants, dimensional rats, giant ferals, and slime wraith from the first universe. As for their cultivation level, they were all mid-tier primordial supremes. The weakest was at the 4th level of this realm, while the strongest was at the 6th level of this realm. At this moment, the 4 desolate elders from the Myriad Races Alliance had unsightly expressions on their faces. It was even to the extent that one could faintly sense a strand of forcefully suppressed fury from the auras that emanated from their bodies. After all, they had been tortured by the Master of the Magic Hall not too long ago. At the time, their bodies were covered in bloody bumps, and it was only 2 to 3 days ago that they were fully recovered. Moreover, in addition to that, the 24 primordial supremes of the Alliance of 10,000 Races were all killed by the Master of the Magic Hall. As a result, only the 4 of them from the entire Star Alliance had come to attend the summit of the 3 great alliances. It was indeed a little shabby. All of this surged into their minds, evoking a towering resentment towards the Master of the Magic Hall. It would be strange if their expressions were good. Seeing this, Heir, Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian, and Qi Xiaohong exchanged glances. They immediately got up, put on smiles on their faces, and walked out of the Alliance headquarters. The 40 or so primordial supremes of the Human Federation in the hall also got up to follow them. "We are honored by your presence. This old man didn't greet you properly." Sorry for my lack of manners. Although D'Air's identity was only the state preceptor of the Human Federation's Science and Technology faction, he was after all the existence with the strongest cultivation level among the higher-ups of the Federation present. Moreover, he was also the leader of the Machine Tribe. Therefore, after the group walked out of the hall, he was the first to greet them. With a smile on his face, he greeted the 4 desolate sovereigns who were descending from the sky. He was very polite and enthusiastic. Only then did the 4 desolate sovereigns from the alliance of 10,000 races relax slightly. Their faces twitched, and they squeezed out an extremely ugly smile as a response. The atmosphere between the guests and the host instantly became much more harmonious. Chapter 48-41. Rumble, crack. Outside the atmosphere of the planet where the Human Federation headquarters was located, a muffled clap of thunder suddenly sounded, followed by the crisp sound of ripping silk. A crack appeared in the air. It was not very big, only about 1,000 feet in radius, but the aura that came out of the crack was extremely powerful, and there was more than one of them. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! In the next moment, 5 figures rushed out of the crack, passed through the atmosphere of the planet, and landed on the towering peak where the Human Federation headquarters hall was located. These 5 figures also looked like humans, but the aura that came out of their bodies showed that they had the bloodline of the ferocious beasts in them, and it was very strong. As for the aura of their cultivation, they were all in the supreme primordial realm, with the weakest being a 1st-level desolate venerable, and the strongest being a 7th-level desolate venerable. These 5 were the 5 desolate venerable old monsters from the Star Alliance, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 ghastly demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, the Azure Rock, and the blood-devouring war lion. Of course, the blood-devouring war lion was not actually a desolate venerable. His cultivation level was only at the 6th level of the primordial realm, but this time, he was invited to the Human Federation to participate in the 3 Alliances Summit. Of the 25 primordial realm experts from the Star Alliance, some had died, and some had surrendered. Only the 5 of them were left, which was a little shabby. Therefore, before coming, the blood-devouring war lion deliberately activated the bloodline ability of the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion and performed the 9th change. As a result, his cultivation level reached the 7th level Desolate Venerable. For Desolate Venerables and 1 Supreme Primordial Realm Expert, how could 5 Desolate Venerables and 1 Supreme Primordial Realm Expert compare to, at this moment, with the arrival of the blood-devouring war lion, D'Air, and the other Supreme Primordial Realm Experts, as well as the Desolate Venerable Old Monsters, stood up and greeted each other before taking their seats in the hall. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 50 figures in the main hall. Among them, there were 10 Desolate Venerables, and the rest were all the higher-ups of the Human Federation. The lineup was so luxurious that it was shocking. Fellow Taoists, first greetings after everyone was seated. D'Air turned to look at the other 9 Desolate Masters from the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes. He smiled and said, "This Alliance Summit is of great significance. There are still 6 awakened Desolate Masters from the Human Tribe Federation who are supposed to attend. However, those 6 fellow cultivators are working together to carry out an important arrangement and have no time to spare. Therefore, I hope that fellow cultivators can forgive this matter." Speaking of this, his expression darkened, and he suddenly changed the topic. "I'm sure all of us are aware of the current situation of this fragment of the primeval age. The reason why the Human Federation proposed the 3 Great Alliance Summit this time is to unite the forces of the 3 Great Alliance together and defend against the Magic Hall and the Heaven's Legacy race. I wonder if the 9 fellow Taoists have any different opinions on this matter." After he finished speaking, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Cyan Rock, and the blood-devouring lion from the Star Alliance, as well as the other 4 Desolate Masters from the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes, immediately turned their heads and exchanged glances. Then, after thinking for a while, they expressed their opinions one after another. The atmosphere in the hall gradually became heavy and solemn. The meeting didn't last long because the merger of the 3 Great Alliance was inevitable. Not only did the Human Federation want to see this result, but the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes also wanted to see this result. Otherwise, the 9 Huangzun old monsters of the 2 Great Alliances wouldn't have come to participate in this so-called 3 Great Alliance Summit. After some discussion, the dozens of high-level experts of the 3 Great Alliance unanimously approved the merger of the 3 alliances. They even decided on the name of the alliance after the merger. According to them, the reason for the merger of the 3 Great Alliance was to fight against the Tianji clan and the Magic Hall. And the Magic Hall and the Tianji clan, without exception, all of their actions were against the Heavenly Tao and were evil. Therefore, after the merger of the 3 Great Alliance, the alliance would comply with the Heavenly Tao and eliminate evil. It would be called the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Henceforth, the Heavenly Tao Alliance was established, but it hadn't been announced to the public yet. After all this was decided, the second topic was brought to the table, which was the cooperation and reinforcement of the 3 Great Alliance. This time, the ultimate purpose of the 3 Great Alliances summit to discuss the merger was to fight against the Tianji clan and the Magic Hall. Therefore, this so-called alliance naturally couldn't be just a formality in name. It had to be implemented, otherwise it would lose its meaning. However, regardless of whether it was the Human Race Federation, the Star Alliance, or the Alliance of 10,000 Races, without exception, each of them occupied a vast space in the universe and were separated by a great distance. This way, if one of the alliances suddenly fought against the Magic Hall or the Tianji clan and needed the help of the other 2 alliances, the powerful beings in the alliance would be able to make it in time. However, for those below the level of a powerful being, even if they were universe supremes, they wouldn't be able to make it in time. As for conventional forces such as battleships, it would take a long time to travel from one alliance to another. It was likely that the war would end halfway through the journey. With this in mind, the high-level experts in the hall quickly reached a consensus after a round of discussion. That was to build a space wormhole in each of the star domains of the 3 Great Alliance. These 3 space wormholes would be jointly built by the desolate elders of the 3 Great Alliance. They were specially made directional wormholes that could only be used to travel between the star domains of the 3 Great Alliance. This way, if one of the alliances needed help, although the other 2 alliances were separated by a great distance, they would be able to mobilize their armies immediately through the wormholes deep in their star domains. After the decision was made, Devourer and the 9 desolate elders from the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races immediately took action. A group of people first flew out of the star and headed to a remote space deep in the star domain of the Human Race Federation. With their combined efforts, a directional wormhole with a diameter of more than 10 million miles was successfully built in less than half a day. Building a wormhole like this wasn't a simple matter. However, this was originally a fragment of space in the universe, so the Heavenway was incomplete. In addition, there were obvious signs of changes in the universe recently. Therefore, with the cooperation of the desolate elders, the wormhole was built without any setbacks. It was extremely smooth. Then, Devourer followed them to the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races. After 10 days, they finally built the other 2 directional wormholes. From this moment on, the Heavenway Alliance formed by the merger of the Human Race Federation, the Star Alliance, and the Alliance of 10,000 Races had real meaning. It was no longer just empty talk. Chapter 48-42. It had been almost a month since the end of the war between the Tianji clan and the Human Federation. Over the past month, there had been no unusual movements on the side of the Heavenly Legacy race, and it seemed to be the same on the side of the Human Race Federation. At the very least, the scout fleets of the various major forces that were lying in wait outside the star field of the Human Race Federation did not discover anything unusual. In fact, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races were the same. It could be said that during the month after the end of the war between the Tianji clan and the Human Federation, this vast and boundless chaos fragment suddenly became quiet, giving people an inexplicable feeling of strangeness. However, Before the various forces and races could come to their senses, the Human Federation, the Star Alliance, and the alliance of 10,000 races suddenly jumped out and jointly announced that from this moment on, the three alliances would merge and form the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Once the news spread, it immediately caused an uproar. All the big and small forces and clans in the void of the untainted land were shocked. However, the shocking news was that the reason why the three alliances merged and formed the Heavenly Tao Alliance was to target the Tianji clan and the Magic Hall. But regarding this matter, neither the Magic Hall nor the Tianji clan expressed any opinion. The master of the Magic Hall and De acted as if they had never heard of this at all. The forbidden land of the rising sun, Yi Xian's cavern star, whoosh. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. A light rushed out of the cavern star and stopped abruptly in the cosmic void outside the atmosphere. It was Yi Xian in the form of a demon ape. In the cosmic void outside the cavern star, a group of high-ranking members of the Magic Hall were standing respectfully. However, not all of them were present. Most of them were in seclusion, including the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, the green ox, and the 9 powerful ominous beasts from the Blood Dragon clan of the Star Alliance. In front of the group of high-ranking members, the strongest were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. Zhao Dong's group of 4, the primordial porcupine, the primordial hairy tortoise, the azure ox, and the 9 wild beasts who had recently joined the Blood Flood Dragon tribe of the Star Alliance had already reached an agreement. Usually, when there was no war, they would take turns to guard the Magic Hall, while the others would be in seclusion to cultivate. This way, they wouldn't delay each other as much as possible. Currently, it was Zhao Dong's turn to be on duty. The 4 of them had already reached the 7th level of Universe Night, and their cultivation speed was shocking in the outside world. However, it was normal in Demon Palace. This was all thanks to the purple crystal medicine, the 9-colored godly medicine, and the primal chaos medicine. In the past month, Yi Xian had been in the Demon Palace at the peak of the towering mountain in the Immortals' Cave Star. He had just come out of seclusion after deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill for the second time. Hence, he didn't know about the changes that had happened in the outside world in the past month. After listening to Zhao Dong's report of everything that had happened in the past month, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he fell into deep thought. He was surprised by the news. First, it was the arrival of the entire automaton race under Devourer. From what they had shown at that time, the overall strength of the automaton race was not to be underestimated. Now that they had joined the Human Federation, their combat power was obviously stronger. In addition, the merger of the Human Federation, the Star Alliance, and the Myriad Race Alliance to form the Heavenly Tao Alliance had caught him off guard. Just by hearing the name, he knew that the Heavenly Tao Alliance was set up to deal with the Magic Hall and the Tianji race. Now, with the formation of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the original 3 alliances had merged into a super behemoth. Just the confirmed awakening of the desolate venerable old monsters numbered 16. This was the result of not counting the automaton race under Devourer. Otherwise, there would be even more. Moreover, according to Yi Xian's guess, the so-called Heavenly Tao Alliance was not as simple as just being established in name. If there were no accidents, the 3 alliances must have a response plan that could help each other at any time in a short period of time, such as building wormholes in each other's star areas. In this way, the Magic Hall would be under great pressure. No matter which alliance they attacked, it would be equivalent to starting a war with the 3 alliances at the same time. Moreover, in the void of the fragment of the untainted land, there was an equally powerful Tianji race that hadn't really revealed its high-end combat power yet. It seems that the situation is getting more and more serious. After thinking and muttering, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he murmured softly, "It seems that it's time to gather all the forces that are still scattered outside." After saying that, he turned to look at Zhao Dong and the other 3 with a serious expression. "Of the 4 of you, 3 stay in the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and the other ones secretly go to the Survivors Alliance and tell Black Robe, it's time to go home." "Ah." Hearing this, Zhao Dong and the other three were stunned at the same time, and the other higher-ups of the magic hall behind them were also shocked. When Yi Xian subdued the powerful figure in the black robe of the Survivors' Alliance, the whole process was carried out secretly, and the outside world did not know about it. Although the powerful figure in the black robe came to the magic hall once and asked Yi Xian for a level 29 Desolate Supreme Elixir, Yi Xian did not disclose the specific details of this matter to his subordinates. Now that she heard his words, she realized everything. Being caught off guard, she couldn't help but be shocked. However, Zhao Dong and the other three never had any doubts about Yi Xian's instructions. After receiving the order, Zhao Dong immediately left the forbidden land of Rising Sun quietly. Yi Xian also did not stay in the nest, because in addition to the Survivors' Alliance, there was another force that had been wandering outside, and that was the Sky River Star area. But this matter could only be done by him personally. Xiao. After Zhao Dong left, Yi Xian waved his hand and dismissed the higher-ups of the magic hall in front of him. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, his whole body instantly transformed into a fine light and shot out. After quietly leaving the forbidden land of Rising Sun, he went straight to the Sky River Star area, in the depths of the star area occupied by the Survivors' Alliance, on the peak of a towering mountain in the east of the giant green life star. In the Alliance Palace, there were more than 200 figures sitting there at the moment, and all of them were Universe Knights and above. More than half of them were Universe Knights, more than 100 of them were Universe Masters, more than 40 of them were Universe Masters, and 24 of them were Universe Supreme Masters. All of them were the higher-ups of the Survivors' Alliance. In addition, there were 3 powerful figures of the Primordial Era. However, even these 3 powerful figures of the Primordial Era had a look of respect on their faces at this time, and their gazes converged on the black-robed Desolate Master, who sat high above in the palace. The reason for this was not only because the black-robed Desolate Master had recently broken through from the 9th level of the complete Primordial Era to the 1st level of the Supreme Primordial Era. More importantly, it was because of the great hope that he brought to the higher-ups of the Survivors' Alliance present. Chapter 48-43. In the Sky River Star Zone, in the main control hall of the flagship of a superstar fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters, all the high-level officials of the Sky River Star Zone were gathered in the hall. This included Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Imo and Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small sects and clans. Of course, there were also the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. 3.1 Quick update. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat oppressive and gloomy. This was because the holographic screen in front of them was playing the earth-shattering battle that had taken place in the void outside the human territory a few days ago. The situation of the battle was very clear, including the changes of the Heavenly Legacy clan and the 4 fusions of the mechanical beasts of the Machine clan. The Heavenly Legacy clan and the Machine clan have arrived, and they have brought their entire clans here. The situation in this void fragment of the untainted land is getting more and more serious. After the images of the battle brought back by the Sky River Star Zone scout fleet were all played, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher turned his head and glanced at everyone with an extremely solemn expression. After a short pause, he continued, in addition, the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 clans, and the Human Federation have also announced a merger a few days ago, jointly forming the Heavenly Law Alliance. This is obviously a move against the Heavenly Legacy clan and the Magic Hall. As for the other forces, the Survivors' Alliance has been holed up and has not made any moves. Few of the survivors have even left the Star Zone where the Alliance is located, and the Ferocious Beast Alliance has been directly eliminated. Now, in this vast void fragment of the untainted land, except for the Magic Hall, the Heavenly Legacy clan, the Heavenly Law Alliance, and the Survivors' Alliance, the most eye-catching force is our Sky River Star Zone. The other small forces and clans are nothing at all and will not attract much attention. Moreover, whether it is the Heavenly Legacy clan, the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 clans, or the human federation that form the Heavenly Law Alliance, they all have old grudges with our Sky River Star Zone. In this case, we are already in a very dangerous situation. These two major powers could attack at any time. Lin Yun sighed. Unfortunately, we don't even have a single Desolate Era expert in our Sky River sector. It's really unsettling. Originally, with the massive amount of top-level resources left behind by Yi Xian, it was only a matter of time before a large group of top-level experts emerged in the Sky River domain. But the problem is that we don't have the time now. Now that the situation is getting more and more serious, even if I want to do closed-door training, I can't rest assured. I'm afraid that one of these big forces will suddenly come to our Milky Way star area and cause trouble while I'm still in closed-door training. This is not a pleasant situation. Without a good enough environment for development, our Sky River sector will never be able to make a name for ourselves. Speaking of this, old Devil Mosquito Butcher seemed to suddenly think of something. His face darkened, and he shook his head with a wry smile. He sighed faintly. It's a pity that Yi Xian hasn't come back yet. Otherwise, with his battle strength, the 7 girls, and the 9 black dragons' cultivation, the high-end battle strength of our Sky River sector could barely hold the fort. The situation we just talked about will no longer exist. All the high-level officials will be able to cultivate in peace and quickly improve their cultivation and strength. If he comes back, he will come back by himself. At most, he will come back with the 9 black loaches. Before old Devil Mosquito Butcher could finish his words, the purplish warbler's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "As for the 7 foxes, if he dares to bring them home, I will run away from home. Yes, that's what I mean. At most, I won't come back. Yes or no, we can't spoil this bad habit of men. If he brings back 7 foxes the first time, what will happen in the future?" This time, Xiao Cha is also on the 2 sisters' side. There's no room for discussion. Hearing this, old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Clan Leader Ming Jiao of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-level officials of small idol forces and families looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Their faces were full of helplessness. Although the 3 girls were a little unreasonable, from their point of view, it made sense. They were truly speechless and had no way to judge this matter. If Yi Xian was really here, they wouldn't even know where to start persuading him. Boom. Hiss! At this moment, in the universe void outside the Sky River sector, there was suddenly a shocking clap of thunder, followed by a very clear sound of cloth tearing. A crack appeared in the void, and a violent ape of the starry sky stepped out. It was Yi Xian, who had rushed over from the forbidden land of the rising star. This was the first time that he had come to the Sky River sector in person, and the purpose of this trip was only to guide them. At this time, with the roar of thunder outside the atmosphere of the star, old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, and other high-level officials of the Sky River sector, who were in the middle of a meeting, were first stunned, and then their expressions changed greatly. Then, they all gasped and cried out in alarm, "Who is this? He tore through the void and came here without any hesitation. I'm afraid he's not here with good intentions. What a powerful aura, it's definitely old Devil Huang Zun. Oh no, don't tell me he's touching a sore spot. We've just talked about this matter, and now the enemy is here." With the current situation of the Sky River sector, let alone old Devil Huang Zun, even if it's just a remote antiquity-era mighty figure, he can still do whatever he wants here and wreak havoc everywhere. Amidst the exclamations, all the high-level officials in the hall stood up one after another, and their power was surging to the extreme. Even if their cultivation was not strong enough to fight against Supreme Ancient Devil Huang Zun, since the other party had come to bully them, there was no reason for them to be trampled on. Even if they had to die, they could only fight back. This included Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. All of them had extremely heavy expressions on their faces while the energy within their bodies was circulated to the limit, causing them to seethe with killing intent, and they seemed as if they intended to fight desperately. Yi Xian was unaware of all this. At this moment, after arriving, with a shake of his shoulders, he instantly passed through the atmosphere of the Sky River sector and came to the interior of the star. He turned his head and glanced around. At the same time, he extended his divine sense and instantly determined the location of Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the others. Whoosh! Almost in the next moment, Bao Yuan's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a ray of light and shot away, disappearing from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in the huge hall at the top of the towering peak of the Sky River sector. As soon as his figure appeared, the figures of the high-level officials in the hall immediately appeared in Yi Xian's line of sight. All of them were surging with murderous intent, as if they were going to fight to the death with him. He was stunned on the spot. His face froze, and he suddenly felt embarrassed. It seems that I'm not very popular. Chapter 48-44. With the appearance of Yi Xian, the higher-ups of the Sky River sector in the main hall were all stunned. Their hearts, which had been in their throats, instantly fell back to their chests. They had originally thought that the visitor would be a high-level enemy of the Tianji clan or the Heavenly Dao Alliance. They had not expected that this time, the Demon Hall Master would come in person. He had even come to the star field and appeared directly on the Sky River star. He must have come here for something important. Thinking of this, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher immediately went up to greet him. He was the only one present who knew the true identity of the Master of the Magic Hall. Last time, when Yi Xian left behind a batch of resources, there was also a jade scroll, which explained everything. However, Yi Xian did not intend to reveal his identity yet, so Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had never revealed this matter to anyone. No matter how much the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru pestered him, he had always kept his mouth shut. Everyone, the current situation in this void is a little complicated. It is no longer suitable for the Sky River sector to live here alone. After exchanging pleasantries with Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Demon King Mo and Tian, the Demon King Imperial Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan leader Mingzhou, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Sky River sector. Yi Xian changed the topic, looked around at everyone, and then said, "This time, I have come here to guide you. The entire Sky River sector shall migrate to the forbidden land of Rising Sun." Hearing this, the upper echelons of the star fields in the hall were all stunned. As for Xianyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the three girls, after being stunned for a moment, they immediately rolled their eyes and sneered. The three of them originally suspected that the master of the magic hall was Yi Xian, and now they were even more certain. On one hand, even if the master of the magic hall had a good relationship with Yi Xian, there was no need for him to come here personally for this kind of thing. He could have just sent one of his subordinates to guide them. On the other hand, when Yi Xian looked around at everyone, he did not look at these three girls. He did not deliberately reveal this flaw. While it was as if these three girls had dog noses. When Yi Xian was in the three main planes of the universe, no matter what identity he used, they were the first to see through him. Women were too direct. Yi Xian did not dare to make eye contact with them. Otherwise, he would most likely be recognized immediately. However, what he did not expect was that it was precisely this point that made the three girls even more certain of their guess. When they thought about how Yi Xian had actually tried to deceive them, the three girls gritted their teeth in hatred. They exchanged glances and immediately made their stance clear. Their tone was firm and unquestionable. "That's fine. Let's move the entire Sky River sector. But us three sisters won't be going with them, that's right. Let's go find Yi Xian. That little bastard is too much. He's been tossing us aside for almost 100 years while he's enjoying himself outside. We have to find him. I heard that his beautiful servant appeared in the Star Alliance not long ago. Sister Ziying, why don't we go there? Besides, he and the Tianji clan are sworn enemies. Perhaps he has already infiltrated the Tianji clan. If we can't find him in the Star Alliance, we can go to the Tianji clan's headquarters for a stroll. This was clearly forcing him to abdicate. More importantly, these three girls had always been bold. They would do what they said. Even if they went to the Tianji clan's headquarters, they would not be afraid. Really, if they went, they would not have a chance to come back. In the main hall, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo and Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Tribe Patriarch Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Sky River sector exchanged glances. Their expressions were extremely strange, but no one said a word. Although Old Devil Mosquito Butcher knew Yi Xian's true identity, it was not appropriate for him to interrupt at this time. He feigned ignorance and looked away. While Naples, Demon King Mo and Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Tribe Patriarch Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the others were all secretly wondering if the master of the magic hall was Yi Xian, but it was not appropriate for them to test him verbally. While, today, what they wanted to do was done by the three girls of the Purplish Warbler. This was exactly what they wanted. They were happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' work. Their eyes kept darting back and forth between Yi Xian and the three girls, revealing an inexplicable sense of strangeness. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He could naturally see that the three girls were forcing him to abdicate. This was enough to show that they were very suspicious. Otherwise, with the master of the magic hall and his fierce reputation, how could they test him like this? It could even be said that the three of them were basically certain of Yi Xian's identity. They just had not confirmed it yet, so they were using this method to force him to abdicate. Dang! However, no matter how sure they were, as long as they did not have concrete evidence, Yi Xian could completely ignore them. In this case, the three girls could only be caught in the dark. Without concrete evidence, no matter how suspicious they were, they could not go too far in front of the master of the magic hall. However, the current situation was different. These three girls had grasped the current situation and were threatening Yi Xian. With Yi Xian's understanding of them, even if he didn't accept the weight, these three girls would definitely be able to do what they said. At that time, it would truly be troublesome and would definitely be an even bigger headache. Think. At this point, Yi Xian rolled his eyes gloomily. He turned to look at the upper echelons of the Sky River sector in the main hall. In the end, he sighed faintly and suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! There was a weak sound of something breaking through the air. Yi Xian immediately shot out a ray of light from his hand. It expanded with the wind and turned into a light screen in the blink of an eye, enveloping the entire main hall. Now, he was a late-stage 8th rank Desolate Venerable. The restriction light screen that he casually cast was extremely powerful. Most likely, other than peak Desolate Venerables like the Void Giant Tortoise and the Golden Divine Dragon, no one could see through the light screen to see what was happening inside. As the restriction light screen was raised, Yi Xian's face also showed a strong sense of helplessness. After shaking his head and smiling bitterly, his originally tall figure instantly changed. Short. In just a short moment, the majestic master of the magic hall disappeared. In the center of the main hall, a young man from the human clan appeared. It was Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher shook his head and smiled bitterly. That. The eyes of Nepolis, Demon King Mo and Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Tribe Leader Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the others lit up and gasped. Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, and the others were so excited that their bodies trembled. The master of the magic hall was actually their son-in-law. This joke was too big, but they liked it very much. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru reacted a little strangely. Seeing Yi Xian take the initiative to show his true appearance, the three girls were stunned at first, but then they exchanged glances. There was a look of disappointment in their eyes, and even a strong sense of sadness. They sighed and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was stunned. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher sighed again and pulled Yi Xian's sleeve. Why aren't you stopping them? The three girls are sad. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-45. Xing Bo was not dead. Seeing that the three girls were about to leave in grief, Yi Xian sighed and suddenly said such an irrelevant sentence. However, it had to be said that although these words had nothing to do with the current situation in the hall, their attraction was absolutely shocking. Everyone in the hall was stunned. Even Xianyuan Ziying and Duanmu, who were about to turn around and leave, were stunned. Xiao Cha and Zhao Qianru also stopped in their tracks as they looked at Yi Xian in shock. Xing Bo's reputation was too great. Everyone knew that he was secretly harmed by De and had already fallen for tens of thousands of years. But now, Yi Xian suddenly said that he was fine. This matter was too strange, and everyone's curiosity was piqued. Even the three maidservants were no exception to this. For a moment, they did not even care about the sadness in their hearts just now. They stopped and looked at Yi Xian, obviously waiting for his next words. Moreover, I found the mysterious guest from the home planet not long ago. At this time, Yi Xian had already looked at the Mosquito Butcher, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the current Devil Emperor, Mo and Tian, because this matter was closely related to the three of them and the clans behind them. No one understood why Yi Xian had just mentioned Xing Bo and now suddenly mentioned the so-called mysterious guest from the home planet. However, these two people were both famous. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they were excited. They were aware of one thing, and that was, that they were about to learn some shocking secret. The home planet was in the primordial void. At this time, Yi Xian spoke again. Every era in the primordial void, there will be 3,000 source nest stars, each of which will give birth to a chaotic demon god. Among the 3,000 chaotic demon gods that were born in the last primordial era, the demon god of power created the world, and the untainted world appeared. At the beginning of the untainted world, there was already a wisp of the untainted heavenly way in the untainted world. However, the heavenly way was not benevolent, and everything was just a straw dog. The entire untainted world was like a purgatory of blood and fire. Because there was slaughter and blood everywhere. Weaker races would not be able to survive for long before they were wiped out. Even some powerful races were constantly on guard. In order to survive, whether they were willing or not, they had to carry out all kinds of bloody killings from time to time. People are born, grow old, get sick, and die, and the moon waxes and wanes. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, earth, fire, and heavenly dipper. The cycle of life, death, and reincarnation had its own unchanging laws of operation. The heavenly Tao was invisible, but it contained the laws of the myriad Tao. In the early days of the primordial era, a group of living beings who were born at the beginning of the world were blessed by the great luck of the world. Almost since the beginning of their birth, they had mastered all kinds of divine abilities that were innate to their bloodlines because of all kinds of heaven-defying talents. The innate ability of his bloodline had been cultivated to the extreme, and he had finally touched one of the 10,000 Taos of the operation of the heavenly Tao. In the various domains represented by their bloodline talents, they could grasp the laws of heaven and earth. It could be said that they were walking on behalf of the heavens. As the number of living beings who were enlightened and respected in the various domains of the laws of heaven and earth increased, some of the ancestors of the primordial era who were later regarded as evil cultivators and were dissatisfied with the primordial era that was full of bloody killings everywhere. They thought that since the heavenly Tao was formed by the 10,000 Taos of the operation of all things, then if some living beings who each controlled one of the operating laws gathered together and gathered the 10,000 Taos into one, they would not be able to create a new heavenly Tao. What if there was another heavenly Tao? Once this crazy idea was made public, the primordial era was shocked. More and more crazy evil cultivators appeared and gathered together. They left the original world and were entangled in the endless void to create a second heavenly Tao. Just as the evil cultivators were about to control their own laws of heaven and earth, one of the operating laws of heaven and earth merged and entered the stage of reorganization. In the end, they actually created a man-made heavenly Tao, and it appeared in the form of a baby. The righteous cultivators and guardians who chased after them through space and time finally led their armies to approach. A battle of the largest scale since the beginning of the world began immediately. This unprecedented battle lasted for 10,000 years. During this time, countless creatures of the primordial era participated. The entire primordial era was affected by the flames of war. There were countless mighty figures of the primordial era and supreme beings of the primordial era who participated. In fact, even the cold and ruthless heavenly Tao was involved. The cruel and merciless untainted heavenly way of the untainted land descended at the end of the war. At that time, the artificial heavenly way created by the ancestors of the untainted land, who were known as evil cultivators, was obviously far from mature. Even so, he still fought with the untainted heavenly way of the untainted land several times in the war. There was victory and defeat. In the end, after 10,000 years, this unprecedented battle finally came to an end. The result of the battle was that both sides suffered losses. Both sides suffered countless casualties. At the final juncture, the primordial era's heavenly Tao and the heavenly Tao baby fought with all their might. An earth-shattering explosion sounded in the sky, and the primordial era's heavenly Tao was severely injured. The heavenly Tao baby was beheaded by his palm and turned into a headless corpse that contained evil thoughts. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and shot away, disappearing without a trace. The final full-power attack of the two supreme experts of the primordial era in the battle completely shattered the entire vast primordial era, turning it into countless fragments of various sizes. Endless void turbulence blew through the void cracks of different sizes. It blew through and destroyed countless races. In the end, the primordial era's heavenly Tao, which was so shattered that even the heavily injured primordial era's heavenly Tao was unable to reform it, swept in all directions. From then on, the unprecedented battle of the primordial era that had lasted for 10,000 years finally came to an end. The once incomparably glorious primordial era had also completely collapsed. This was the beginning and end of the unprecedented battle of the primordial era. After that battle, the primordial era's heavenly Tao and its subordinate camp went into hibernation. As for the heavenly Tao baby, it turned into a corpse lamp tattoo and attached itself to my body during a chance encounter. As he spoke, the robe on the left side of Yi Xian's chest disappeared, revealing the corpse lamp tattoo, shocking everyone in the hall. It was precisely because of this that the new primordial era was about to begin. Before that, the unparalleled battle of the primordial era that had not truly ended would descend upon the current world along with the primordial era. This battle would also be the complete end of the previous primordial era. Once it came, countless living beings would fall and turn into ashes. Only a few lucky people could protect some people and live to the next primordial era after the final battle of the primordial era. The opening of the Yuan dynasty, and this was also the reason why I had no choice but to leave the three main planes of the current world to find a path and grow up quickly. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 48-46. The secrets that Yi Xian revealed made everyone in the hall intoxicated. They finally understood why Yi Xian had disappeared for nearly 100 years. The heavenly Tao infant that had been beheaded back then was actually in his body. Just based on this point alone, he had no way to avoid it. Moreover, although Yi Xian did not say it explicitly, everyone could tell that the reason he wanted to become stronger was to protect the people around him in the impending eldritch apocalypse calamity. Perhaps everyone in the hall was one of them. Thinking of this, everyone felt emotional and sighed inwardly. He had shouldered too much all these years, Even the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, looked much more relaxed. However, they still held a grudge against the 7 gorgeous cultivators. After a short silence, everyone in the hall gradually digested everything that Yi Xian had said. At this moment, the demonic imperial uncle suddenly asked, "But what does all this have to do with Xing Bo and that mysterious guest from the mother planet?" "Good question," Yi Xian nodded and smiled faintly. Then he continued, "The so-called mother planet is the auspicious source of the Eldritch world after the beginning of the last primordial era. When the Eldritch world was completely destroyed in the Great War, it flew back to the primordial void. Before that, a mysterious expert left the mother planet. Later on, after the Eldritch world collapsed, he came to the 3 galaxies tens of thousands of years ago. He was that mysterious guest from the mother planet. The guest from the mother planet had a total of 5 followers and descendants of his race. 3 of them were human descendants and 2 were ferocious beasts. One of the ferocious beasts was a weeping soul-blood ape, and the other was a desolate fierce mosquito. Yi Xian turned to look at the mad mosquito emperor and said, "That desolate era fierce mosquito is the father of the mad mosquito emperor's true body. I saw him not long ago in the primordial chaos starfield." Hearing this, the mad mosquito emperor's expression changed greatly, but he did not say anything because anyone could see that Yi Xian had not finished speaking. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sighed faintly and turned to look at the mad mosquito emperor. A wisp of anger appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth and said, "Mosquito Emperor, your original body has already entered a source hive star and will obtain a new one when the next primordial era begins." The primordial providence of the primordial era turned into a powerful chaos fiend god. As for your father, the desolate era ferocious mosquito, he possessed his own grandson, my sworn brother Xue Ben. I don't know where he is now. This is all my fault. I didn't take good care of my sworn brother Xue Ben. Screech. When Yi Xian said this, the mad mosquito emperor flew into a rage. He raised his head and roared, an incomparably dense killing intent spreading from his body. After a long time, he gradually calmed down and said in a muffled voice, "This is not your fault, but Xue Ben will be fine. That old thing, if this emperor has the chance to enter the primordial chaos void in the future, I will definitely kill him with my own hands." It was not good for the crowd to say anything about this matter. They didn't even know how to persuade him. They all looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became strange. At this moment, Yi Xian's voice sounded again. This time, he turned to look at old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, the other 2 human race pursuers. One of them left behind old Ghost Mosquito Butcher's original body. It was also at that time that your original body was also possessed by his own father. His whereabouts are also unknown. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, old Ghost Mosquito Butcher immediately raised his head and roared. He stomped his feet and roared like thunder, "Bastard, old bastard, even possessing his own son, what the hell?" As for the follower who left behind the demonic bloodline, he and the other person have already died in the fierce mosquito forbidden land in the primordial chaos void, and their souls have been scattered. Yi Xian did not pay attention to old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. Instead, he turned to look at the demonic imperial uncle Mo Wendian and said such words. "It's better to be dead." To his surprise, Mo Wendian did not care. There was a look of relief on his face as he muttered, "That guy left behind the demonic bloodline and didn't care about anything else." From the character of the other followers from the mother planet, I'm afraid they are also like that. They are not good people. This was an open-minded attitude. The bloodline ancestor was dead and turned into ashes, but he was still rejoicing and applauding. Yi Xian and the higher-ups of the Sky River sector in the hall were also speechless. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The true identity of the visitor from the mother planet is still unknown, but one thing is certain, and that is that he is in cahoots with the primeval heaven's eye. After a short pause, Yi Xian continued, "At that time, I was hiding in the distance and saw with my own eyes that the primeval heavens I descended and helped him break through the primordial chaos barrier membrane and enter the Milky Way star sector where the mother planet was protected. This is a huge hidden danger, and there will be consequences. At that time, several of his followers self-destructed in order to accumulate power and send it into the Milky Way star sector protected by the primordial chaos barrier membrane. Those who died died, and those who did not died, possessed their blood relatives because that was the best way to recover. It was also the fastest way to recover. I see. Hearing this, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher also showed a look of understanding. But then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he asked, but what does all this have to do with Xingbo, the technological pioneer of the human clan? Why did you say that he is not dead? This was the question that everyone in the hall was concerned about. At this moment, as Old Devil Mosquito Butcher asked this question, everyone's eyes flashed and they all focused on Yi Xian's face. How could it not have anything to do with him? Yi Xian's face darkened instantly. He gnashed his teeth and said, the so-called visitor from the mother planet is Xingbo. What? That's impossible. Hiss. This is a shocking secret. Xingbo. A visitor from the mother planet. This is too shocking. He is actually a person. If all this is true, then, what on earth does Xingbo want to do? He deceived the entire human clan. He must have ulterior motives. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a commotion broke out in the hall. Everyone trembled violently and exclaimed in horror. The three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, opened their mouths wide and looked stunned. They had never expected such news. As for me, the reason why I suddenly brought this up when you three girls were about to leave is because... More accurately speaking, it's because Xingbo is also related to my 7 maidservants. At this point, Yi Xian turned to look at the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. He smiled faintly and said, actually, you've seen one of them before. She was the corpse ancestor, Hitorigami, who woke up from her slumber in the domain of Shadow Devil in the second universe and saved my life. Hearing this, the three girls were stunned for a moment and then immediately understood. Clearly, they had recalled the past in the domain of Shadow Devil. Yi Xian continued, the 7 of them are collectively known as the 7 great beauties of the primordial era. Besides Hanba, the other 6 are the corpse ancestor, Ho Qing, the desolate electro lady, the Empyrean maiden, the 9-tailed celestial fox, the celestial phoenix maiden, and Xixia fairy. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 48-47. Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Electro Lady, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, 9-tailed celestial fox, celestial phoenix maiden, and Fairy Xixia. They were known as the 7 gorgeous cultivators of the primordial age. They were famous for a time. Later, the primordial age war broke out, and the 7 gorgeous cultivators all died. However, each of them had a wisp of their consciousness origin sealed in the ancient artifact, Yuyan Luo. After countless years, this treasure was obtained by me. During that time, I experienced all kinds of dangers and obstacles before I helped them awaken their consciousness origin one after another and recreated the treasure of this world. Body True Body. Until now, the 7 gorgeous cultivators of the primordial age who were once famous in the primordial age finally reunited. They have all reached the peak of the primordial age realm in their previous lives. They are now in seclusion and are trying to break through the desolate age realm. Speaking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and the only reason why they fought so hard was to find Xingbo for revenge. When the primordial age war broke out, the 7 girls' cultivation was only at the peak of rank 9 of the primordial age. They did not participate in that war. Some of them did not even know each other at that time. They had never met each other and only heard of each other, but later, they all met a mysterious person one after another. It was because of that mysterious person that they were involved in the primordial age war, or they were directly killed by that mysterious person. After they were reborn, they talked about this matter one after another when they gathered together to chat. That was why they became suspicious, because the 7 of them were all astonishingly coincidental. They all died because of the appearance of a mysterious person. Originally, they did not know who the mysterious person was. But later, when they saw Xinghua, they said in unison that the mysterious person who appeared beside them in their previous lives and caused their deaths was Xinghua. Only then did they know that their deaths were actually a scheme of the same person. However, why did Xingbo do this? What was his goal? Why did the wisps of their consciousness in their previous lives gather together after they died? Why were they all kept in Yanluo? Even now, this is still a mystery. So that's how it is. At the side, the purplish warbler had a look of realization on her face. She shook her head and sighed. The 7 sisters are so pitiful. They were schemed against by Xinghua and fell for countless years. Only now do they know a little bit of the truth behind their deaths. Beside him, Duamu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were also shocked. When they heard the purplish warbler's words, they nodded silently, but their eyes were somewhat blurred. It was obvious that they had fallen into this tragic story and had yet to recover. Seeing this, Yi Xian was relieved. Based on his understanding of the 3 girls, or rather, based on their kindness, it was one thing for them to misunderstand corpse progenitor, Hitorigami, and the others because they did not know the truth. But now, after knowing everything, there would definitely be no more grudges in their hearts. Instead, they would get along well with the 7 gorgeous cultivators and gradually become good sisters. Not only did Yi Xian see that the grudges in the hearts of the 3 girls had dissipated, but so did all the higher-ups of the Sky River sector in the main hall. This was the result that everyone wanted to see. Everyone was relieved. Old Man Xianyuan and Old Man Duanmu even grinned and glanced back and forth at Yi Xian. No matter how they looked at him, they found him pleasing to the eye. In the end, Yi Xian was really annoyed by their looks. He shook his head with a wry smile and changed the topic again. About everything that happened just now, including the fact that I have turned into the master of the magic hall and gathered forces from all sides, please don't spread it out for the time being. Even if it's in the Sky River sector, don't spread it out. Just let the people in the main hall know. After that, seeing that everyone nodded, he continued, in that case, there is nothing else. Immediately give the order. All the experts, forces, and races in the Sky River sector are to migrate to the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun. That's where the entrance to the Hongmeng Void is located. That's why I've always wanted to occupy the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. The apocalypse of the Untainted Land may arrive at any time. If we are not ready by then, the only way to deal with it is to immediately enter the Primordial Void. That place will be affected as well. After all, the end of the Eldritch world is a crucial link between the Primordial Void and the Primordial Void. However, it's much better than staying in the Primordial Void fragment. Don't forget that our enemy is the Primeval Heaven's Eye. After all, this is a fragment of the Untainted Land. As the apocalypse of the Untainted Land descends, the Primeval Heaven's Eye's control over this place will increase instantly. But there is no such worry in the Primordial Void. The Primeval Heaven's Eye cannot affect the mysterious Primordial Void. There, he is just a special starry sky expert. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood, and all the doubts in their hearts disappeared. Since there was a passage to the Primordial Void in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the Rising Sun, the Sky River sector would have to move there sooner or later. In the current situation, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. There was no need to consider Yi Xian's suggestion too much, because it was the only choice and also the best choice. However, there are now too many experts from various forces in the Sky River sector. The Sky River Army and the Victorious Return Army are only one of them. There is also the entire Netherworld Turtle Clan, the Mosquito Beast Clan, the Demon Tribe, and the various large families and forces from the human race's science and technology camp. After pondering for a while, Naples frowned and shook his head with a bitter smile. Even if there are countless planets with life in the forbidden land of the rising sun and there is a place for us to stay, such a large army will probably take a long time to gather there. During this period, I'm afraid it will not be too peaceful. The Tianji clan and the Heavenly Dao Alliance will definitely take action. Otherwise, we can only build a wormhole leading to the forbidden land of the rising sun in the star sector, but in that case, we will have to destroy it after using it, which is a bit troublesome. This was obviously the problem that everyone was worried about. When Naples mentioned it, they all turned to look at Yi Xian, and their eyes converged. This is not a problem. Yi Xian had obviously thought of this point a long time ago. Looking around at everyone, he immediately said, "The current farmer god cauldron is different from before. Since I have the battle power of Venerable Wild, the farmer god cauldron's domain can be fully activated. It will not be a problem to accommodate all the experts in the entire Sky River sector. Now, you just need to order your subordinates to immediately pack up all the resources that should be taken away. After everything is ready, all forces will enter the space inside the farmer god cauldron one by one. Then, I will collect the farmer god cauldron, and we will arrive at the forbidden land of the rising sun in an instant and return smoothly." Hearing this, Naples slapped his forehead and laughed involuntarily. "That's right, I forgot about the farmer god cauldron. Please remember the domain name of this book." Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4848. Whoosh. Boom. Rumble. In the void, Yi Xian waved his hand, and a ray of light shot out. It expanded with the wind and instantly turned into a huge cauldron. It was the Shenong treasured cauldron. This time, Yi Xian controlled the power of the field of the cauldron to the limit. Under the extreme expansion, the size of the Shenong treasured cauldron was far larger than the largest planet. Even the source nest star in the primordial void could not compare to its size. It was now a day after he had arrived in the Sky River sector. During this day, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, the Neapolitan Demon Emperor Mo1, the Heavenly Demon Human Royal Uncle, the Dark Nine Mad Mosquito Emperor of the Netherworld Turtle Clan, the Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Bodhi, and so on. The higher-ups of the small idol forces and clans gave orders. All the forces in the entire Sky River sector were on the move. Every life star was very busy. All the major forces were busy moving. Although life stars could not be moved, and there was no need to move, all the resources could not be left behind. Everyone in the vast star field was busy, and the commotion was tremendous. One day seemed to be a little short, but there were many people involved after all. Very soon, large fleets sailed over from the void of faraway Fang. At this time, in the void around the Shenong treasured cauldron, Yi Xian, who had once again transformed into the devil ape form, was standing with Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the other higher-ups of the Sky River sector, watching from the side. Rumble. The fleets rushed in. After arriving, they did not hesitate. They immediately rushed into the mouth of the Shenong treasured cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and disappeared. In the distance, to the left, a black cloud swept over. This was actually an army formed by countless dark turtles. Each of the dark turtles in the army had a powerful aura. They originally had a huge body, but because of this, they had all shrunk as much as possible. There were at least 10 million of them gathered together. It was like an army of 10 million warships. The entire Dark Turtle clan was here. Under the leadership of the clan leader, they entered the Shenong treasured cauldron. On the right side of the void, a cluster of fiery red clouds was approaching with a low and dense buzzing sound. This army was made up of countless blood mosquito beasts. Each blood mosquito had a powerful aura, and there were even more of them. There were tens of billions of them, and they stretched to the end of their line of sight. Now, they all rushed into the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. Other than that, there were also the demonic tribe. All of them had entered the transformed spirit battle Vajra, and now, the spirit battle Vidra that blotted out the sky flew into the farmer god's treasure cauldron, entering the cauldron's internal space. This scene lasted for a day. After a day, the entire Milky Way star zone was empty. Apart from the stars that were still there and had not been moved away, all the other resources had been brought into the Shannon cauldron. In the end, the old devil mosquito butcher, the Neapolitan demon emperor Mo1, the heavenly devil human emperor uncle, the dark nine mad mosquito emperor of the netherworld turtle clan, the old man Shenyuan, the old man Duanmu, the abbess Bodhi, and the other high-level members of small idol forces and families had also successively passed away and entered the cauldron. Whoosh! There was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian took the Shannon cauldron into his body in an instant. Then, with a shake of his shoulder, a void crack suddenly appeared in the void above his head. Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already in the area less than 10 billion miles away from the rising sun forbidden land. Rumble. Hiss. With a low rumble, a black crack appeared in the void. Yi Xian, in the form of a violent ape, stepped out of it. With a wave of his hand, he instantly took out the Shannon cauldron again. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rumble. There was an earth-shattering sound and an extremely low rumble in an instant. A large number of battleships, the dark turtle blood mosquito beasts, and the spirit battle Vidra of the demon-human race rushed out of the cauldron. This was not the rising sun forbidden land yet, but it was only 10 billion miles away. The reason why Yi Xian wanted to release the entire Milky Way star cluster, which had just been taken into the cauldron, was because the Milky Way star cluster was also a powerful force. Now that they had submitted to the magic hall, this was also a big deal. Naturally, they also needed a situation. Soon, the figures of Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, the Neapolitan Devil Emperor Mo1, the Demon-Human Royal Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan Leader, the Dark Nine Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other high-level figures of small idol forces and clans also came out of the cauldron. They rushed out and gathered around Yi Xian, quietly waiting for everything to be completed. This wait lasted for an entire day. After a day, the Shannon cauldron, which had been spewing out a large number of battleships and experts, finally stopped. It was directly taken into the body of Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. In the void in front of them, a huge army was already in formation. At the front was the Demon-Human Battle Vidra Legion, the Heavenly River Legion, and the Victorious Return Legion. On the left and right flanks were the Dark Turtle Clan and the Blood Mosquito Beasts, respectively. Behind them were the battleship legions formed by other small forces. All of these formed the entire Heavenly River Legion. The formation was so huge that it stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, in the distance outside the rising sun forbidden land, there were originally scout fleets from various major alliances and forces, including the Tianji clan and the Heavenly Law Alliance. The scene in front of them was all seen by their eyes, and the scouts were all horrified. Boom! Rumble! However, before they could react to what had happened, a series of low rumbles came from the cosmic void far to the left. Looking around, they saw a huge fleet of battleships, which was not inferior in size to the Milky Way star cluster, heading in this direction. There was not a single star battleship in the entire fleet. All of them were battleships of various shapes and sizes. There were tens of billions of battleships. This fleet of battleships belonged to the Alliance of the Remnants, which had migrated here. Some of the ancestors of the Remnants were also kept in some huge ancient battleships, which were ancient and had their own small world. Seeing this scene, even the higher-ups of small idol forces and families such as Old Man Mosquito Butcher, the Neapolitan Demon Emperor Mo1, the Heavenly Demon Human Emperor Uncle, the Dark Nine Mad Mosquito Emperor of the Dark Turtle Clan, Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other small idol forces were all dumbfounded. This was because they had never expected that Yi Xian had subdued the entire alliance of the remnants unknowingly. The scouts of various forces lurking in the distance were even more horrified. Over there, the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 clans, and the Human Federation had just merged to form the Heavenly Law Alliance. Over here, the Magic Hall suddenly made a big move and subdued the alliance of the remnants and the Heavenly River Star region. As a result, the strength of the Magic Hall suddenly increased sharply. It was obvious that they wanted to compete with the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Tianji clan in this fragment of the primitive world and divide the world. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 48-49. Swish. Swish, 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 on the other side of the void, while the fleet of battleships was still tens of billions of miles away, there were already more than 200 figures in the flagship at the front of the fleet that were shooting over. This is more than 200 figures were all Universe Knights and above. More than half of them were Universe Knights, more than 100 of them were Universe Knights, more than 40 Universe Masters, and 24 Universe Supremes. Even more, there were even 3 Desolate Era almighty figures following closely behind the Supreme Master of the Desolate Era, the black-robed Huang Zun. At first, they were still far away, but in the blink of an eye, they were already right in front of them. Greetings, Lord Demon Master. The black-robed Desolate Sovereign didn't know that the master of the Akatsuki Magic Hall was Yi Xian, but when Yi Xian asked Zhao Dong to go to the Survivors Alliance to convey the order, he deliberately asked Zhao Dong to bring a wisp of his spiritual sense imprint. With that imprint, the black-robed Desolate Sovereign led the entire Survivors Alliance to surrender to the Magic Hall. Of course, he didn't dare to disobey. In fact, he didn't have that intention at all, including the 3 powerful figures behind him and the high-level members of the Survivors Alliance. If they followed Yi Xian, the Star Master of Sky River, they would be rewarded with a large amount of purple gold elixirs and 9-colored divine elixirs. Even if they did not have these, they had no other choice now that the situation in this fragment of the untainted land was already like this. Only they could choose to surrender to the Magic Hall in order to seek protection. At first, these higher-ups were still a little conflicted, but after seeing the entire Heavenly River Legion behind Yi Xian, this conflict disappeared in an instant. Lian, the Heavenly River Star Lord Yi Xian's Heavenly River Legion, had already joined the Magic Hall, so what was there to hesitate about? Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the senior leaders of the Alliance paid their respects, they had just finished speaking when from the rising sun Forbidden Land 10 billion miles away, a large number of figures rushed out and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. They were the high-level members of the Magic Hall, including Green Ox, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Xiao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as more than 20 elders of the Emperor-level survivors of the Sangji tribe. There were also the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other members of the Captive Council, as well as the Blood Flood Dragon Patriarch, the Green Rock Patriarch, the Primordial Porcupine, the Primordial Hairy Turtle, the 6-headed Blood Flood Dragon, and the 9 ferocious beast mighty figures of the captive army. Almost all of the higher-ups of the various armies under the Devil Hall had arrived. They were all powerful, and they were all powerful, which made they were. Now, when a group of higher-ups rushed out of the Star Field, they were shocked to see the Star Field's remnant army and the Heavenly River army. Amongst them, only Zhao Dong and a few others knew that Yi Xian had gone to the Sky River Star region. At the same time, they had sent Zhao Dong to the Survivors Alliance to pass down the order. They didn't realize what had happened until they saw the enormous battleship army of the Survivors Alliance and the arrival of the Heavenly River Legion. After a short pause, the high-level members of the Magic Hall, including 6-headed Blood Dragon, cheered. 2 years ago, the combat strength structure of the Demonic Palace was really awkward. In terms of top combat strength, the Demonic Palace Master was unstoppable. He alone could beat up 4 powerful Primordial Supremes until they ran away like rats. It was the same for the conventional power level. The 4 armies of the Magic Hall were very powerful. However, in terms of the top-tier fighting forces, they were in an awkward position. They didn't even have a single great being from the primordial era, and they only had one universe knight, the 6-headed blood dragon. But now, this situation was gone. With the arrival of the 5th army, which was the all-evil army, 2 supreme masters of the primordial era were added to the Magic Hall. They were the Space Porcupine and the Space Hairy Turtle. Apart. In addition, there were many Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes in the all-evil army. Tight. Then, 9 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era from the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race arrived. Finally, there were more than 10 Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era. Now, with the addition of the Sky River Army and the Survivor Alliance, the conventional combat power of Demon Palace had soared again. More than 200 senior members of the Survivor Alliance had joined, and all of them were Universe Knights or above. More than half of them were Universe Knights, more than 100 of them were Universe Knights, more than 40 Universe Masters, and 24 Universe Supremes. There was even one Supreme Master of the Primordial Era, who was the black-robed Desolate Master of the Survivors Alliance. In this way, with 2 Desolate Sovereigns guarding the Demon Palace, the structure of the battle strength from top to bottom was finally reasonable, and no longer made people feel awkward. This was something to be happy about, but at the same time, it made Xiao Dong and the others, especially Green Ox, the 3-clawed dragon, and Yi Xian's old buddies in the Heavenly River Legion, such as Naples, felt the pressure increase. Although the hall was getting stronger and stronger, the original group of fellows by Yi Xian's side weren't the strongest existences under Yi Xian. This caused them to feel a bit depressed. So some people were full of energy at this moment. They knew that Yi Xian would never be stingy when it came to cultivation resources, but it was not enough to just have cultivation resources. They had to work harder to turn these resources into their own power and foundation. Without a doubt, after returning to the Demon Palace this time, including Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, the upper echelons of the Heavenly River Star region, the Green Ox, and the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, all of the upper echelons that followed Yi Xian from the beginning would enter closed-door cultivation as soon as possible to raise their cultivation as much as possible. From now on, the Survivors Alliance will join the Survivors Army, one of the 5 armies under the Magic Hall. After exchanging greetings with the high-level members of the Magic Hall, who had rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and introducing them to the high-level members of the Survivors Alliance and the high-level members of the Heavenly River Sector, all of a sudden, Xian released the power of his divine sense, which enveloped the vast void within a radius of hundreds of billions of miles. Countless forces, large and small, and masters from all over the starry sky heard it clearly. In addition, from now on, the Heavenly River Sector will officially join the Magic Hall and become the 6th army under the Magic Hall, the Heavenly River Army. As soon as this news spread, the entire vast and boundless void fell silent for a moment, followed by all kinds of exclamations and astonished cries from all directions. What? The Survivors Alliance has joined the Magic Hall. Hiss. This is really a big change. Back then, the 5 great alliances fought against the Magic Hall, but now none of them are left. The Ferocious Beast Alliance was eliminated, the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Federation formed the Heavenly Law Alliance, and finally, the Survivors Alliance defected to the Magic Hall. The situation 2 years ago has changed so much. It's like a dream. From now on, there are only 3 forces in the void of this fragment of the untainted land, the Magic Hall, the Heavenly Law Alliance, and the Tianji clan. All the small races and forces can only rely on one of them. Otherwise, they can't survive at all. A tripartite balance of power. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4850. Boom. Rumble, an earth-shaking roar sounded. Under the leadership of the higher-ups of the Magic Hall, the Remnant Army and the Heavenly River Army slowly drove into the depths of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. The Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was vast and boundless. Even with the addition of these two powerful armies, the life stars were still abundant. The territories of the 6 armies would be redistributed again. However, there was no need for Yi Xian to worry about all this, including the closed-door cultivation of the higher-ups of the Heavenly River Army such as Naples. They already had a large number of top-level cultivation resources in their hands. After searching for their own cave stars, they would naturally start their closed-door cultivation immediately. Until, the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duamu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were obviously going to occupy Yi Xian's cave star. No one dared to object to this, and Yi Xian didn't dare to say anything either. After all, he had just coaxed these 3 girls. If they were provoked again because of this, it was really not worth it. In the cosmic void far away, the scout fleets from various forces and clans also left one after another. Everyone was extremely shocked. They wanted to report everything that had just happened to the forces and clans behind them as soon as possible. This included the scout fleets of the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Tianji clan, but Yi Xian didn't care about them. As soon as they returned to the cave star, the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, went to visit the magic hall excitedly. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly felt a familiar throbbing in his body. It was the movement of the Yanluo, which made his heart skip a beat, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Without hesitation, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly released the Yanluo. Whoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Yanluo roared out and expanded against the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk that was over 300 meters long. It slowly rose and fell in the air in front of Yi Xian, emitting an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. The moment Bao Luo was summoned, the voice of corpse ancestor Ho Qing sounded out, revealing a strong sense of joy. "Master, we're awake." Before entering hibernation this time, the 7 of them had already reached the peak of the 9th step of the Desolate Era, which was comparable to the peak of his previous life. While the purpose of their hibernation this time was to break through to the supreme primordial realm that they had never reached in their previous lives. For this reason, the cultivation resources that Yi Xian provided to them were no longer the 9-colored divine herbs from before. Instead, they were great herbs of chaos, whose medicinal effects were clearly far superior to the 9-colored divine herbs. It could even be said that there was no comparison at all. They were not on the same level. In addition, each of the 7 girls also swallowed a precious level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure pill. It could be said that Yi Xian was already certain that after this slumber ended, these 7 girls would definitely be able to reach a level that they hadn't even reached in their previous lives and become powerful primordial sovereigns. Only yes, he originally thought that this would take at least 1 to 2 months, but he didn't expect that the 7 girls would wake up again in less than a month. Swoosh! Swoosh, 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 just as his heart was surging, a series of weak sounds of breaking through the air rang out. From the Yanluo fluttering in the wind in front of him, 7 figures rushed out and lined up in the air in front of Yi Xian. They were the 7 beautiful cultivators, including the corpse ancestor, Ho Qing, who were sleeping in seclusion within the treasure net. They were all famous existences in the Desolate Era. No matter which one of them was, they were all people with top-notch appearances and figures. "Greetings, Master." After the sudden appearance, the 7 beautiful cultivators of the Desolate Era smiled and bowed to Yi Xian at the same time. They softly called out, "Master," and laughed endlessly. It was obvious that they were in an extremely good mood. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was clearly different from before. It was incomparably powerful. It was the newly advanced Supreme Primordial Realm. This level of cultivation was something that they had never reached in their previous lives. Just based on this point, the joy and excitement in the hearts of the 7 girls could be imagined. Yi Xian, this is... Ah, the 7 big sisters have come out of seclusion. They're so beautiful, even more beautiful than Xiaocha, right at this moment, the voices of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru sounded out from the side hall, and they revealed pleasant surprise. As they spoke, they charged over here. The 7 beautiful cultivators were stunned, and then they glanced at Yi Xian. When they saw he was nervous, they instantly covered their mouths and snickered. Even though the 7 of them had just been reborn in this lifetime and looked to be young girls, they were actually ancient experts that had existed since the primordial era. It was naturally not a problem for them to deal with the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, and they were easily able to coax them. 10. The 7 girls quickly got along well with each other, and they called each other Big Sister and Little Sister happily. The atmosphere was very harmonious. When he saw this scene, Yi Xian's heart that had just risen to his throat was instantly put down. Boom! Rumble, almost in the next moment, in the void of the universe outside the life star under his feet, a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over. There's actually a thunder tribulation. When he heard the earth-shattering sound of the thunder tribulation, Yi Xian was stunned. As he muttered softly, a look of realization appeared on his face. He patted the back of his head and said, "Oh right, I forgot that these 7 girls are breaking through to the desolate supremacy realm this time." The arrival of the heavenly tribulation is inevitable. However, when he thought of the 7 girls breaking through at the same time and the arrival of the heavenly tribulation, which was clearly the rhythm of the 7 desolate supremacy tribulations appearing together, the expression on his face immediately became strange. Needless to say, even he had never encountered such a situation. From the rumbling thunder that entered his ears and the faint aura of the thunder tribulation that he could faintly sense, the desolate supremacy pill tribulation that descended this time was probably not weak. However, Yi Xian was completely fearless. While, today, he had just broken through not long ago. What he wanted was the baptism of a wave of thunder tribulation. In the face of the thunder tribulation that would make cultivators pale, Yi Xian didn't take it seriously at all. What's more, for the Emperor Seal Thunder Spirit in the Rai Di Seal, this thunder tribulation must be another opportunity. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. After giving instructions to the 10 girls, he waved his hand and instantly wrapped them up. With a flash of his body, he disappeared from the cave star. Not long after, when he reappeared, he was already outside the rising sun forbidden land. He stepped out of an extremely remote universe void. With his departure, the countless tribulation clouds that originally shrouded the cave mansion star also disappeared instantly. They followed and appeared above Yi Xian's head, covering a vast void that was hundreds of millions of miles away. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! At the same time, in the direction of the rising sun forbidden land, there were also a large number of air-piercing sounds. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi and other high-level figures of small idol forces and families appeared. Their faces were full of shock. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4851. Other than that, there were also 4 Universe Knights, including Green Ox, Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Roaring Moon Mastiff, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. More than 20 undying emperors from the Sangji tribe, as well as the 3-clawed flood dragon, Long Shan Tang, and other representatives from the captive council. There were also Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Ping Ancestor, Primordial Porcupine, Primordial Hairy Tortoise, 6-headed Blood Dragon, and the 9 powerful ferocious beasts from the captive army. Including the black-robed desolate venerable of the Alliance of the Survivors, the 3 powerful beings of the Survivors, and the other high-level members of the Survivors. In short, almost all the high-level members of the Magic Hall had come. They had just separated from Yi Xian not long ago and entered the star field to divide the star field among the 6 major armies. Suddenly, they saw such a vast and terrifying tribulation cloud appear in the sky above the star where Yi Xian was. They did not understand what had happened. Not only was there a desolate venerable thunder trial, but there was more than one. Everyone was shocked. They did not know what was going on, so they rushed over immediately. In an instant, as Yi Xian appeared, he waved his hand and released the 7 gorgeous cultivators. At the same time, he sent the 3 purplish warbler girls to the edge of the rising sun forbidden land in the distance. 1. The high-level members of the Magic Hall, who had rushed over from the star field, were stunned for a moment. Then, they were shocked and exclaimed, "What? 7 new desolate venerables? Hiss! What a big deal!" The 7 gorgeous servants of Sky River Star Master Yi Xian broke through to the Supreme Primordial Master level at the same time. Such a thing is unheard of. These are the Supreme Primordial Masters. 7 of them broke through at the same time. Everything is like a dream. It's too unreal, without a doubt. This is the result of the level 29 Desolate Venerable Treasure Pill. It's too amazing. If such a thing happens a few more times, the number of Supreme Primordial Masters in the Magic Hall will explode. If this is true, what about the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Tianji clan? What are they? At this moment, all of the higher-ups in the Magic Hall were extremely excited. Although they already knew about the matter of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill, now that they saw the 7 beautiful cultivators break through to the Supreme Desolate Realm at the same time because of this heaven-defying treasure pill, the feeling was completely different. In particular, the 3 powerful figures and the senior members of the Alliance were so excited that they were trembling. First previously, they had personally witnessed the black-robed Desolate Supremacy successfully breaking through to the Desolate Supremacy realm. Now, they had seen the 7 gorgeous cultivators break through. It was enough to prove how heaven-defying and powerful the level 29 Desolate Supremacy treasure pill was. To them, joining the Magic Hall meant that they had a bright future ahead of them. Roar! At the same time, in a remote void far away, Yi Xian raised his head and roared furiously. As his threads danced, the aura in his body was completely activated. His entire person was like the most blazing human-shaped star. His body was emitting endless light that shot out from the 1.08 billion pores on his body. At this moment. At the same time, he also turned to look at Shizhu, Hanba, and the other gorgeous cultivators beside him. He nodded with a smile and said, "Don't worry about the tribulation. There are 3 lightning tribulations. The first one will be blocked by the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit. This is also an opportunity for him. The second one will be blocked by you. Take this opportunity to temper your divine soul and baptize your body. As for the last 3 waves of the most powerful tribulation lightning, I will block them with you." This time, after all, the 7 desolate supreme lightning tribulations descended at the same time. Under the layers, the power skyrocketed several times, so even Yi Xian had to be cautious and make appropriate arrangements. De Yanqiu nodded. They would not have any objections to Yi Xian's arrangement. Ka-cha! At this moment, a harsh crisp sound came. The tribulation clouds in the sky surged even more violently in an instant. In just a short moment, an extremely thick purple-gold lightning had already struck down. Emperor's Seal. At the same time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He suddenly waved his hand, and after a soft cry, the Rai-D seal hanging above the sea of consciousness in his mind shot out. Screech! In the next moment, the Rai-D seal flew up, and an incomparably high-pitched screech sounded from the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit. This was the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit rejoicing. For it, the so-called tribulation was the best opportunity to temper itself. Screech! The moment the Imperial Seal appeared, an even more joyous and tyrannical roar came from the Imperial Seal. An even more powerful aura came from it. It was none other than a supreme being from the primordial era. The previous time, the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit had already broken through to the 4th level of the Desolate Supreme. The screech that came out now was the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit rejoicing. For it, this kind of tribulation lightning was the best opportunity to temper itself. It could be said that the Thunder Spirit's cultivation strength had skyrocketed last time, and after this period of nourishment and absorption, its current realm had already stabilized. And this time, after sensing the powerful aura of the tribulation lightning, the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit rejoiced again because this was its opportunity. Moreover, after the baptism of this tribulation lightning, the Rai-D seal would be even more powerful. Even the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit was very likely to transform again. This was a great opportunity, so naturally, it was extremely excited. It had a feeling that it could not hold back and wanted to rush out. The situation this time is a little different. The 7 desolate supreme lightning tribulations are stacked together, and the power is too terrifying, but for you, it is an unprecedented opportunity. With a faint smile, Yi Xian said with certainty. He turned to look at the Rai-D seal hanging in front of him. This time, whether you can break through to the desolate supreme realm in one fell swoop will depend on your own luck. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head had already struck down. Screech. An extremely excited screech came from the Emperor's seal. Immediately after, the entire Rai-D seal was drowned by the overwhelming purple-gold lightning. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. After all, the power of the 7 desolate supreme lightning tribulations stacked together was too terrifying. Screech, under everyone's gazes, the sea of lightning that filled the sky quietly disappeared without any leakage. All of it was absorbed by the Rai-D seal. This time, the Thunder Spirit and the Emperor's seal seemed to have had enough fun. The Thunder Spirit that suddenly appeared in the Emperor's seal immediately let out the cheers of the Thunder Spirit again. Boom! In the next instant, from the Rai-D seal hanging high in the sky, an earth-shaking roar came out. An extremely powerful aura was emitted. It was the aura of the desolate supreme realm. After swallowing the 7 desolate supreme lightning tribulations, the Emperor's seal finally welcomed a huge transformation that was like being reborn. The invisible Emperor's aura that was emitted became even stronger. As for the item spirit, the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit, because of this opportunity, it had obtained a shocking opportunity. Its cultivation level had skyrocketed, directly breaking through to the desolate supreme realm. Boom! Rumble, with the breakthrough of the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit, the tribulation clouds that shrouded the sky instantly became more violent. It was a thunder spirit. When it broke through to the desolate supreme realm, there would not be the so-called desolate supreme lightning tribulations descending. When the energy was there, it would naturally break through. However, because of its breakthrough, the lightning power in the void was clearly more violent. The next 2 waves of 7 desolate supreme tribulations would probably be even stronger. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4852. After a short period of dead silence, all kinds of shocked cries rang out in the entire void like a tide, covering the sky and covering the earth. What? Was this another supreme of the ancients descending upon the world? Counting the 7 gorgeous maids of the Sky River Star Master, the Demon Lord and the black-robed desolate supremacy of the remnant army, and this Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit, there are now 10 powerful desolate supremacies in the Magic Hall. And this is the result without counting the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian. It's really heaven-defying, to be able to enter the desolate supremacy realm by devouring thunder. It's simply unheard of. After today, the power of my Magic Hall will be unprecedented. The Tianji clan and the Heavenly Dao Alliance will all be shocked because of this, Xiao. Stabilize your realm. As cries of surprise sounded out from the surroundings, Yi Xian warned the Thunder Spirit of the Emperor's seal. With a wave of his hand, he instantly absorbed the Thunder Emperor's seal into his body. Boom! Rumble, Kacha! Soon, the second loud cracking sound came from the sky above. There were a total of 7 bolts, which were thicker than the previous one, and they instantly rushed over. Shio! Shio shio shio! It had already been agreed that the 7 gorgeous cultivators would resist the second wave of thunder tribulation themselves, and use this to temper their divine soul and baptize their bodies. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian's reminder when the second wave of 7 gigantic purple gold lightning struck down. After Corpse Ancestor Hamba and the other 7 beautiful cultivators let out a cry, a cold light flashed in their eyes. They instantly leaped up and each of them charged towards a gigantic purple gold tribulation lightning bolt that struck down. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the figures of the 7 people were already enveloped by giant purple gold lightning bolts. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the figures of the 7 gorgeous cultivators disappeared in an instant. The purple gold tribulation lightning that struck down turned into 7 majestic lightning seas, raging endlessly in the void in front of them. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat again. Yu-He was the black-robed desolate supremacy of the remnant army. He had just experienced such a desolate supremacy lightning tribulation not long ago, and its power was far inferior to this one. This time, the 7 desolate supremacy tribulations descended at the same time, stacking together. Its power was imaginable. In his opinion, it was a little too dangerous for the 7 gorgeous cultivators to face such a terrifying lightning tribulation right after breaking through. He had clearly underestimated the 7 great alluring cultivators. After all, we are powerhouses who have existed since the beginning of the desolate era. This time, we have been reborn with even more opportunities. Our foundation is definitely not something that ordinary starry sky powerhouses can compare to. Boom! Rumble, in the sky, lightning was wreaking havoc. The 7 vast sea of lightning had always existed, constantly emitting world-shaking rumbling sounds, causing people to raise their eyebrows and shake their souls. All of this lasted for about 10 breaths. After a few breaths, everything returned to normal. The power of the 7 lightning seas was exhausted. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into thin air. Looking over, 7 figures were standing proudly in the void where the 7 majestic lightning seas had dissipated. Corpse Ancestor Hamba, Ancestor Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolate Lady of Lightning, Fairy of the 9 Heavens, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Fairy Zixia, these 7 gorgeous cultivators of the desolate era, whose names shook the entire desolate era, had unexpectedly fallen in their previous lives. In this life, they had finally climbed to a new height, reaching the desolate supremacy realm that they had never reached in their previous lives. The wave of lightning tribulation just now was of great significance to them. It meant that everything from their previous lives was gone, and this new life had completely descended. At this moment, almost subconsciously, the 7 gorgeous cultivators who had experienced the wave of lightning tribulation turned to look at Yi Xian at the same time. Their eyes were suffused with a faint mist, and their noses were slightly red. All right, now is not the time to be emotional. The last wave of lightning tribulation is the true test. Its power is originally the strongest. Looking over, his gaze met the eyes of the 7 girls. A hint of warmth flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and then he reminded them, in addition, all of you broke through at the same time. The 7 desolate supremacy tribulations stacked together. Even if I help share the burden, you still have to be careful. Boom. Rumble, crack. Just as he finished speaking, the last wave of tribulation lightning struck down. Its power was even more terrifying. Although it was still purplish gold in color, its diameter had increased by more than 10 times, giving people the feeling that it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. Right. At this moment, Yi Xian was still unmoved. He curled his lips and waved his hand to Rap Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the other 7 beautiful cultivators behind him. Then, his figure swayed and he directly charged towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that enveloped the endless void above his head. Screech, swish, swish, swish. Under the agitation of his emotions, he, who was in the form of a violent ape, let out a long howl. He did not dodge, but instead, his figure shot out amidst the howl and faced it head-on. In the blink of an eye, he brought along the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including Corpse Ancestor, and entered the terrifying Tribulation Lightning. The entire place was completely submerged. Rumble, this scene was too shocking. Within the incomparably vast purplish gold tribulation cloud, terrifying explosions continued without end. The vast expanse of space within a radius of billions of kilometers was completely enveloped by the sea of purplish gold lightning, turning into a vast and endless sea of lightning. This scene was countless times more terrifying than the 7 seas of lightning that appeared in the second wave of tribulation lightning. Those 7 seas of lightning were only tens of millions of kilometers in diameter. But now, this sea of purplish gold lightning that had merged into one was billions of kilometers in size. The difference in power could be imagined. At the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun in the distance, all the higher-ups of the magic hall who had witnessed all of this with their own eyes had turned pale with fright, and their bodies were trembling slightly. At this moment, even though they were extremely confident in Yi Xian, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Boom! Amidst the rumbling of thunder, it was as if the entire river of stars was trembling violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Everything was a ghastly sight. This wave of tribulation lightning raged for dozens of breaths before the vast sea of lightning above their heads finally disappeared completely. In the next instant, the vast expanse of space within a radius of billions of kilometers was cleared. Swish, 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 a series of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. In the next instant, Yi Xian walked out from the void high up in the sky. Behind him, Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the rest of the 7 beautiful cultivators followed closely behind. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was much stronger and more condensed than before. Huff, a gust of wind blew over, and in the void above their heads, the boundless tribulation cloud that had enveloped the endless starry sky had disappeared in the blink of an eye. As for the upper echelons of the devil halls at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, they were stunned for a moment before their bodies shook violently. Incomparable joy and excitement appeared on their faces as they raised their arms and cheered thunderously. From this moment onwards, the number of Supreme Ancients in the Magic Hall had reached a total of 10 Supreme Ancients. Even the Heaven's Legacy clan and the newly established Heavenly Dao Alliance probably didn't have so many Supreme Ancients. At least for now, they definitely didn't. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4853. Hong. Hong. Long. Long. Amidst the dull sounds of thunder, the clouds above the void space dissipated faster than they came. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Immediately afterward, from the periphery of the rising sun forbidden land in front of them, there were immediately figures. Amidst the thunderous cheers, they shot toward this side, revealing endless excitement. These figures included Green Ox, Yuling Long, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. There were more than 20 emperors of the Sangji tribe, as well as representatives of the captive council, such as Three-Clawed Flood Dragon and Long Shan Tang. There were also the Blood Dragon Patriarch, the Green Rock Patriarch, the Primordial Porcupine, the Primordial Hairy Turtle, the 6-headed Blood Dragon, and the 9 ferocious beast almighties of the captive army. Of course, the Sky River Sector's Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Devil King Imo Wendian, the Demon King's Imperial Uncle, the Dark Turtle Clan's Patriarch Mingzhou, the Mad Mosquito Monarch, Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and the other higher-ups of the smaller factions and clans were also present. All of them were present. There were also the black-robed Huang Zun of the Alliance of the Survivors, the 3 Supreme Beings of the Survivors, and other Supreme Beings of the Magic Hall. As for the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiao Cha, and Zhao Qianru, they couldn't miss such a lively celebration. Today was definitely a day worthy of celebration for the Magic Hall, and it might even go down in history. First, the alliance of the survivors of the Sky River Legion arrived and joined the Magic Hall. Then, among the supreme beings of the Magic Hall, 8 supreme beings of the primordial era were born. They were the Emperor's Seal, the Thunder Spirit, and the 7 alluring cultivators. All of this would definitely spread out as soon as possible, which would shock the Heavenly Legacy Clan, the Heavenly Law Alliance, and the other small races and powers in the void space of this fragment of the universe. After a lively celebration, the supreme beings of the Magic Hall all followed Yi Xian back to the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The division of the 6 legions of the Magic Hall was still going on, and the supreme beings of the Magic Hall quickly dispersed. After the division of the 6 legions, Naples, Mosquito Butcher, and the other supreme beings of the primordial era immediately entered seclusion to improve their power levels as quickly as possible, and Yi Xian returned with the 7 alluring cultivators. The 3 girls and the 7 beautiful cultivators quickly started chatting. The 10 girls chattered non-stop with incomparable excitement, causing Yi Xian's head to hurt. In the end, he could only helplessly shake his head and bitterly smile, temporarily avoiding them. The 10 girls had just gathered together, so they couldn't help but be excited. However, according to Yi Xian's intentions, they would at most be together for 2 or 3 days. After that, the 7 alluring cultivators went into seclusion again to stabilize Huang Zun's cultivation level. Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaochua, and Zhao Qianru stayed in the Immortals' Cave Star to cultivate and improve their power levels as quickly as possible. Everything that happened in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land spread throughout the void of the Untainted Land in just a few days. The small clans and forces scattered everywhere were shocked and kept quiet out of fear. The Tianji clan and the Heavenly Way Alliance, which had formed a tripartite balance with the Magic Hall in the void of the Untainted Land fragment, had different reactions. There was no reaction from the Tianji clan. DE might have some countermeasures, but it was impossible for the outside world to know. The characteristics of the Tianji clan made it impossible for non-clan experts to infiltrate. Of course, this iron law had been broken before. Yi Xian had once snuck into the headquarters of the Heavenly Fate clan as a member of the Heavenly Fate clan and even became the young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate clan. This became a disgrace to the Tianji clan. Since then, it was even more difficult to infiltrate. However, the Heavenly Way Alliance reacted. As soon as the news spread, the higher-ups of the 3 major forces of the Heavenly Way Alliance gathered together for an emergency meeting. In the central area of the Human Clan Federation, there were dozens of figures in the Federation's headquarters hall, which was located on the peak of a giant life star. This emergency meeting was still held in the Human Federation. At this time, the figures in the hall were all the primordial ancient beings of the Human Federation. There were more than 40 of them, including Devourer, who had just broken through to Huang Zun's realm not long ago. As for the other 6 ancient Baron Venerables of the Human Federation, they did not show up this time. Other than Devourer, the Immortal Emperor, Zhu Wutian of the Sky Palace and Qi Xiaohong of the Temple of Glory also sat in a corner. In the other 2 directions, there were 4 or 5 figures. In the left corner, there were 4 figures who looked like humans, but there was a thick ferocious beast aura in their bodies. Obviously, their current human form was just a disguise. These 4 figures were the 4 primordial ancient beings from the alliance of 10,000 races. The Hell Ant, the Space Rat, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime came from the 4 great races of the slave races of the first universe. As for the cultivation strength, they were all at the middle stage of the Remote Ancient Supreme. The weakest was at the 4th stage of the Remote Ancient Realm, and the strongest was at the 6th stage of the Remote Ancient Realm. Of course, the 4 of them were now the elders of the Heavenly Way Alliance. The 5 figures on the right also looked like humans, but the aura in their bodies showed that they had the bloodline of ferocious beasts, and it was very thick. These 5 were the 5 ancient Baron Venerables from the Star Alliance. The Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the Blood-Devouring Lion. Their cultivation level was not weak, and they were all primordial ancient beings. The weakest was level 7 Baron Venerables. These 9 ancient Baron Venerables had received the shocking news about the magic hall from the scout fleet. They immediately set off and rushed over through the wormhole built by the 3 great alliances. Now, as the meeting began, the faces of the dozens of Heavenly Way alliances higher-ups in the hall were not looking good. There was fear and solemnity in their gloomy expressions. For a moment, no one was the first to speak. Sigh. After a long time, Devourer suddenly sighed faintly. He turned his head and looked at the Heavenly Way alliance's higher-ups in the hall. He paused for a moment, then said, "I didn't expect that in such a short time, the situation would change so drastically." In just one night, 8 powerful primordial ancient beings appeared in the magic hall, and with the addition of the black-robed Baron Venerables from the Survivors Alliance, it is equivalent to an increase of 9 Baron Venerables. In the Forbidden Area, there are already 10 Baron Venerables. Whether it is the Tianji clan or our Heavenly Way alliance, there are only a dozen Baron Venerables at most. In the blink of an eye, our suppression of the magic hall disappeared in an instant. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4854. As soon as Devourer finished speaking, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the main hall looked at each other helplessly. There was even a hint of unwillingness in their eyes, but no one made a sound. Previously, the Star Alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, and the Human Federation had merged to form the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Although the main purpose was to unite the strong and fight against the Tianji clan and the Demon Palace, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had been formed. However, in reality, all of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were well aware that after the Heavenly Tao Alliance was established, as long as the Heavenly Tao Alliance didn't provoke them, they didn't plan on initiating a war with the Heavenly Tao Alliance. This was because compared to the Tianji clan, they felt that it would be easier to bully the Magic Hall. Before this, the Magic Hall was nominally guarded by 2 Desolate Supremes, who were the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian. However, ever since the battle between the 5 alliances and the Magic Hall 2 years ago, the Master of the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian, had suddenly disappeared. Even when his 7 beautiful maids and the demonic dragon were trapped in the Star Alliance, he did not appear. In the end, the Master of the Magic Hall had appeared and resolved the crisis. From this point alone, it could be seen that the Master of the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian, was most likely tied up by something and could not leave in a short period of time. This was obviously the best time to overturn the Magic Hall. After all, his battle strength was extremely shocking. Even if he was not at the level of the Master of the Magic Hall, he was probably not too far away. If they waited until the Master of the Heavenly River Star, Yi Xian, returned and then made a move on the Magic Hall, the difficulty would suddenly increase by more than 30%. Therefore, when the Heavenly Tao Alliance was formed, the higher-ups of the 3 alliances all had the idea of sending troops to the Magic Hall soon. Yi Xian, the Milky Way Star Master, had not returned. In the entire Magic Hall, there was only the Master of the Magic Hall. Although his battle prowess was heaven-defying and he could fight against the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Sky Rock, the Scarlet Unicorn, and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile at the same time, it was only natural that Yi Xian was the Master of the Magic Hall. However, in the current Heavenly Law Alliance, including the 9 Desolate Supremes from the Star Alliance and the Myriad Tribes Alliance, the total number of Primordial Supremes had reached 16. The Human Clan Federation alone had 7 of them. As for the powerful beings below Huang Zun, the only ones in the entire Magic Hall were the Starry Sky Hairy Turtle and the Starry Sky Porcupine that had just returned. Even if one were to include the 9 black dragons that were left behind in the Magic Hall by Sky River Star Yi Xian, as well as him. As for the 7 great alluring maidservants, there were only a dozen of them, and they were also unable to compare to the Heavenly Law Alliance. Under such circumstances, all of the Desolate Supremes of the Heavenly Law Alliance did not need to be mobilized. In a sudden attack, there was at least an 80% chance that they would be able to suppress the Master of the Magic Hall in a short period of time. Without him, the so-called Magic Hall would be nothing more than a joke. As such, the Heavenly Law Alliance would be able to take over the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun in the shortest amount of time. At that time, even if Sky River Star Master Yi Xian were to return, he would not be able to cause too much of a commotion. If he really dared to provoke them, they would just suppress him as well. Because of this, when the Heavenly Law Alliance was first established, the Desolate Supremes of the three great alliances already had the idea of taking action against the Master of the Magic Hall. Unfortunately, before this idea could be put into practice, in just one night, the situation had once again undergone a huge reversal. Currently, there were at least 10 Desolate Supremes in the Magic Hall. Although they were still far from the Heavenly Law Alliance, at least they had the qualifications to fight a bloody battle with the Heavenly Law Alliance. Although the 7 great alluring maidservants who had broken through to the Desolate Supremacy realm this time were only first-stage Desolate Supremes, including the black-robed Desolate Supremes of the Survivors Alliance, they were also first-stage Desolate Supremes. However, first-stage Desolate Supremes were still Desolate Supremes. Once they stepped into this level, it would not be easy to kill them. As such, if the Heavenly Law Alliance were to launch a war against the Magic Hall, although the Heavenly Law Alliance would still be the final victor, the price they would have to pay would definitely not be small. After all, the Master of the Magic Hall had heaven-defying battle strength. Furthermore, he had the Farmer God Cauldron left behind by the Sky River Star Master Yi Xian. The 9-colored sea of flames within the cauldron was extremely powerful. Furthermore, among the 9 new Desolate Supremes in the Magic Hall, the Emperor Seal Lightning Spirit that had entered the Desolate Supremacy realm by devouring lightning was also an extremely troublesome existence. As such, once the war started, it would definitely be a bloody battle. More importantly, as there were now 10 Desolate Supremes in the Magic Hall, if the Heavenly Law Alliance were to really start a war with the Magic Hall, this war would definitely last for a long time. At that time, if the Tianji clan took the opportunity to launch an attack, the Heavenly Law Alliance would be attacked from both sides. After all, the star sector where the Human Federation was located was only 100 billion miles away from the Tianji clan's base camp. This distance was really too dangerous. Regarding this point, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance were all well aware of it. As such, everyone's expression was not very good. They had so easily missed the opportunity to attack and even destroy the Magic Hall. In their opinion, the loss was too great. Unfortunately, even if they were unwilling, reality was reality. Since the situation had changed, they had no choice but to make corresponding adjustments to how they should deal with it. As for the Magic Hall, for the time being, there is no way we can make a move. Thinking of this, Dier briefly muttered to himself. Then, a light flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the hall. After a short pause, he continued, comparatively speaking, the threat from the Tianji clan is actually greater. Forget about the Star Alliance and the alliance of 10,000 races, but the base camp of the Human Federation Star Sector is only 100 billion miles away from the Tianji clan's base camp. Not long ago, Di sent an army to harass us. They have been eyeing the vast star sector that the Human Federation occupies for a long time. Although they have temporarily retreated, with Di's temperament and style, I'm afraid that a second war will descend very soon. As such, once the Heavenly Law Alliance is forced to fight and engage in an all-out war with the Tianji clan, the Magic Hall will most likely take advantage of this opportunity to attack. When that time comes, we will definitely be attacked from both sides, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. As such, the best solution is to pull the Magic Hall into this war, immediately give the order to leave behind a fleet of envoys and head to the Magic Hall. In the name of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance, we will invite the Master of the Magic Hall to come and discuss the matter of attacking the Tianji clan together. As such, if he agrees, not only will the crisis of the Heavenly Law Alliance be temporarily resolved, we will also be able to use this opportunity to divert the hatred and anger of the Tianji clan to the Magic Hall. Once this succeeds, with De's temperament, he will most likely lead the entire Tianji clan to attack the Magic Hall first. If this happens, the Heavenly Law Alliance can definitely make a move in the dark and take advantage of the Tianji clan's disturbance of the Magic Hall to destroy them in one fell swoop. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4855. As soon as De'er finished speaking, a wave of whispers rang out in the hall. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Dao Alliance were obviously interested in his suggestion. After a short private discussion, everyone expressed their opinions and unanimously approved of De'er's suggestion to immediately send a fleet of envoys to the Magic Hall. They would invite the Master of the Magic Hall to come and discuss the plan to suppress the Celestial Clan. 7 days later, at the Forbidden Land of Rising where the Magic Hall was located. Boom! 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 In the void of space outside the Forbidden Land, a fleet was approaching. There were not many ships in this fleet, only 10,000 of them. However, all of them were superpowered star fortresses that were millions of meters in size. Each of them was as large as a small meteor. This fleet was the Heavenly Dao Alliance's envoys that had sailed out from the Human Federation star region. There were 2 primordial beings in the fleet. One was a human, and the other was an elder of the Federation who had the bloodline of a pharaoh. They were from the Temple of Glory. With the current relationship between the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Magic Hall, this fleet naturally did not dare to directly enter the Forbidden Land of Rising. When they were still a few 100 million miles away from the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising, they stopped. In fact, when they were still 10 billion miles away, an army of feral beasts had already rushed out of the Forbidden Land of Rising. The higher-up of the Magic Hall who was on duty now was the primordial porcupine. When this guy heard that there was an army of superpowered star fortresses in the void of space outside the Forbidden Land, he immediately rushed out with an army of 10 million feral beasts. At the same time, he woke up the primordial turtle and asked him to ask for the help of Desolate Sovereign who had just joined in. Hey, the fleet in front, what are you doing here? After rushing out of the Forbidden Land, the primordial porcupine immediately revealed his bloodline true form. He turned into a giant black pig that was more than 10 million feet tall. He stood in the void and glanced at the army of star fortresses that had stopped abruptly in the void of space a few 100 million miles away. He shouted loudly, "Where are the higher-ups of the fleet? Why don't you come out and greet me when you see me? Are you trying to force me to go crazy?" Poof! PFFF, these words were really infuriating. Not only did he call himself Grandpa, he even added the word pig in front of it. Wasn't he scolding himself as a pig? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 Heavenly Law Alliance's almighty experts, who were leading the fleet, were so infuriated that they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned green as they walked out of the flagship and came to the front of the fleet. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he briefly explained the reason why the Heavenly Dao Alliance had invited the Master of the Magic Hall over to discuss their plan to suppress the Heavenly Fate race. Then, he immediately requested to meet with the Master of the Magic Hall, *T. Do you think any random Tom, Dick or Harry can meet that guy? Upon hearing the other party's intentions, the primordial porcupine immediately rolled its eyes and roared, "What's more, your Heavenly Dao Alliance was having a good time with the Heaven's Legacy race, yet you suddenly want to pull our Magic Hall into your alliance. You clearly have ill intentions and are too sinister. You must be punished for your actions. Men, take these 10,000 superstar fortresses. It's fine if none of them resist. Throw them into the captive army. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy. Roar! Roar! Screech!" Just as the primordial porcupine finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar and furious roar came from behind. An army of 10 million ferocious beasts rushed out. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts that were brought along by the primordial porcupine were obviously the elites of the 10,000 evil army. With 10 million of them surrounding 10,000 superstar fortresses, the result was obvious. Damn dark-skinned old boar, are you crazy? Even when two armies are at war, they don't kill the envoys. What's more, we are only here to invite the master of the magic hall on behalf of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's higher-ups. Seeing this scene, the two almighty figures of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the fleet of star fortresses were instantly enraged. Their hearts were about to burst into flames, but they could only suppress their anger and try to persuade them. Lord Demon Master said that the Magic Hall has nothing to say to the Heavenly Tao Alliance. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The primordial tortoise led the black-robed desolate sovereign of the remnant army to descend. A cold light flashed in the latter's eyes, and he immediately slapped out with his palm. So, when I see you bastards from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, I'll just kill them. That's right, there's no need to talk so much nonsense. Bang! Bang! This was the attack of the old monster desolate sovereign. Even though they were hundreds of millions of miles away, the two almighty figures from the Heavenly Tao Alliance had no chance of escaping. Caught off guard, their bodies were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Before they could spread out, the primordial tortoise and primordial porcupine rushed forward and divided them up on the spot. Everything that happened next was as expected. The two almighty figures of the battleship were slapped to death. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the 10,000 superstar fortresses did not dare to resist at all. They were directly captured and brought back to the forbidden land of Rising Sun. The Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Human Federation. It had been 12 days since the fleet of star fortresses that had been sent to the forbidden land of Rising Sun to invite the master of the Magic Hall to leave. During these 12 days, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall had never left the hall. They were secretly discussing the various details of the upcoming war with the Heavenly Tao clan. At their level, even if they did not sleep for several years, they would not be affected at all, let alone a short half a month. At this moment, the news came, and all the higher-ups of the Heavenly Tao Alliance in the hall were stunned. After a short moment of silence, they all subconsciously turned their heads and looked at Devourer. At this moment, Devaurer's face had already turned purple, and his body was slightly trembling. He was so angry that he slammed the table in front of him and said furiously, "Master of the Magic Hall, you've gone too far." At the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun where the Magic Hall was located, now, it had been 17 days since the fleet of star fortresses from the Heavenly Tao Alliance had arrived and been captured. When the news reached the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Devourer flew into a rage out of humiliation. In order to give the higher-ups an explanation and make himself feel better, he immediately mobilized the entire Heaven's Legacy race to the forbidden land of the Rising Sun. Roar. Screech, boom. Rumble. In front of the void, more than 100 million mechanical beasts from the Machinery clan were rumbling toward them. When they were still a few 100 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land, all of them suddenly raised their heads and roared angrily. Immediately after, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire void. During this time, it was accompanied by the sound of mechanical grinding that was so dense that it made one's hair stand on end. More than 100 million mechanical clansmen of different sizes and shapes, but they all looked similar to various kinds of ferocious beasts in space. In an instant, they began to transform. As the transformation of their appearances rapidly unfolded, the mechanical clansmen of different sizes also gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and rapidly merged together. This scene was like the fusion of Transformers. The different numbers of members of the Machine Clan had fused into one in just a few breaths. Some had 3 to 5 members of the Machine Clan, while some had even more. The largest number had dozens of members of the Machine Clan fusing into one. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4856. Boom. Rumble, an earth-shattering roar resounded. As the fusion unfolded, the original 100 million automaton clansmen turned into 10 million in the blink of an eye. Although their numbers were reduced by 90%, the 10 million automaton clansmen that appeared were not only larger in size, almost exceeding the size of an ordinary star, but their forms had also changed. Although they were still space beasts, they were more ferocious. And although they were formed by the fusion of different numbers of automaton clansmen, they were a single entity. There was no trace of fusion or splicing, as if they were born this way. After the fusion, basically every one of them would possess the bloodline characteristics of various astral beasts. This meant that their defensive and offensive abilities would also be more diverse and powerful. They might even possess the characteristics of some special astral beasts such as the Zerg. Their ability, their cultivation strength would instantly soar by a large margin. Previously, when there were 100 million of them, the weakest among these automaton clansmen were sector lords. But now, after the fusion, among the 10 million automaton battle beasts, the weakest among them were already immortals. Ordinary undying, but this was clearly only the first fusion. Everything wasn't over yet. Such a big movement immediately alarmed the patrol fleet at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun. These patrol fleets left some to monitor, while the rest rushed into the forbidden land, immediately reporting the situation outside the forbidden land. Roar! When the news came, in the cave star where Yi Xian was guarding, a shocking roar immediately came out. At this time, the 7 beautiful cultivators, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who had just completed their breakthrough, had already entered seclusion. His figure rushed out of the cave star alone. When he looked up, he saw the immemorial turtle and the immemorial porcupine, as well as the black-robed desolate sovereign of the remnant army. As for the other magic hall upper echelons, such as Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and Naples, Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Patriarch Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, as well as Old Man Xianyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abyss Bodhi, and other small idol forces and family upper echelons. As for the 6-headed Blood Flood Dragon, Green Ox, Xiao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the captive army, the 9 ancient mighty figures from the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, they all entered seclusion. Air is here. That's perfect. I was just about to look for him. Turning his head to look at the primordial porcupine, primordial hairy tortoise, and the black-robed desolate sovereign, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he spoke. He waved his hand and shot forward. The 3 of them didn't dare to tarry. They cried out and followed closely behind. Following that, an enormous fleet of battleships set off, numbering more than 100 million. Even if they weren't needed on the battlefield, how could the master of the magic hall not show up? This is how it should be. Boom! Rumble! When Yi Xian rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, hundreds of millions of miles away, an earth-shattering roar rang out again like a tide, enveloping the entire void. The second fusion of the automaton army had begun. In an instant, the space was filled with the sound of machines grinding together so densely that it made one's hair stand on end. The more than 10 million machine race clansmen that had just finished fusing began to gather in groups of 2s and 3s. Gather and fuse with each other, just like the previous time. All of this was completed within a short span of 3 breaths. The 10 million plus automaton battle beasts that had undergone the first fusion were now reduced by 90%, leaving only a little over 1 million. However, without exception, all of them grew in size. Now, the smallest of them was almost the size of an undying star, just like a giant star. However, in terms of form, they were still space beasts and had the characteristics of many types of beasts. As for their cultivation level, the weakest of them was already an emperor-level undying. Among them, the strongest of them had the cultivation level of a universe supreme, and there were quite a number of them, more than 1,000 of them. However, this wasn't the end. Boom! Rumble! In the void, the earth-shattering rumbles were heard again, and the hair-raising sounds of machines breaking in could be heard. The 1 million plus automaton battle beasts, like the previous 2 times, gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and merged. The third fusion took slightly longer, but it only lasted for a dozen breaths of time. In the blink of an eye, the original 1 million plus mecha battle beasts that had undergone the second fusion had been reduced by 90%, leaving only a few 100,000 mecha battle beasts. However, every single one of them was extremely huge, close to 100 million miles in size. They were all different kinds of space beasts, but they were extremely ferocious. With one look, they were like prehistoric beasts, and it was a ghastly sight. Besides, after the third fusion, the weakest automaton battle beasts had become an emperor-level undying. Among which, the strongest being had become a desolate-era great being, and there were quite a number of them, more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts of emperor level and above, and more than 100 desolate-era great beings. This level of power was absolutely shocking, and any being below the level of a desolate master couldn't help but be shocked. However, this was only the third time they had fused with each other. In just half an incense's time, the 100 million automaton battle beasts that rushed out from the huge space wormhole had rapidly completed the third fusion. The original 100 million plus automaton battle beasts, after the third fusion, the number was reduced to a few 100,000. Although the number was reduced, their battle strength had greatly increased, and they became more than 100,000 automaton battle beasts of emperor level and above. Among them, there were more than 100 desolate-era great beings. Such a scene, even Yi Xian couldn't help but be moved. If the fourth fusion was completed, according to the pattern of the previous 3, the 100,000 automaton battle beasts would be reduced by another 90%, leaving only a few 100,000. It didn't sound like a lot, but the automaton battle beasts that completed the fourth fusion, just in terms of size, would be comparable to a huge star. As for the cultivation level, even the weakest would be at the universe night level, and the strongest, theoretically speaking, would be at the level of a desolate master, and there should be more than a dozen of them. 10,000 automaton battle beasts, all of which were at the level of a universe knight, and there were at least a dozen of them at the level of a desolate master. Overall, although the number wasn't much, it was definitely a terrifying automaton battle beast army. Unstoppable. However, whether or not the fourth fusion could be completed was still a mystery. During the battle with the Tianji clan army, this automaton army had only completed the third fusion. Just as Yi Xian was pondering, a shocking rumble resounded, and the fourth fusion finally began. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4857. Hong. Hong long long, ka cha cha. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, there was a loud rumbling sound in the space before them. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machines grinding together. The fourth fusion of the automaton army had finally begun. Previously, after 3 rounds of merging, the number of the mechanical tribe army had been reduced to a few 100,000. Although the number had decreased, their fighting power had increased tremendously. They had become a few 100,000 emperor level and above automaton battle beasts, and there were even over 100 primordial era great beings among them. And now, as the fourth fusion began, the over 100,000 automaton beasts all at emperor level and above gathered in groups of 3 to 5. There were more than 10 to 20 automaton battle beasts gathered in a corner of the space. They seemed to be devouring each other as they fused together. This scene was extremely shocking. After all, after the third fusion, the size of these few 100,000 automaton battle beasts was already extremely huge. Even the smallest of them was the size of a small planet, and the largest of them was the size of a giant planet. The fusion of such a huge mechanical war beast was originally an extremely spectacular sight, but all of this happened extremely quickly. In less than half an incense stick of time, the fusion of these hundreds of thousands of mechanical war beasts had been completed. It was completed. At this time, looking around, the original hundreds of thousands of mechanical war beasts had been reduced to less than 10,000 in just half an incense's time. over 10,000 was indeed not a large number, but compared to the previous automaton battle beasts, it was completely different. Just in terms of size alone, even the smallest of these 10,000 over mechanical beasts would be comparable to a gigantic planet. Their fighting power had increased tremendously. Even the weakest had reached the universe knight level. As for the strongest, which was the one with the largest body, they even had the aura of a desolate supreme, and there were quite a few of them. There were close to 20 of them. As for the primordial era great being level automaton battle beasts, there were even more of them, reaching hundreds. In less than half an hour, this automaton battle beast army under D-Air already had over 10 primordial era supreme beings and hundreds of primordial era great beings. Such a change was simply shocking. Even Yi Xian could not help but sigh. Although D-Air's automaton race had taken a completely different path from D-Yi's Tianji race. The Tianji race's army and automaton battle beasts, as well as the various types of battleships controlled by intelligent robots, were far more numerous than the automaton race. They were not even on the same level. However, the automaton race's ability to fuse machines was truly shocking. D-Air had taken the elite route. The total number of his race army was only slightly over 100 million. Once they were deployed, they were small and strong, and they could fuse with different levels at any time. The entire automaton army instantly transformed into an army of different levels of great beings. However, just like this, hundreds of supreme beings, more than a dozen desolate sovereigns. They were still no match for Yi Xian. Facing the master of the magic hall, the primordial era supreme beings were like ants. They were no different from ants. No matter how many of them there were, it was meaningless. If they really fought, only the primordial era supreme beings were qualified to fight with Yi Xian. After the fourth fusion, there were dozens of primordial era supreme beings among the 10,000 plus automaton battle beasts. However, the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all primordial era supreme beings. Without exception, they were all primordial era supreme beings. Even if dozens of primordial era and primordial era supreme beings joined forces to attack the master of the magic hall, they would not have any hope of winning. They might not even be able to form an encirclement. Although they were all primordial era supreme beings, the current master of the magic hall was already a primordial era supreme. If he attacked with all his might, he might not be able to kill dozens of primordial era supreme beings in a short period of time. However, it was definitely possible to break their bones and break their tendons and destroy their internal machinery with one heavy punch after another. At that time, these dozens of desolate supreme-level automaton battle beasts would be equivalent to a piece of scrap metal. In a short period of time, they would definitely lose all their battle power. Yi Xian understood this point, but he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to make a move. If he wanted to make a move, he would have already done so before the fourth fusion began. He wouldn't have waited until now. The reason why he had been standing at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun with his arms crossed and quietly watching everything unfold was to see to what extent the automaton battle beast army under D-Air could fuse to. Of course, there was another more important reason. That was because of Yi Xian's confidence, which made him extremely confident. It was also because of the existence of this confidence. It could be said that although this battle had yet to begin, and the integration of this mechanical army under D-Air's command had yet to come to an end, their defeat was already destined from the very beginning. However, it was just that. D-Air was still in the dark and did not realize it at all. However, D-Air clearly knew that the automaton battle beast army that had just completed the fourth fusion was definitely not a match for the master of the magic hall. Although there were dozens of primordial era and primordial era desolate supremes among the 10,000 over automaton battle beasts, it was only at this level of power. Even if they had a great advantage in terms of numbers, they were still unable to shake the master of the cultivation realm. Reaching the primordial era desolate supremes, with unparalleled battle power, and possessing 3 blood sea doppelgangers, the master of the magic hall, however, this did not matter, because the fourth fusion before them was not the limit of the automaton battle beast army. Even the fifth fusion that was about to begin was not the final destination. This powerful automaton army had been hidden in the hands of Devourer for tens of thousands of years. They had never appeared in the outside world and had always been hidden in an independent small space, exploring and practicing on their own. After tens of thousands of years of training, the current mech race's battle beast army had reached the limit of 6 fusions. That's right, the 6th fusion was the limit of this automaton army. At that time, although the number of automaton battle beasts after fusion would be smaller, their strength would once again soar by a large margin. It was definitely not something the current 4th fusion could compare to. Boom. Rumble, Kachacha, with excitement in his heart, Devourer immediately issued a new order. In the void in front of them, an earth-shattering boom rang out once again. There was even the ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding together that filled the air. Thus, the 5th fusion of the machine race army began in full swing. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4858. Hong. Hong long long, ka-cha-cha. In the void in front of them, an earth-shattering rumble rang out again, and the ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding rang out in all directions. Filled with excitement, Devourer immediately issued a new order. The 5th fusion of the Machine Tribe army thus began in full swing. After the 4th fusion, there were only slightly more than 10,000 mechanical beasts left. Although it was not a lot, it was completely different from the mechanical beasts from before. Just in terms of size alone, even the smallest of these 10,000 over-mechanical beasts would be comparable to a giant planet. As for the cultivation level, it had increased tremendously. Even the weakest of them had reached the universe night level. The strongest, which was the one with the largest body, had the aura of a desolate master, and there were quite a few of them. There were close to 20 of them. Besides, there were even more primordial ancient-level automaton army beasts, reaching up to hundreds of them. Right now, as the earth-shattering roar resounded through the void once again, the 10,000 over-mechanical battle beasts that had completed their 4th fusion instantly gathered together again. There were at least 3 to 5 of them, and at most a dozen of them. Within a few breaths, they had merged together. As the number of fusions increased, the time taken for each fusion became longer. This meant that the difficulty level of the fusion was increasing. The 5th fusion took the time of an incense stick to burn. After 30 minutes, the original 10,000-plus automaton army beasts were reduced again. Now, there were only slightly more than 1,000 left. Just like the previous 4 fusions, after the 5th fusion, the remaining 1,000-plus automaton army beasts grew in size again. Now, even the 60 million miles long raging ape, compared to any one of these automaton army beasts, would have shrunk a little. It had slimmed down a little, which was enough to show how huge and terrifying its body was. As for the cultivation level, among the 1,000-plus automaton army beasts, the weakest one was already a universe master. Among them, there were more than a dozen primordial ancient-level automaton army beasts. Although there was not much change in terms of numbers compared to the previous 4th fusion, in fact, among the dozen or so desolate ancient realm mechanical war beasts, there were already a few rank 4 to rank 6 intermediate desolate sovereigns. The remaining 10 or so were new desolate venerable level mechanical battle beasts that had appeared after the completion of the 5th fusion. Therefore, their cultivation strength was only at the early desolate venerable level between rank 1 and rank 3. As for the primordial era experts, their numbers had been reduced by more than half. Now, there were only 100 or so left. However, this was clearly not the end. After the 5th fusion, there would be a 6th fusion. Even if Devourer did not say it out loud, Yi Xian had already guessed it. After all, with just a dozen early-stage Desolate Supremes and a few middle-stage Desolate Supremes, they were still far from being a match for the Master of the Magic Hall. Hence, the 6th fusion was inevitable. Boom. Rumble, Kacha. In the void in front of them, an earth-shattering rumbling sound rang out once again. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding together. Devourer had once again given a new order. The sixth fusion of the Machinery Clan army was immediately carried out. Unfolding, in the distance, in the void at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, it was silent. This time, as Air led the entire Machinery Clan army to approach, the 6 major armies of the Magic Hall in the forbidden land of rising sun had also sent 3 armies to support them. An army of warships came from the captive army. An army of battleships came from the remnant army. And finally, an army of ferocious beasts came from the all-evil army. The 3 armies were very large in size. There were more than 100 million of them. Now, they were gathered into battle formations and lined up at the edge of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Although all of them were murderous, they were orderly and disciplined. Before any orders were given, whether it was the warships, the battleships, or the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts that stood in the void of the universe with their physical bodies, none of them made any moves. They acted rashly. In front of these 3 armies, there were only a few lonely figures. In the form of a ferocious ape, Yi Xian, who was only about 10 feet tall, stood alone at the forefront. He stood with his arms crossed, and there was a look of disdain in his eyes. Behind him, there were only 3 figures, the immemorial tortoise and the immemorial porcupine, as well as the black-robed desolate sovereign of the remnant army. As for the other higher-ups of the Magic Hall, such as Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and Naples, Devil Emperor Mo and Tian, Demon Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Mingzhou, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xinyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small idol forces and families. As for the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Green Ox, Xiao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the 9 primordial great beings from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans of the captive army, all of them had entered seclusion. At this time, the 4 of them had a look of interest on their faces. They were firmly locked on to the Machinery Clan army that was carrying out the 6th fusion hundreds of millions of miles ahead. The previous 5th fusion took a whole incense stick's worth of time. The 6th fusion this time was obviously more difficult and required more time. It took a whole meal's worth of time before the 6th fusion was finally completed. After the completion of this fusion, there were only 108 mechanical battle beasts left. The cultivation aura emitted from their bodies indicated that the weakest one was at the first level of the primordial great beings. Among them, there were about 30 primordial great beings. Basically, all of them were at the beginning stage of the primordial great beings. There were 6 mid-stage desolate venerables from the 4th to the 6th level, as well as 6 late-stage desolate venerables from the 7th and 8th level. As for their size, needless to say, they were all so huge that it made one's hair stand on end. Even the 3 Blood Sea avatars that were 60 million miles in size could not be compared to them. They were 2 times smaller. The 6th fusion. Is this your limit? Seeing this, Yi Xian finally spoke. The eyes of the violent ape, which was only about 3 meters tall, flickered with a trace of disdain. Even the tone of his words revealed a hint of sarcasm and disdain. If it's just like this, I'm afraid it's still not enough. These 108 mechanical battle beasts with cultivation above the almighty realm, I alone am enough to suppress them. Enough. This was not an exaggeration. The current Yi Xian's cultivation was already at the 7th level of the primordial great beings. Under the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of the demonic ape, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was already at the 8th level of the desolate venerables. If he were to expand his body further, when he was 60 million miles in size, he would be able to obtain a level of support due to the majestic power of qi and blood in his body, which was the 9th level of the desolate venerables. In addition to the power of the Blood Sea secret techniques clones, the 3 Blood Sea clones were equivalent to 3 9th-rank perfect stage Baron Supremes. As such, the 100 over mechanical battle beasts on the other side were indeed not enough. Unless, they could still carry out one last time. Ultimate Fusion. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4859. 108 high-level war beasts, all of which were above the level of the primordial great beings. Among them, there were more than 30 desolate supremes, 6 middle supremes, and 6 late supremes between the 7th and 8th levels. Such a faction was definitely extremely powerful. Even if they were to fight against the Master of the Magic Hall who had 3 Blood Sea clones, they would still be able to fight evenly. However, if the Master of the Magic Hall and Yi Xian, the Master of the Sky River Star, were to unleash their big-headed black club in Shenong's cauldron, the result would be as he said. The chances of these 108 war beasts winning were extremely slim. 40%. This was definitely not the result that Devourer wanted to see. This time, he had led the entire mech race to approach the Magic Hall in a grand and high-profile attack. In fact, he was feeling very helpless. Previously, he was the one who suggested to send a fleet of diplomatic envoys to the Magic Hall to invite the Master of the Magic Hall to discuss the grand plan against the Tianji clan. At first, he thought that the Master of the Magic Hall would not give them face and would not come. At least, there would not be any losses, and he would just treat it as a test. He did not expect that these people would be so cruel. Not only did they not agree, they even detained the entire diplomatic envoys and took them as captives. As for the 2 primordial great beings who led the diplomatic envoys, they were directly executed. Of the 2 primordial great beings, one was from the Tianjua Palace, and the other was from the Temple of Glory. Although it was only 2 primordial great beings who died, it was not a great loss. However, on the side of the Tianjua Palace and the Temple of Glory, Devaurer's reputation was greatly damaged because of this. If he did not give an explanation, his right to speak in the Human Federation and even the entire Heavenly Tao Alliance would be affected because of this. Because of this, in order to redeem himself, and also to give an explanation to the higher-ups of the Tianjua Palace and the Temple of Glory, Devourer pretended to be furious and led the entire mech race army to attack the Magic Hall. In other words, his invasion of the Magic Hall this time was just for show, and it was fine as long as he could maintain his reputation. But even if it was just for show, a real battle was unavoidable. Otherwise, if they withdrew after just a few words, the effect would be no different from running away, and they would lose even more face. Since there was going to be a great battle, in Devaurer's opinion, it was impossible to kill or severely injure the Master of the Magic Hall. It was impossible to do so with just his mechanical tribe. However, at the very least, he could not allow the other party to suppress him and cause his mechanical race to suffer losses. Therefore, in terms of battle prowess, he had to be roughly on par with the other party. But right now, he had only completed his 6th fusion. Although his combat strength was already on par with the Master of the Magic Hall, the chances of him being crushed were still very high, more than 60%. This was also something that Devourer did not want to see. If a few of the huge mechanical battle beasts were destroyed, it would be a huge loss to the mechanical tribe. Therefore, after a short moment of contemplation, Devourer gritted his teeth and immediately made a decision. Master of the Magic Hall, don't be too proud. The 6th fusion is still not the limit of my mechanical tribe. With a cold glint in his eyes, Devourer turned to look at Yi Xian, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved into a ferocious smile. Even the next 7th fusion is not the limit either. Although the 7th fusion is not completely integrated, it is already possible to open it now. It's just that the timing is not satisfactory. If you're afraid, then we can start the battle now. This was obviously a provocation, but Yi Xian did not take it to heart at all. After hearing this, he grinned and the voice of his divine sense was transmitted. The 7th fusion. If you can open it, then try to open it as soon as possible. There's no need for these useless things. Although I also want to see where the limit of your mechanical tribe is, there is a limit to my patience. If you continue to talk, I will really have to attack. Devourer was waiting for him to say this. When he heard this, his heart immediately relaxed. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered the 108 mechanical battle beasts behind him to fuse again. Boom! Rumble, ka-cha-cha. Following his order, in the void in front of him, an earth-shattering rumble sounded again. There was also an ear-piercing sound of machinery grinding that filled the air. The seventh fusion of the mechanical tribe army began immediately. After the completion of the sixth fusion, the number of mechanical battle beasts in the mechanical tribe army was sharply reduced to 108. Although it was so little that it made one's hair stand on end, these 108 mechanical battle beasts all had the cultivation of primordial age almighties and above. Among them, there were more than 30 true primordial age supremes, 6 mid-stage baron supremes from level 4 to level 6, and 6 late-stage baron supremes from level 7 to level 8. Now, with the start of the 7th fusion, these 108 extremely powerful mechanical battle beasts gathered together in an instant and began to fuse with each other. The 12 mid-stage and late-stage baron supremes were divided into 3 groups. Each time, there were only 2 late-stage Baron Supremes and 2 mid-stage Baron Supremes. In addition, there were more than 20 early-stage Baron Supremes and even more powerful mechanical battle beasts. They were also divided into 3 groups and rushed to the 3 fusion areas respectively. Looking at this situation, the fusion this time was obviously different from the previous ones. In the previous 6 fusions, the number of mechanical battle beasts only decreased by 90% each time. After the complete fusion, the number of mechanical battle beasts was about 10% of the base number before the fusion. According to this pattern, after the 7th fusion of the 108 mechanical battle beasts was completed, the number of mechanical battle beasts should be about a dozen or so. But now, there were only 3 fusion areas for the 108 mechanical battle beasts. A total of 108 mechanical battle beasts were divided into 3 groups and were rapidly fusing. Looking at this situation, once the fusion was completed, the number of mechanical battle beasts that would be left would obviously not reach the expected number of a dozen or so mechanical battle beasts. If there were no accidents, there should only be 3 mechanical battle beasts. 108 mechanical battle beasts, and all of them had the cultivation of primordial age supremes and above. After the fusion, there would only be 3 mechanical battle beasts left. Just based on this point, one could roughly guess how terrifying the final 3 mechanical battle beasts would be. Their cultivation strength. According to Yi Xian's prediction, there was an 80% chance that the 3 mechanical battle beasts' cultivation strength would reach the terrifying level 9 complete primordial age supremes. In other words, half-step heavenly way. This was definitely a big deal. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be a little moved. After all, even if he transformed his body size to 60 million miles, obtained the strength of the majestic qi and blood in his huge physical body, and used the Blood Sea secret technique to enhance his cultivation strength. Using the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea clones that only had the battle strength of level 9 complete primordial age supremes. In other words, if his guess was correct, the 3 ultimate mechanical battle beasts that were formed from the 7 fusions of the entire mechanical race army would have a terrifying battle strength that was on par with Yi Xian. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4860. Boom. Rumble, ka-cha-cha. Following Devoureur's command, an earth-shattering rumble came from the void in front of them again. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machines grinding together. This was the 7th fusion of the Machine Clan army. This time, the fusion took even longer, taking a full 4 hours to complete. Perhaps it was just as Devourer had said. Although the 7th fusion could be barely completed, it was still somewhat unsatisfactory in terms of speed. If Yi Xian wanted to make a move, these 108 machine battle beasts would have been crushed by him before the fusion was completed. From this point of view, the fusion of the Machine Clan army was obviously flawed. If the fusion was completed before they entered the battlefield, there would not be any impact. Otherwise, if the fusion was carried out on the battlefield of the stars, it would definitely be a very dangerous thing to do. If there was no powerful force to protect and ensure that the fusion was carried out smoothly, the result would be very embarrassing if it was interrupted midway. This time, Yi Xian did not have this intention. He originally wanted to see what the limits of the Machine Clan were and to what extent they could reach. Now, 4 hours had passed. These 108 machine battle beasts, whose cultivation levels were all above that of the ancients, had finally completed the 7th fusion. In the cosmic void hundreds of millions of miles in front of them, other than Devourer, there were only 3 machine battle beasts left. The cultivation levels emitted from their bodies were all at the peak of the 9th order of the ancients. This was definitely a big deal. Even Yi Xian could not help but be a little moved. This was because even if Yi Xian transformed his body to a size of 60 million miles and received a level of support from the majestic power of blood and qi in his huge physical body, and used the power of the Blood Sea's secret technique, the 3 Blood Sea clones that could be condensed were only at the peak of the ancients. They only had the battle power of a peak of the 9th order of the Desolate Supremacy. In other words, these 3 ultimate battle beasts, which were formed from the entire mech race army after 7 fusions, now possessed a terrifying battle prowess that was on par with Yi Xian. This result made the black-robed Desolate Supremacy, Primordial Porcupine, and Primordial Hairy Tortoise behind him aghast. As for the countless experts from the 3 great magic hall legions at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, they had their mouths wide open. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In the distance, in the scout fleets of various forces and races, all the experts gasped as their expressions changed drastically, and they all exclaimed in shock. What? The mech race's mech battle beast army can actually fuse for the 7th time. Although it took a little longer, a full 4 hours, the fusion was successfully completed this time. Furthermore, the progress of the 7th fusion obviously surpassed the previous 6 fusions, breaking the previous pattern. After the fusion was completed, there were only 3 mechanical beasts left. Although the number was drastically reduced, the cultivation of these 3 mechanical beasts was extremely terrifying. All of them had reached the 9th stage Supreme Desolate Realm. This is simply shocking. A mechanical army with only a little more than 100 million people, after completing 7 consecutive fusions, can actually evolve into 3 peak Desolate Venerables of the great perfection of the 9th rank. This fusion ability is simply outrageous. Devaurer's mechanical clan is too heaven-defying. The current master of the Magic Hall only has the cultivation of a 8th stage Desolate Supremacy. Even if we include his huge body, which is 60 million miles long, and the power of the Blood Sea's secret techniques clones, he could only condense 3/3 stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy. The battle prowess of the 3 Blood Sea clones is only at the 9th stage Supreme Desolate Supremacy. In this way, he is basically on par with these 3 mech races' peak battle beasts. No one can do anything to the other. If that's the case, wouldn't the Heavenly Law Alliance's current strength be able to easily crush the Magic Hole? Just the mech race under Devourer is able to hold back the 3 Blood Sea clones of the Master of the Magic Hole. In addition to him, although there are 9 other Desolate Supremacies in the Magic Hall, they are all just first-stage Desolate Supremacies. However, including Devourer, there are at least 16 powerful Desolate Supremacies in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Among them, there is no lack of middle and late-stage Desolate Supremacies. If all of them are mobilized, even if the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian, who is rumored to have the same battle prowess as the Master of the Magic Hall, returns, he will not be able to reverse the situation. The current situation is indeed so. The Heavenly Law Alliance, which is formed by the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Federation, is indeed the strongest existence in this Eldritch world fragment. Although the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Law Alliance are said to be in a tripartite balance of power with the Heavenly Law Alliance, in an all-out war, neither the Magic Hall nor the Heavenly Law Alliance is a match for the Heavenly Law Alliance. This was only a guess before, but now, with the mech race army under Devourer showing their fangs, this guess can basically be confirmed as the truth. Sigh, the Master of the Magic Hall was too conceited and missed the opportunity to form a strong alliance with the Heavenly Law Alliance. He even captured the fleet sent by the Heavenly Law Alliance and killed the 2 fleet commanders of the fleet. This kind of enmity cannot be resolved. The Heavenly Law Alliance will definitely not let this matter rest so easily. Even if it's only Devourer and the Mechanical Clan army under his command this time, and no other forces have joined in, this is at least a declaration of their position. The alliance between the Devil Palace and the Heavenly Law Alliance will never happen again. Roar! Roar! Screech! Along with the cries of the experts from the various races and forces in the distance, in the cosmic void 700 to 800 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun, 3 shocking roars and howls suddenly rang out. After completing the 7th fusion, the 3 mech battle beasts, who were at the peak of the supreme primordial level 9 and half a step into the heavenly lower realm, instantly emitted a terrifying killing intent that made one's hair stand on end. Their auras even reached the void hundreds of millions of miles away. In an instant, they locked onto Yi Xian from a distance. This clearly showed that they were going to pounce out at any time and start a great battle. Bao Yuan, you are quite brave. You actually allowed my mech race to successfully complete the 7th fusion. At this time, the 7th fusion was completed. More than 100 million mech race clansmen had gathered to form 3 terrifying mech race beasts whose cultivation had reached the peak of the supreme primordial level 9. Devaurer's heart, which had been in his throat all this time, finally settled down completely. Down. Turning his head to look at Yi Xian, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately provoked, "Now, the ultimate battle beast of my race has appeared. Bao Yuan, do you dare to fight?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4861. Roar! Roar! Screech! In the universe void 7 to 800 million miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, 3 earth-shattering roars and howls suddenly rang out. At the same time, Devourer also turned his head to look at Yi Xian. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately provoked, "Now, my clan's ultimate battle beast has appeared, violent ape, do you dare to fight?" Roar, Walala. As soon as he finished speaking, the violent ape had already raised its head and let out a shocking roar, followed by the strange sound of splashing water. His entire body collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a corner of the universe void. Roar! Roar! Screech! Almost in the next moment, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. In the shocking boundless sea of blood, in the blink of an eye, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in an instant. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. The body of flesh and blood was the violent ape of stars. The skeleton body had no flesh and blood, only a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, incomparably ferocious. The body of the black fog was a shroud of black fog. Even the pair of eyes were merely 2 shrouds of purple light. It was extremely strange. The speed was too fast, compared to the 7 fusion of the mechanical race army, which took nearly half a day. The difference was obvious. In just a short breath, the 3 Blood Sea avatars had already been condensed, and the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies were all at the 8th order desolate ancient supreme realm. But in fact, the true battle strength of these 3 Blood Sea avatars, due to the support of the majestic blood chi in their 60 million mile long bodies, had reached the level of a 9th order desolate elder. Compared to the 3 mechanical beasts standing in the void opposite, they were not weaker at all. Roar! Just as his figure rose from the sea of blood, the violent ape raised its head and roared again. It turned its head to look at the universe void 7 to 800 million miles away, its eyes shining with a cold light, revealing a ferocious look. In terms of size, Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea clones were only 60 million kilometers long. On the other hand, the 3 mech race battle beasts standing in the void 7 to 800 million miles away were all 200 million miles long. In comparison, although the 3 Blood Sea clones were not small, they were much smaller and inconspicuous. However, in terms of the ferocious aura emitted from their bodies, the three Blood Sea clones were even denser. The three gigantic mechanical battle beasts in the void opposite were all standing on their hind legs. One of them only had a pair of lower limbs and a pair of arms. However, there was an additional pair of gigantic wings that looked like metal mantis blades on its back. This mechanical battle beast could be considered as one of them. Since it was called a mantis-winged beast, it was obvious that it was good at speed and agility. The second mech beast had 4 thick lower limbs and 4 pairs of upper limbs, a total of 8 limbs. It looked like the fusion of a giant octopus and a giant elephant. Presumably, its strength was its forte, so it was called the Claw Elephant Beast. As for the third giant beast, although it was also standing on its hind legs, it had 3 thick lower limbs that were extremely stable. Its upper body had countless tentacles that were extending and retracting like countless space pythons. It looked incomparably ferocious, and it must have some kind of special ability. Its ability could completely be called a star python beast. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, as the 3 Blood Sea clones appeared, the violent ape was the first to dash out, charging into the void on the left. In an instant, it was tens of billions of miles away. It turned around and waved at the woodwing beast of the 3 great battle beasts, its eyes filled with disdain. A look of disdain. This was clearly the rhythm of inviting the woodwing beast over to fight in this area. Realizing this, the expressions of some of the higher-ups of the scout fleets from the various clans and forces that were lurking near this area changed drastically. Like a stray dog, they immediately ordered the scout warships under their command to flee quickly. At least 20 to 30 billion miles away could be considered a safe zone. At the same time, the skeleton clone and the black fog clone also fled to the right and the right areas in front of them respectively. In the blink of an eye, their figures appeared tens of billions of miles away, each occupying a void. They turned around together and waved at the claw elephant beast and the star python beast of the 3 great mech beasts, inviting them to fight. The reason why Yi Xian rushed to such a long distance was obviously because he was worried that the upcoming earth-shattering battle would cause unnecessary impact to the forbidden land of Rising Sun where the magic hall was located. Regarding this, Devourer obviously had no objections. This time, although he had brought the entire mech clan to the magic hall in a high-profile manner, his real purpose was only to find a place. He did not really have the intention to cause great damage to the magic hall army in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. With just the mech clan army under his command, it was impossible for him to do that. Now, the 3 Blood Sea clones of the Master of the Magic Hall had been formed and were rushing in 3 different directions. To Devourer, this was exactly what he wanted to see. Next, he only needed to let these 3 mech beasts, which were not weaker than the 3 Blood Sea clones, fight a great battle. Then, this battle could possibly end and he could retreat. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Devaurer's expression relaxed. At the first moment, he used his electronic consciousness to order these 3 incomparably huge mech beasts to immediately start the battle. Roar! Roar! Screech! Following Devaurer's order, these 3 mech beasts, which had a body size of 200 million miles, immediately raised their heads and let out a furious roar. Then, their figures swayed, and in the blink of an eye, they had already rushed toward the 3 Blood Sea clones. Without any delay, an earth-shattering battle instantly broke out. Boom! Rumble, ka-cha-cha, earth-shaking rumbling sounds could be heard. The aura of the 3 battlefields instantly became violent. Even the void was shattering inch by inch. The aura was too fierce. Even though they were tens of billions of li away, the commotion was still shocking. After all, this was a battle between Supreme Primordial Antiquity Stage 9 half-step Heavenly Tao Masters. The scene was shocking, and it was expected. Roar! In the void on the left, tens of billions of miles away, the violent ape let out a wild roar and punched forward. However, it did not explode on the body of the mantis-winged beast opposite it. Instead, it exploded in the void hundreds of millions of miles away from its body. Following the explosion of the violent energy of this full-powered attack, the aura within a radius of tens of billions of miles of the battleground instantly became chaotic. Even the void was shattering inch by inch. The electronic consciousness communication between Devourer and this mantis-winged beast was naturally affected. It was affected. This kind of effect was like a stable electromagnetic wave suddenly being disturbed by something, falling into temporary chaos and disconnection. And this moment was also what Yi Xian had been waiting for a long time. Almost at the same moment this punch was thrown, the violent energy exploded, causing the energy in this corner of the void to become chaotic. At the same time, a dim light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. Suddenly, a murmur that sounded like sleep talk was heard. Electronic doppelganger. Awaken and return. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4862. Back in the origin of all evil star domain in the first universe, Yi Xian had killed several young prodigies of the Tianji clan, including the former young clan leader of the Tianji clan. Those few were true members of the Tianji clan. Their physical bodies were created by themselves, and what represented their existence was merely a wisp of electronic consciousness in their physical bodies. The electronic consciousness of the Tianji clan was like the divine soul of a living creature. Of course, the electronic consciousness of the machinery clan was the same. In essence, it was no different from the Tianji clan. It was precisely because of those electronic consciousnesses that Yi Xian had been able to infiltrate the Tianji clan and become the young clan leader of the Tianji clan. Later on, he had mixed those electronic consciousnesses together and refined them using a special method. In the end, he had obtained an electronic consciousness that completely belonged to Yi Xian himself, which was his electronic doppelganger. Yi Xian had already sent that electronic doppelganger away when he was in the origin of all evil star domain. At that time, the origin of all evil star domain had undergone a great change. All the major forces and races in the three main dimensions had sent out their battleship armies to the depths of the origin of all evil star domain to split the benefits. Even Devaurer's machinery clan had sent a powerful team of mechanical battle beasts to tear through the void and descend. They had eaten more than half of the rune chains of the netherworld furnace. It was at that time that Yi Xian had secretly released his electronic doppelganger. It had silently entered the body of one of the mechanical battle beasts and wiped out that mechanical battle beast's electronic consciousness without leaving a trace, replacing it. All of this had been done without anyone noticing. From then on, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger had infiltrated the machinery clan and become one of the members of the machinery clan under Devaurer's command. It had to be said that Devourer was truly too conceited. He had never doubted the people under his command. In this regard, the Tianji clan leader, De, seemed to have been the same. Perhaps it was the uniqueness of the mechanical life form that gave them such confidence. At that time, De had never doubted Yi Xian, who had infiltrated the Tianji clan in the form of an electronic life form. Because of his amazing performance, De had even made him the young patriarch of the Tianji clan. This matter had later become a disgrace to the Tianji clan, and they had become a laughingstock. In this regard, Devourer obviously had the same conceit as De. Moreover, because all the members of the machinery clan under his command were confined in a mysterious and independent small space by Devourer and had no contact with the outside world, it was understandable that he was conceited. After all, although there were not many members of the automaton race, there were still more than 100 million of them. Naturally, he would not be so bored as to investigate every single one of them. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian's electronic avatar, which existed in the form of an electronic life form, had been hiding among the machinery clan under Devaurer's command without being discovered. Previously, when Devourer brought the entire machinery race to this void fragment of the great desolate world, Yi Xian had already realized that the time for the return of his electronic clone that had been hibernating in the machinery race was about to arrive. However, because he had not fully understood the machinery clan's background, he did not act rashly. However, the fusion ability of the Machinery clan had suddenly given him a bold idea, which was to abduct as many members of the Machinery clan as possible when his electronic avatar returned, in the past half a day. The reason why he had not made a move and had quietly watched Devourer give orders time and time again for the entire Machinery clan to carry out the fusion was partly because he wanted to see what the limits of this Machinery clan army were. Secondly, it was to allow the electronic avatar to abduct as many members of the Machinery clan as possible. The members of the Machinery clan, after all, he only had one electronic avatar. If this fusion had not been carried out, the more than 100 million members of the Machinery clan would have been relatively independent existences. If the electronic avatar returned under this condition, Devourer would not have suffered any losses. However, as the fusion was carried out time and time again, this situation immediately changed and became more and more serious. It could be said that every time a fusion was completed, Devourer had sunk deeper and deeper. Now, the entire Machinery clan's more than 100 million members had condensed into 3 terrifying mechanical battle beasts. From Yi Xian's point of view, this should be the limit of the Machinery clan army. Therefore, he decided not to wait any longer and immediately took action. The electronic avatar of the Machinery clan would return. At this moment, as he blasted open the void with one punch, the energy within a radius of 10 billion miles was extremely violent and chaotic. The 3 mechanical battle beasts that had been connected to Devaurer's electronic consciousness had also temporarily cut off their connection with Devourer. This time might be very short because Devourer would not allow this situation to persist for long. As the leader of the Machinery clan, he would definitely have a way to quickly restore the broken electronic consciousness connection and restore it. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Even if it was only for a few short moments, it was already enough for Yi Xian. At this moment, as he murmured dreamily, Yi Xian's consciousness power fully extended and entered the body of the mantis-winged battle beast. Even the mind source core in his brain was doing the same. His mind power was pushed to the maximum. His divine sense and mind power rushed in at the same time and instantly fused with the wisp of electronic life consciousness that represented his electronic clone. In the end, it took less than a breath for this wisp of electronic life consciousness to completely suppress the mantis-wing battle that formed it. The other electronic consciousnesses of the mantis-winged battle beast were not instantly refined. To put it simply, the body of this mantis-winged battle beast was originally formed by the fusion of 1/3 of the Machinery clan members. The electronic consciousnesses contained within it exceeded 40 million. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's electronic avatar instantly suppressed all the other electronic consciousnesses. Caught off guard, it was completely refined and merged into one. After everything was done, there was only one electronic consciousness left in this mantis-winged battle beast's body. That was Yi Xian's electronic avatar. The other 40 million or so electronic consciousnesses had been completely refined and merged into the mantis-winged battle beast's body. Screech! At this moment, the mantis-winged battle beast raised its head and let out an earth-shattering screech. The aura that emanated from its body was completely different from before. Like Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars, it exuded a thick and violent aura that could not be dispersed. This was what it should have been because the electronic avatar was also Yi Xian. In essence, it and the 3 Blood Sea avatars came from the same source and were one. Following this screech, Devourer, who was standing in the void far away from this area, also extended his electronic consciousness over at this moment. However, the result was obvious. He was completely unable to contact the mantis-winged battle beast. What he sensed was a powerful and unfamiliar electronic consciousness. Furthermore, the aura that it gave off was incomparably ferocious and violent. It was just like the 3 Blood Sea avatars of the Master of the Magic Hall. There was no difference, all of this was too strange. Devaurer's face was blank, and his entire mind was in a daze. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he sucked in a breath of cold air. In an instant, he exclaimed in horror, "This is impossible. What has happened? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4863. Following Yi Xian's thunderous attack, the mantis-winged beast was subdued, and the electronic doppelganger returned. Devourer could no longer contact the mantis-winged beast. He extended his electronic consciousness, but what he sensed was a strong and unfamiliar electronic consciousness. Furthermore, the aura it gave off was incomparably ferocious and violent. It was exactly the same as the three-blood sea doppelganger of the Master of the Magic Hall. All of this was too strange. After a moment of shock, his entire mind was in a daze. Immediately afterward, after a brief moment of shock, Devourer seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His expression changed wildly as he gasped and exclaimed in horror, "This is impossible. What happened? Bao Yuan, what the hell did you do? You're a life of flesh and blood. You don't have an electronic consciousness. How can you refine my mechanical beast? Furthermore, you did it so quickly." At the same time, Devourer seemed to be unwilling to give up. In an instant, he extended his electronic consciousness again and activated it to the extreme. The result was obvious. There was no difference at all. What he sensed was only a strong and unfamiliar electronic consciousness. The aura it gave off was incomparably ferocious and violent. It was exactly the same as the three-blood sea doppelganger of the Master of the Magic Hall. Without a doubt, this mantis-winged beast had fallen. It had been completely subdued and refined by the Master of the Magic Hall in a short period of time in a way that even he could not understand. From this moment on, the mantis-winged beast no longer belonged to him. Although it was still a mechanical life that existed with an electronic consciousness, it had nothing to do with the machinery clan or Devourer. Roar! As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Devourer was so angry that his entire body started to tremble. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing an endless sense of mournfulness. In such a short period of time, his loss was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. It was simply unbearable. If it was a real body of flesh and blood, at this moment, he would have been so angry that he would have opened his mouth and spat out blood. On the surface, it seemed that he had only lost a mantis-winged beast. However, in reality, this mantis-winged beast was formed from the fusion of more than 40 million members of the machinery clan. 40 million was 1/3 of the 100 million members of the machinery clan. If it was any other species of flesh and blood life forms, it might not be a big deal, but it was very difficult for mechanical and electronic life forms to appear, and it was far from as simple as the birth of flesh and blood life forms. This could be seen from the fact that there were only slightly more than 10 million members of the celestial legacy race who possessed electronic consciousness. For the past tens of thousands of years, Devourer had walked a completely different path from the Tianji clan. He did not develop warships, armies, or other forces. Instead, he put all his energy into inducing and giving birth to electronic consciousness, forming mechanical and electronic life forms, and continuously increasing the number of official clansmen. Even so, over the past tens of thousands of years, he had only managed to give birth to over 100 million electronic consciousnesses with mechanical life. But now, he had lost 1/3 of his magic hall in the blink of an eye, and it was a baffling loss. Even now, he still didn't know how the Master of Magic Hall did it. This made him feel grief and indignation, and he even had the heart to kill. At this moment, following the sound of Devaurer's roar and howl, which was filled with endless grief and indignation, countless experts in the scouting fleets of various large clans and forces who were lying in wait in the distance were all stunned. Immediately after, everyone's expressions changed drastically. After inhaling cold breaths, their bodies shook violently. Waves of astonished cries instantly rang out like a tidal wave, covering the entire sky and earth. What happened? Why did the leader of the machinery clan, Devourer, suddenly raise his head and roar? This is clearly a sign that he has suffered a huge blow and is about to go crazy. Hiss. That's impossible, right? From what he said, it seems that something has happened to that mantis-winged beast. It's not just something that has happened to it. That mantis-winged beast has obviously been subdued by the Master of Magic Hall. It has already escaped De'Air's control and fallen into the hands of the Master of Magic Hall. How is this possible? Just like what De'Air said, the mantis-winged beast is an electronic mechanical life form. Furthermore, it is formed by the fusion of at least tens of millions of members of the Machinery clan. Even if we disregard his cultivation level of Supreme Archaic level 9, assuming that he is weaker than the Master of Magic Hall, the latter is a life form of flesh and blood, while the mantis-winged beast is an electronic mechanical life form. The forms of life forms are all different, so how can he possess it? But this is the truth. De'Air is the leader of the Machinery clan, and that mantis-winged beast is so important. If it wasn't for the fact that there is no doubt about this matter and that there is no hope of redeeming it, why would he lose his composure and go crazy like this? This is unbelievable. The Master of Magic Hall is really unbelievable. He can even possess an electronic mechanical life form and subdue it in an instant. This is simply unreasonable. Roar! Screech! This old man is unwilling to accept this, along with the cries of countless experts from the scouting fleets of various clans and forces lying in wait in the distance. De'Air once again raised his head and roared madly. His aura was fierce and frenzied, and even his hair stood on end. He seemed to be on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, his heart seemed to be dripping blood, and the regret in his heart was so strong that it could not be described with words. If he had known that the Master of Magic Hall had this ability, he would not have brought the entire army of the Machinery clan to conquer the Magic Hall. To him, although he had only lost 1/3 of the members of the Machinery clan this time, in reality, to De'Air, this kind of loss had a more serious meaning. It involved the height that he and the entire Machinery clan could reach in the future, and the impact was so great that he could not bear it. For tens of thousands of years, other than fully developing and nurturing the official members of the Machinery clan with electronic mechanical life forms, another thing that he had done with all his effort was to study the fusion of the army of mechanical beasts. After spending tens of thousands of years in that mysterious and independent small world, he had led more than 100 million members of the Machinery clan to carry out countless simulations. Until now, this fusion could only be completed 7 times. Even the 7th fusion had not reached the level of familiarity and proficiency, and the previous 7th fusion took a full 4 hours, which was proof of this. However, in reality, even the 7th fusion was not perfect, but De'Air had been studying the 8th fusion for a long time. According to his calculations, once the 8th fusion was completed, these 3 powerful supreme primordial level perfect 9th order battle beasts would completely fuse into one. At that time, not only would their bodies be larger, the final fusion of mechanical beasts might even reach the true heavenly realm in terms of cultivation strength. Furthermore, the probability of this happening was not small, more than 50%. After all, the final fusion of the 8th fusion was formed from the fusion of 3 half-step heavenly realm mechanical beasts. If the fusion was successful, reaching the true heavenly realm would not be too difficult. However, all of this had come to nothing. Just based on this point alone, De'Air was furious. Chapter 4864. Roar! Screech! I can't accept this. In the void, De'Air raised his head and roared again. His aura was fierce and frantic, and even his hair stood on end. He was on the verge of going berserk. His heart was bleeding, and his entire mind was shrouded in extreme unwillingness. Although he was not made of flesh and blood, even his eyes were as red as blood. He turned his head to look at Yi Xian, and there was a terrifying bloody light in his eyes, as if it was real. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master of the Magic Hall, although I don't know how you did it, it doesn't matter. In today's battle, you have touched my bottom line. You have to pay the price." Screech! The last roar was heard, and the hair behind De'Air's head danced wildly. He gave the order immediately. Roar! Screech! almost in the next moment, two shocking roars and screeches came from the void on the right side. The two mechanical beasts that were fighting the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger received the order and abandoned the battle, charging toward the air. One of the mech battle beasts had 4 thick lower limbs and 4 pairs of upper limbs, making it a total of 8 limbs. It looked like the fusion of a giant octopus and a giant elephant. Presumably, it was the claw elephant battle beast that specialized in strength. The other giant beast was also standing on its hind legs, but it had 3 sturdy lower limbs, which were extremely stable. Its upper body had countless tentacles extending and retracting, as if there were countless giant space pythons. It looked incomparably ferocious. It must have some kind of special ability. It was one of the 3 ultimate beasts, the star python battle beast. At this moment, Devourer summoned the claw elephant battle beast and the star python battle beast because he was furious and unwilling to lose a mantis-winged battle beast. He wanted to make a corresponding move. On the other hand, he was worried that these 2 battle beasts would be like the mantis-winged battle beast and be unknowingly schemed against by the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger. If that was the case, Devourer would probably die on the spot. Just in case, it was better to withdraw them first. Even if the 8th fusion failed, at least there wouldn't be any more serious losses. Master of the Magic Hall, I will give you one last chance. Return this old man's mantis-winged beast immediately. Otherwise, I will not rest until one of us is dead. Screech. At this moment, with the safe return of the claw elephant beast and the star python beast, Devaurer's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally settled down. The bloody light in his eyes grew colder and colder as he locked onto Yi Xian, who was hundreds of millions of kilometers away. He gritted his teeth and warned loudly, "Don't think that the 7th fusion is the limit, that's right." Although I was able to perform the previous 7th fusion, the speed was still not satisfactory. However, this does not mean that I cannot perform the 8th fusion. Early on, when the first fusion of the 7th fusion was successfully completed, this old man had already started the derivation of the 8th fusion. Now, it is more or less complete. If there is no other choice, I will grit my teeth and perform it forcefully. There is at least a 50% chance of success, although I have lost a mantis-winged beast. Don't forget that this old man's original body is still here. If you force me into a corner, this old man will take the risk and replace the mantis-winged beast with my original body to facilitate the successful completion of the 8th fusion. With your eyesight, you should be able to guess what the result will be after the 8th fusion is completed successfully. At this point, a ray of light flashed across Devaurer's eyes as he locked onto Yi Xian. He advised solemnly, "Bao Yuan, don't force me. You can't bear the consequences." Although the forced fusion will affect this old man and these 2 ultimate beasts to a certain extent, like a backlash. However, since you have paid such a huge price, your end can be imagined. Bao Yuan, don't make a mistake. Return the mantis-winged beast immediately. This old man will turn around and leave. Today's battle will end here. Otherwise, once the 8th fusion is completed, everything that will happen next will be far beyond what you can imagine. Roar. After he finished speaking, Devourer raised his head. He let out a furious roar, and the power in his body was pushed to the limit. An invisible pressure spread out, and his aura was fierce, as if he was about to go berserk. He was definitely waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and was ready to fuse. The 8th fusion, huh? It sounds interesting. In the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. The corner of his mouth slowly outlined a playful smile, Walala, as his voice rang out. In 2 areas 10 billion miles to the right, a strange crashing sound suddenly rang out. The skeleton clone and the black fog clone that walked out from the 2 places where the aura of the battle was tyrannical suddenly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that sprinkled down. Swish! Swish! In less than half a breath of time, the 2 vast seas of blood had already rapidly shrunk. In the end, they transformed into two cocoon-like blood-colored lights that shot towards Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, they had already entered the space between the violent ape's brows and disappeared without a trace. Almost in the next moment, the violent ape, which was 60 million kilometers in size, also rapidly shrank in size. It was only about 3 meters tall, and the cultivation boost that was obtained from the boundless vitality in its huge body also disappeared. At this time, the cultivation aura that was emitted from his body was still at the 8th order desolate ancient realm. In the current state, the violent ape's true combat strength had also fallen back to the 8th order desolate ancient realm. It was not even at the half-step heavenly Tao realm of the 9th order great perfection. This scene made Devourer, who was hundreds of millions of miles away, a little confused. The battle was not over yet, and there was a high chance that it would continue to level up. However, the master of the magic hall suddenly did such a thing, which made him a little confused. He did not know what he meant. In fact, Yi Xian's actions were not over yet. At this moment, in addition to the 3 magic hall battleships, and beasts behind him, as well as the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the black-robed desolate sovereign, there was also a mantis-winged war beast with an electronic clone. Its body was incomparably huge, more than 200 million kilometers long. Rumble, Kacha, at this moment, as his body shrank to about 3 meters tall, the violent ape's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he suddenly waved his hand. Just as his arm fell, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder suddenly sounded behind him, accompanied by the earth-shattering sound of machinery breaking in. Turning his head to look, the incomparably ferocious mantis-winged war beast behind the violent ape was more than 200 million kilometers in size. The cultivation aura emitted from its body had also reached the terrifying level of the 9th order great perfection of the desolate ancient realm. Its entire incomparably huge body was rapidly disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of this happened too quickly, and no one could react in time. In about a breath's time, the mantis-winged war beast that was more than 200 million kilometers in size turned into 4 mechanical war beasts that were only about 5 million kilometers in size. They lined up behind the violent ape. Chapter 4865. Rumble, Kachacha. In the void at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun, as Bao Yuan waved his hand, the extremely ferocious mantis-winged beast, which was more than 200 million miles in size and whose cultivation had reached the level of supreme primordial level 9 perfection, began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. All of this happened too quickly, and no one could react in time. In just a breath's time, the 200 million mile long mantis-winged beast turned into 4 mechanical beasts, each about 50 million miles in size. They lined up behind Bao Yuan. These 4 mechanical beasts all stood on their hind legs. In terms of appearance, they were exactly the same as the previous mantis-winged beast, except that they were smaller in size. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with the appearance of these mechanical beasts that stood on their hind legs and had wings like mantis blades. Therefore, under his instructions, the electronic doppelganger started to disintegrate, and the mechanical beasts that appeared in the end were all like this. Seeing this scene, Devourer, who was hundreds of millions of miles away in the void, was stunned at first, then his expression changed greatly, and his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Previously, although the mantis-winged beast was out of his control and fell under the control of the master of the magic hall, Devourer didn't even know how the other party did it. However, in his subconscious mind, he had always thought that the master of the magic hall must have used some kind of unknown secret method to temporarily control the mantis-winged beast. As long as he returned the mantis-winged beast or thought of a way to snatch it by force, the mantis-winged beast would eventually return to his control. But now, after witnessing with his own eyes how the mantis-winged battle beast disintegrated into 4 smaller mantis-winged battle beasts that were 50 million miles long, and their cultivation had dropped to the 8th order desolate venerable realm, he finally realized that something was wrong. Even though it was under his control, this 200 million mile long mantis-winged battle beast couldn't be dissected into 4 small mantis-winged battle beasts that looked exactly the same and couldn't be distinguished from each other in such a short period of time. What did this mean? It meant that the mantis-winged beast wasn't simply temporarily controlled by the other party, but had completely fallen. In this way, even if he snatched the mantis-winged beast back, it would be difficult for him to control it again. Boom. Rumble. Just as these thoughts surfaced in D'Air's mind, an earth-shattering roar came from the void in front of him again. The 4 mantis-winged beasts, which were 50 million miles long, started to decompose again. Furthermore, it wasn't just once, but continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 4 winged hues turned into 16. As their bodies shrank, the aura of cultivation that emanated from their bodies also plummeted. However, their appearances were still exactly the same. They still stood on their hind legs with their blade-like wings. Then came the 3rd decomposition. In the void, the rumbling of thunder and the ear-piercing grinding sound of machinery did not stop for a single moment. This continued for a total of 7 breaths of time. Including the first decomposition from before, in these 7 breaths of time, a total of 7 decompositions had been completed. After the 7 disintegrations were completed, a huge mechanical army appeared behind the ferocious ape. Without exception, all of them stood on their hind legs and had wings like sabers. Moreover, they were all the same in size and were all 10,000 feet tall. And there were more than 40 million of these mantis-winged beasts. This was the result of the power of Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. Previously, with the support of Yi Xian's full divine sense power and mental strength, the electronic doppelganger had swallowed more than 40 million electronic consciousnesses in the mantis-winged beasts in an instant and had become extremely powerful. Now, with just a thought, his electronic doppelganger could create more than 40 million of them. It could be said that each of the 40 million mantis-winged beasts behind the ferocious ape was Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger. If he wanted to, these 40 million mantis-winged beasts could be assembled at will in an instant. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 40 million of them gathered together. There would be no problem at all. He could simply do as he pleased. This ability had even surpassed the degree of control that D'Air had over the claw elephant and the star python. This was also understandable. Although D'Air could control the claw elephant and the star python, after all, it was only through the use of electronic consciousnesses to command and control. However, Yi Xian was different. The electronic doppelganger was actually himself and came from the same source. With just a thought, these 40 million mantis-winged beasts could instantly perform all kinds of actions as if they were his own limbs. They could merge and disintegrate as he pleased, simple and direct. Unless D'Air merged himself into the 2 beasts, he would definitely not be able to control them so smoothly. D'Air was well aware of this point. The layman enjoyed the show while the expert appreciated the skill. The scene that unfolded in front of him instantly made him understand everything. After a short moment of sluggishness, his face instantly turned pale and his entire person was a little stunned. He opened his mouth slightly and stared blankly at the mantis-winged army in the void hundreds of millions of miles in front of him. His face was full of disbelief, and murmurs came out of his mouth like he was sleep-talking. How is this possible? In such a short period of time, his control over the mantis-winged beasts has reached such a superb level. In just 7 or 8 breaths of time, he has completed 7 disintegrations, 1 per breath. Moreover, the 40 million mantis-winged beasts that appeared after the disintegrations were all exactly the same. This is simply roar. Damned fellow, how did you do it? At the end of his sentence, D'Air's entire body suddenly shook. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing endless grief and indignation. It could be said to be incomparably mournful. At this moment, he suddenly realized a fact that he could not accept. The 40 million machine tribe members would never be able to return. Although they were still electronic life forms, they were completely different from before. They had nothing to do with him, D'Air, or the entire mechanical clan. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of despair flashed across D'Air's heart, causing him to lose his last trace of rationality and clarity. Master of the Magic Hall, no matter how you did it, you must pay the price for everything that has happened today. As he raised his head and let out a violent roar, Devourer seemed to have gone crazy. He let out a roar that shook the heavens. Mechanical battle beasts, the 8th fusion, begins. Boom. Rumble, Kachacha. Following Devaurer's order, in the void in front of him, an earth-shattering rumble sounded again, and there was even the ear-piercing sound of machinery breaking in. The so-called 8th mechanical fusion had finally begun. Is it finally here? A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As he muttered softly, he suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, a ray of light shot out. As it expanded with the wind, it had already turned into an incomparably huge treasure cauldron that spanned across the void. Chapter 4866. Swish, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he abruptly waved his hand. In an instant, a ray of light shot out and expanded in the wind. In less than a breath of time, it had already transformed into an incomparably enormous treasure cauldron that spanned across the void. It was the Shenong treasure cauldron. Swish! Swish swish swish, almost in the next moment, countless sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded behind the violent ape. The 40 million mantis-winged beasts that were quietly floating behind him turned into countless beams of light. In the blink of an eye, they had already passed through the mouth of the treasure cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist and rushed into the space inside the cauldron. Swish, the 3 legions are to retreat immediately and return to the Forbidden Star Field. Immediately after, Yi Xian waved his hand again, and the farmer god's treasure cauldron that was not far away in the void instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. At the same time, Yi Xian's voice sounded out. As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar came from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun behind him. The 3 battleships, and fierce beast legions with more than 100 million troops all quickly retreated. They were originally at the edge of the Forbidden Land, but now that the Demon Lord had given the order, they immediately retreated at full speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already retreated into the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and were no longer visible. In less than 10 breaths, the edge of the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was empty. Other than Yi Xian, who was about 10 feet tall, there were only the primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the black-robed desolate sovereign. These 3 old fellows were also smart people. From Yi Xian's series of strange and abnormal actions, they obviously realized something. After exchanging glances with each other, although the 3 of them did not make a sound, they also quietly chose to shrink their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the primordial porcupine had already shrunk to a height of about 10 feet, and the primordial turtle was only a foot tall, landing on its back. The black-robed desolate sovereign was originally a normal human body, so he was not very eye-catching. When this scene landed in the eyes of the experts of the scout fleets of various sizes and races, they were all stunned. However, at this moment, in the cosmic void nearly 1 billion miles away from the rising sun Forbidden Land, there was a shocking change happening. Everyone's attention was drawn there, so they didn't have the time to think about Yi Xian's strange actions and subconsciously threw it to the back of their minds. Mech Beast, 8th Fusion, begin. In the void, Devourer seemed to have gone mad. He raised his head and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Boom. Rumble, Kachacha. As he gave the order, an earth-shattering rumble was heard again. There was also the ear-piercing sound of machinery breaking in. The so-called 8th mechanical fusion had finally begun. Xiao, roar. Screech. As this fusion unfolded, Zhangji, 31, the claw elephant beast and star python beast in front of Devourer immediately raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and screech. Immediately after, these 2 super war beasts charged forward. When they got close, their bodies suddenly stopped. Their limbs and large amounts of tentacles began to touch and entangle with each other. At the same time, Devourer, who looked no different from a human, shot out crazily as the aura in his body surged. In the blink of an eye, he entered the area where the 2 giant beasts were in contact and disappeared. Originally, according to his calculations, the eighth fusion of the entire mech race would be carried out with the Mantis Wing Beast, Claw Elephant Beast, and Star Python Beast as the foundation. If it went smoothly, with the successful fusion of these three half-step Heavenly Tao Realms super war beasts, the ultimate war beast that would appear in the end would enter the true Heavenly Tao realm in one fell swoop. But now, on one hand, because the Mantis Wing Beast had fallen, one of the three war beasts needed to carry out the eighth fusion was missing. On the other hand, although Devourer had already deduced 90% of the eighth fusion, there was still 10% of uncertainties that he had not completely figured out. Therefore, now that he wanted to forcefully carry out the eighth fusion in his fury, the only way was to replace the missing Mantis Wing Beast and merge with the Claw Elephant Beast and Star Python Beast to support the successful completion of the eighth fusion. Rumble, Kachacha. At this moment, as Devaurer's figure disappeared and merged with the war beasts, the Claw Elephant Beast and Star Python Beast that were already close to each other instantly increased their speed. The previous seventh fusion took a total of 4 hours. But this time, it was unknown whether it was because Devourer himself had joined in the fusion, or because there were only 2 super war beasts used to carry out the fusion. There were not many of them. In short, this so-called eighth fusion was surprisingly fast. In less than half an hour, the original bodies of the Claw Elephant Beast and Star Python Beast, which were originally intertwined with each other, could no longer be seen. They fused together and became a terrifying war beast that was more than 400 million miles long. At this moment, in the surrounding void, all the scouts and experts from the various clans and factions were shocked. All of them opened their mouths wide and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their expressions were extremely sluggish, and their bodies were trembling violently. But this time, none of them cried out in alarm. Because the terror in their hearts was truly too strong, and all of them had lost their voices. In less than half an hour, the Claw Elephant Battle Beast and the Star Python Battle Beast disappeared, including Devourer. In the universe void a billion miles away from the rising sun Forbidden Land, a terrifying mechanical war beast that was more than 400 million miles long was slowly stretching its huge limbs. However, there were still ear-piercing mechanical grinding sounds coming from its body. Obviously, this so-called eighth fusion was basically a success. Now, it was just some internal adjustments that were still ongoing. As the internal adjustments were carried out, the surrounding void also began to vibrate faintly. The aura emitted by the terrifying war beast that was more than 400 million miles long was getting stronger and stronger. Even the void fragment of the universe was almost unable to withstand it. In the face of all this, Yi Xian, who was a billion miles away at the edge of the rising sun Forbidden Land, remained unmoved. He had been quietly watching everything unfold, as if he really wanted to see if the mechanical army under Devaurer's command could enter the true Heavenly Tao realm after the eighth fusion was successful. But now, as the aura emitted by this terrifying war beast became stronger and stronger, closer and closer to the true Heavenly Tao realm, a light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky above his head. In the next instant, as if in response to his call, an incomparably terrifying sound that shook the heavens suddenly came from high up in the sky. Boom! Rip! Immediately after the loud bang, a crack appeared in the void. The inside of the crack was extremely dark, but a huge green vertical eye suddenly opened. Chapter 4867. That's right. Just as Devourer, the Claw Elephant Battle Beast, and the Star Python Battle Beast were about to complete their eighth fusion, the three of them formed a terrifying battle beast that was more than 200 million kilometers in size. Just as the fine-tuning of its body was about to end and it was about to step into the true Heavenly Tao realm, an accident happened. High up in the void, a thunderous explosion sounded. After the sound of ripping silk, a black void rift appeared. Within the rift, a gigantic green vertical eye suddenly opened. This green vertical eye was none other than the primeval Heaven's Eye. To be precise, it was only a projection avatar of the primeval Heaven's Eye. Its true body was probably carrying out some important arrangements, so it could only descend in the form of a projection avatar. Yi Xian was very certain of this. The instant he saw the heavenly Tao green eye, he was enlightened. This was because back in the primordial chaos void's forbidden mosquito grounds, he had once laid dormant and watched the true body of the primeval heavens eye descend from afar. Although the aura of the two was the same, the pressure they emitted was different. Now, the gigantic green eye that appeared in the rift high up in the sky was clearly much weaker. But no matter how weak it was still a projection avatar of the primeval heavens eye, a true heavenly Tao realm existence. At present, in this primordial chaos void fragment, it was definitely a supreme overlord that swept through everything. No one could contend against it, including Yi Xian. In fact, Yi Xian had already expected such a huge change in front of him. The end of the primordial chaos was about to descend, and the primordial chaos void fragment in front of him could be said to be vast and boundless. Even if it wasn't the most important fragment of the primordial chaos that had collapsed into countless pieces, it was likely to be ranked high. As such, as the end of the primordial chaos approached, the heavenly Tao green eye, which was the incarnation of the primordial heavenly Tao back then, paid close attention to the primordial chaos void fragment. Even if the heavenly Tao green eye had other arrangements and was unable to extricate itself, unable to pay attention to everything in this void, it definitely had a bottom line. Once this bottom line was exceeded, it would definitely trigger some kind of condition and attract the attention of the heavenly eye. At that time, even if the real body couldn't descend, it would at least send a projection clone to deal with this uncertain factor that had crossed his bottom line, and this so-called bottom line was clearly a true heavenly Tao realm expert. To put it simply, as the primordial world's apocalypse approached, be it the void fragment of the primordial world or the other void fragments of the present world like the three main dimensions, the heavenly Tao's eye of the heavenly Tao would absolutely not allow a true heavenly Tao realm existence to appear. Even if it was only a half-step heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of the primordial realm, he could turn a blind eye to it and ignore it for the time being. However, once a true heavenly Tao realm expert appeared, he would definitely descend to stop it. It was also because he had expected such a situation to occur that Yi Xian immediately disintegrated the mantis-winged battle beast and stored it in the Shinong treasure cauldron after seeing the claw elephant battle beast, and the star python battle beast fuse for the 8th time. Even the 3 magic hall battleships, and beasts outside the forbidden land of rising sun were repelled by him, including himself. He shrunk his body size and lowered his cultivation aura to the 8th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. His goal was to avoid attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao green eye as much as possible, so as to avoid being implicated. And now, with the earth-shattering sound coming from the sky, the black crack appeared and the green vertical eye opened. Without a doubt, it proved that Yi Xian's guess was correct. Gotcha, boom. Rumble, almost in the next instant, an ear-piercing cracking sound came from the horizon. A ray of green light shot out from the vertical eye in the black crack. At first, it was not big, only about 10 feet, but as it fell, it instantly expanded. The speed was too fast. In less than half a breath, the green lightning, which was only a few feet long at first, had already turned into a vast sea of lightning. It completely submerged the terrifying giant beast that was undergoing its 8th fusion and had already progressed to the final stage of its internal adjustment. It was about to be completely completed. At this moment, an enormous bang shook the heavens. Continuous rumbling resounded from within the azure sea of lightning, and it caused one's heart to tremble. Boom, high in the sky, the roar came again, and this green lightning shot out. After it turned into a vast sea of lightning, the green vertical eye and the black crack closed again. Then, even the void crack disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Yi Xian sighed, retracted his gaze from the sky, and turned to look a billion miles ahead. In his line of sight, the green sea of lightning that covered an area of 500 to 600 million miles, completely submerging the terrifying giant beast that was about to complete its 8th fusion, was still raging. In the sea of lightning, there were mournful howls and roars from time to time. Although he couldn't see what was going on inside, he could roughly guess what was going on just by thinking about it. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to pay attention to what happened next. Although he'd already guessed all of this, his heart was incomparably heavy when it truly became a reality. Because this guess was true, it wasn't good news for him. It could even be said that this was a very big problem, and it was worrying. Whoosh! A faint sound of something breaking through the air sounded. Yi Xian did not continue to pay attention to what happened next. He turned around and shot toward the rising sun forbidden land behind him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After entering the rising sun forbidden land, Yi Xian immediately returned to the cave star. He was going to immediately enter seclusion and break through again. Although the battle with the 3 battle beasts of the mechanical race was very short, the gains he had obtained from the previous breakthrough had basically been completely integrated into his body and divine soul. Coupled with the return of the electronic doppelganger and the regurgitation of a part of the power, Yi Xian already felt like he was about to break through. Rumble. While thinking, he suddenly waved his hand and instantly summoned the Shinong Cauldron. It hung behind the giant peak where the magic hall was located, floating in midair. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he sat down cross-legged above the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Soon, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. There was even a large canopy of gray chaos herbs, which had a circumference of at least 10,000 feet. After preparing everything, he immediately activated the Shinong Cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. In the blink of an eye, as he waved his hand, this nascent soul fist-sized round bead was instantly swallowed into Yi Xian's stomach and rapidly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble! Almost as soon as he swallowed all the cultivation resources, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from his body. The resources melted as soon as they entered his mouth, gathering into a majestic river of energy. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, they came from all directions and began to circulate continuously in his meridians until they were completely refined. Chapter 48-68. After circulating the great heavenly cycle time and time again, when the great river of energy disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body, it only took a single attack to break the shackles. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, primordial mighty figure level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the blood chi realm. Current realm, primordial mighty figure level 8. Level 8 mighty figure. Just one more step and he would be able to step into the great circle of the 9th stage. This was really exciting. Before this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation was at level 7 primordial mighty figure level 7. After activating the ancient ape demon bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach level 8 primordial mighty figure level 8. If he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reached level 9, his battle power would immediately soar to level 8 primordial supreme. Once his physical body's boundless chi and blood were added to his cultivation strength, his true combat strength could reach a level that was comparable to a 9th-rank desolate supremacy. And now, with the arrival of this breakthrough, after Yi Xian activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body, he instantly possessed the cultivation of the great perfection of the 9th step of the primordial era. Under such circumstances, once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and entered level 9, his peak battle power would instantly reach level 9 desolate venerable. In addition, due to the huge physical body of 60 million miles, the blood chi that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end would increase his true battle power by another level. Yi Xian was able to display the strongest combat strength he could. Even though he was unable to achieve a true increase in level due to crossing over a large realm and truly stepping into the Heavenly Tao realm, he was definitely an invincible existence beneath the Heavenly Tao realm. In fact, he still had the Blood Sea's secret technique. If he used the Blood Sea's secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant, each possessing a terrifying battle power that was not weaker than a level 9 Desolate Venerable. Under such circumstances, if it was 3 against 1, even a 9th rank Desolate Supremacy would be crushed by him. If he were to use the Heavenly Meteorite Bow and other ultimate divine abilities and trump cards, the peak Desolate Supremacy of the 9th stage, who is also a half-step Heavenly Tao existence like the Void Tortoise, would be caught off guard and killed by a single arrow. It was definitely not impossible for him to die. However, even though he had successfully broken through this time, Yi Xian did not look happy at all. Instead, he looked a little disappointed and dispirited. This was because this time, he had originally wanted to forcefully welcome a double break, so that he could verify the guess that had suddenly appeared in his mind earlier. Previously, Yi Xian had seen Devourer, the Claw Elephant, and the Star Python that were about to enter the true Heavenly Tao realm due to their 8th fusion. However, at the moment before the fusion was complete, they were met with the descent of the Heavenly Tao's Eyes projection avatar. They were forcefully obstructed in their Heavenly Tao path. It was because of this doubt that made him uneasy. Therefore, Yi Xian did not even have the interest to see what would happen to Devourer, the Claw Elephant, and the Star Python. He immediately rushed back to the cave abode star and began his seclusion. Previously, he was already a 7th rank mighty figure. If he were to welcome a double break, he would be a 9th rank mighty figure. As such, after activating the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline divine ability, he would instantly become a 1st rank primordial supreme. According to past experience, if he were to use the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline divine ability, then, in theory, Yi Xian would leap to become a Heavenly Tao realm expert. He did not know if the Heavenly Tao realm had 9 ranks or 9 subranks. However, even if there were, he would be a 1st rank Heavenly Tao in the 9th transformation state. He wanted to see if using this bloodline divine ability to instantly enter the Heavenly Tao realm and become a 1st rank Heavenly Tao realm existence would trigger the suppression of the 9 transformations of the Heavenly Tao realm. The suppression of the Heavenly Tao, or should I say, whether he could successfully enter the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Unfortunately, the double break did not come. He was now only a 8th rank mighty figure. After activating the bloodline divine ability, he was only a 9th rank mighty figure. After entering the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, he would only be a 9th rank primordial supreme in that state, although there was still the massive blood and chi power in his terrifying physical body that was 60 million kilometers in size to enhance his cultivation base. This time, because he was crossing a major realm, the enhancement of his physical body to his cultivation base could not really reach the level of a minor realm. Therefore, even though Yi Xian successfully broke through this time, his previous guess didn't come to a conclusion. As a result, the uneasiness in his heart was still there, so he naturally felt depressed and couldn't be happy. Looks like I can only wait until the next time I break through before I verify this guess in my heart. After a period of depression, Yi Xian muttered softly and sighed. He did not dwell on this matter for the time being. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the farmer god's treasure cauldron turned into a ray of light and was instantly absorbed into his body. Yi Xian's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already outside the rising sun forbidden land. He looked up and saw that the void battlefield in front of him was empty. Devourer and his mechanical clan army were long gone. After all, although his breakthrough this time was relatively fast, it took a full 12 days. It was impossible for Devourer to still stay here. Just as he frowned, a figure had already shot over. It was the black-robed desolate sovereign of the remnant army. Yi Xian had silently teleported directly from the cave mansion to the rising sun forbidden land. Even the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise did not sense anything. However, the black-robed desolate sovereign was a primordial supreme after all. Obviously, he had sensed it. At this moment, the first thing he did was to report to Yi Xian the situation after he had left. After asking, he found out that the old guy, Devourer, had actually escaped this time. Under the raging suppression of the sea of lightning transformed by the green eye of the heavenly way's green eye, he was only injured and did not die. At that time, after Yi Xian had left, the sea of lightning that covered a radius of 500 to 600 million miles of the void raged for a full 10 breaths of time before dissipating. As the sea of lightning dissipated, the terrifying giant beast, which only needed the final internal adjustment to complete the 8th fusion, also showed its figure. However, its originally fused terrifying body of 400 million miles had been torn apart and turned into more than a dozen mechanical battle beasts of different sizes. This was a sign that it had been forcibly suppressed by the heavenly way and interrupted the 8th fusion. Moreover, because of this forced interruption by the external intervention, Devourer, who had gathered into this terrifying battle beast, and more than 80 million people of the mechanical clan under his command had obviously suffered a certain degree of reaction. Devaurer's figure was battered and exhausted, and he was almost seriously injured. According to the black-robed desolate sovereign's estimation, more than 10 million people of the mechanical clan had died. This was because after being torn apart, the dozen battle beasts of different sizes had wounds on their bodies. It was a ghastly sight. Chapter 48-69. Although it was only a wave of green lightning, it was the work of the heavenly eye after all. It represented the suppression of the heavenly way, and its power was not to be underestimated. After the green lightning dissipated, Devourer was in a sorry state and was almost seriously injured. In addition, according to the black-robed desolate sovereign's estimation, more than 10 million of the 80 million members of the machinery clan had died. This was because after being torn apart, the dozen or so battle beasts of various sizes had wounds on their bodies. It was a ghastly sight. It was to the extent that they had lost their battle power for a short period of time. It was also because of this reason that Devourer did not dare to stay. He immediately took the dozen or so battle beasts and hurriedly turned around and fled in a sorry state. Everything that happened in the void outside the rising sun forbidden land spread throughout the eldritch land fragment in just 2 to 3 days. All the forces and races were shocked. On the one hand, they were shocked by the power of the machinery clan under Devourer. They had successfully completed 7 fusions in a row, and the final 3 battle beasts that appeared were all at the 9th order supreme primordial perfection. He had even almost succeeded in the 8th fusion. Moreover, from the terrifying aura that was emitted from the fused beasts that were more than 400 million miles in size, once the final 8th fusion was completed, Devaurer's dream of the heavenly way would basically become a reality. From this point of view, all the strong people were even more vigilant against the Tianji clan. Although Devaurer's machinery clan was mysterious, compared to them, Yi's Tianji clan was obviously more powerful. Now that Devaurer's machinery clan had been exposed, the Tianji clan still had not. This indeed made all parties extremely uneasy, including the Heavenly Way Alliance and the Magic Hall. They were all on guard. In addition, all parties were shocked by the terrifying means of the Master of the Magic Hall. Especially the higher-ups of the Heavenly Way Alliance, they were so angry that they almost vomited blood on the spot. This time, Devaurer's machinery clan had suffered heavy losses. Even Devourer himself had suffered heavy injuries. However, not only was the magic hall not damaged at all, they had even snatched away a mantis-winged battle beast that was at the 9th order supreme primordial perfection. Furthermore, judging from the performance of this mantis-winged beast outside the forbidden land of Rising Sun, it was obvious that it had been completely refined and controlled by the master of the magic hall. Overnight, the Magic Hall had once again gained a top-notch half-step Heavenly Tao realm combat power. It was so depressing that it made one want to vomit blood. Although there was no reaction from the Tianji clan, there was no doubt that after this incident, the Tianji clan's patriarch, De, would be even more cautious and fearful of the magic hall than the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The reason was very simple. The essence of the Tianji race and the mech race was actually the same, but basically, flesh and blood lifeforms had no way of seizing the bodies of mechanical and electronic lifeforms, or suppressing them on the level of consciousness. Because they were existences of different forms. However, the master of the magic hall had done it. Furthermore, he had done it so quickly and so strangely. Although it was the machinery race under Devourer who had suffered a huge loss this time, if it had been the Tianji race, they would have suffered the same result. Just based on this point alone, it was enough for DE to view the master of the magic hall as a major threat. To the upper echelons of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, this was perhaps the only news that made them feel a little gratified. This was because from now on, the Tianji race, who had always been targeting the Human Federation, would most likely target the Magic Hall, and this was the result that they wanted to see the most. Of course, what made the experts the most alarmed, and it could even be said that their souls were cold, was the descent of the projection of the primeval heaven's eye. Before this, no one had realized that as the doomsday of the untainted land approached, the way of heaven of the untainted land, which had given up on controlling a large number of void fragments of the untainted land after the battle in the untainted land, was gradually trying to control these void fragments of the untainted land again. This time, Devourer and the entire machinery race under his command had attempted to use the 8th fusion method to break through to the true Heavenly Tao realm. However, at the final juncture of success, they had been destroyed by the projection of the Heavenly Tao's eye. This was clear proof. This was clearly the suppression of the Heavenly Tao, which represented the will of the Heavenly Tao. It did not allow a second Heavenly Tao-level existence to appear in the void that it controlled. After realizing that the will of the primordial Heavenly Tao was gradually returning, everyone's hearts sank. All this time, regardless of whether it was the various large and small void fragments or the current 3 major starry sky main planes, the various experts had basically developed freely. Even if the experts of the starry sky broke through to a higher realm, they would still face heavenly tribulations. However, this was just an unconscious reaction of the laws of the Heavenly Tao after sensing it. But now, the Heavenly Tao's eye, which represented the will of the primordial Heavenly Tao, was gradually returning. To all the experts of the starry sky, there was suddenly an invisible sharp blade above their heads. If anyone was not pleasing to the eye, a great calamity would befall them at any time. The unconscious suppression of the laws of the Heavenly Tao and the conscious suppression of the Heavenly Tao's eye, which represented the will of the primordial Heavenly Tao, were 2 completely different concepts. In particular, the powerful experts of the primordial era and the primordial supremes of the various large factions had extremely heavy hearts. Even Devourer was not allowed to lead the entire machinery race to break through to the true Heavenly Tao realm using this method. The primeval heavens I had instantly sent a projection clone to suppress them. In that case, if they were to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm normally in the future, the suppression they would face would be even more intense. Furthermore, as long as the primeval heavens I did not allow a second will of the Heavenly Tao to appear, then all the experts of the starry sky who tried to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm would probably end up either dead or injured. Previously, Yi Xian was also worried about this. But now, it was obvious that the top echelons of the various factions were also worried about this matter. It was precisely because of this that for a time, this vast and boundless fragment of the primitive world seemed to be imperceptibly shrouded by a wisp of dense haze. The various forces did not make any unusual movements and temporarily quieted down. And after Yi Xian understood the situation, he turned around and returned to the cave abode star. At that moment, Corpse Ancestor, Drought Demon, and the rest of the 7 beautiful cultivators were still in seclusion to stabilize their newly attained desolate supremacy cultivation. As for the purplish warbler, Duamu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, they had long entered seclusion and were trying their best to raise their cultivation. The entire cave abode star was quiet. Yi Xian sat above the magic hall at the peak of the towering mountain. With a wave of his hand, 4 beams of light shot out instantly, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. These 4 beams of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they were suspended in midair in front of the towering mountain. Against the wind, they expanded and transformed into 4 colossal objects that were more than 10 million feet in diameter. They were the 4 great Starry Sky battle claws that had completed the hardware upgrade. Void battle claws. Weeping Soul battle claws. Time battle claws. And Blood Mosquito battle claws. At that moment, the 4 great battle claws were conjured. In the void in front of Yi Xian, they formed a horizontal row, looking extraordinarily mighty.